Oh, I'm here talking away, talking away, talking away. And I forgot to add myself to the stage. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking... Oh, I tell you what. You don't go live for a long time and see what happens. What's up, Smiler? Long time no see. Yeah. Been away for a while. Been down some rabbit holes. Oh, Lindsay. Yeah, wee bam. You couldn't be talking to a better person. Mr. Dunzer. Which person? Well, that goes down some sort of fucking hole, Lindsay. My fucking missus has gone strike. Yeah, the painters are in. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to myself. I didn't realise I was talking to myself. Oh, I found plenty of them, Blunt. I found plenty of them. I'll be playing plenty of that in a minute. See what my analytics. Learn how to use encoders. What are you going on about? What? Huh? Encode automated ads. Help you dismiss. I don't want to play automated ads. What's going on there? Like, I don't want ads on my live. I don't know ads. So I've got loads of videos to play. I don't know if you've seen the description, but it's all in the description. Credited loads of people. Yeah, what have they done? They've changed everything, Lisa. Why can't they just leave things alone? Why can they not leave things alone? But yeah, Beth, that is brilliant news. Right, talk amongst yourselves while I go and have a pee a minute. Or shall I put the first video on and then go for a pee? Got lots of things. Immigration, Tommy 10 names, the Bible, what the Bible says about the chosen people, how they aren't the chosen people no more. Oh, and all these people calling out the Palestinians. Who was the first leader of Israel? David Ben-Gurion, wasn't it? Hello, SR. And David Ben-Gurion actually come out, and I've got the DNA studies as well, actually come out and said the Palestinians are actually the original Israelites. That was a mind blower, that was. All right, November man. I'll see you in a bit, mate. And take it easy. And then about the Zionists and about a certain time period. And now the Zionists aided and abetted and actually hated who they're supposed to represent. And how David Ben-Gurion actually described his process of exploiting the Jewish pain and suffering while appeasing the Nazis as the lever, he called it, and that by itself is very telling. There was a big conference called the Evian Conference where all these countries said that the European Jews could flee to. And all these European Jews, but David Ben-Gurion and the Zionists wouldn't have a word of it. They said, no, they've got to go to Palestine. And the two ships, there was two ships, the Haganah ships, or the Avara, for the Avara agreement, two ships, which were full of Jewish, what were they called? They were called the Haganah, or the Irgun, or the Lehi. They actually blew these two ships up. Yeah, so not only did we blow a ship up, to drag the Americans into the war. The Zionists actually blew up two ships. What's the name of the two ships again? There was a famous quote from Nahum Sokolov. Hitlerism enables us to convert all Jews to Zionism. Yeah, that's right, Blunt. What was these two ships called again? Now, if there was 6 million that perished in the Shoah or the Holocaust, if there was 6 million that perished, the Zionists could have saved them, but the Zionists didn't want them. Yeah, ship 1 and ship 2. I read it a couple of days ago. My memory's crap. Let's find the two bloody... This is catastrophic Zionism at its worst. What's the name of the two boats? Oh yeah, I put them over on that other screen, didn't I? That was the Peel petition. That one. No. With the white paper. At the Biltmore Conference in May 1942, Ben Gurion said, the meaning of these two ships, Patria and Struma, both were sunk during World War II with Jewish refugees on board. It's simple, Eretz Israel or death. And as soon as the war ends, many ships like these will steam to Eretz Israel. Ben Zvi, page 259. And it was the Haganah, who were the Israeli terrorists. They blew up those two ships. Hello, JYL 8XOXOX. Okay, Oil Smiler. Oh, Mickey Yo-Yo. No, the Lusitania was a different ship. It was the Patria and the Struma. NMO. No, because I'll show you later. I'll show you later. I mean, the Balfour Declaration, UK nearly ended the Balfour Declaration. They were going to end it. There was a white paper and they were going to end the Balfour Declaration. And the Zionists were fighting the white paper and also fighting Adolf. Well, Bird's Nest, there's lots of reasons, you know. I mean, if I do a mega stream, because I reckon at the end of this stream I'll probably get arrested. I'll even go into who the actual Muslims worship, and it ain't God. And yeah, the Palestinians are the real Semites, but they're also the original Israelites, which I'll show the DNA on that, and I'll play a video on that as well. That's the Patria, that's the Evian Conference. Got so many windows here clicked. Right, let's get a video up a minute so I can go for a pee. It's not that video. What's going on here? It's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Why are you still playing? Stop playing. Yeah, bye, go on. Which video is it? It's that one. Hello, Emma. Right. Where's the StreamYard's gone? There. Share screen. Which stream is it? Entire screen. That screen. Let me know if it's got volume. Where do I put myself down there? Down there like that. Everything said is said by a Jewish rabbi or a Jewish person or a Zionist. You know, when you look at all the these Palestine marches, and you see all the rabbis, or you see all the Orthodox, or you see all the Jews, and they say, Zionism doesn't represent them. Hello, Mimi. So I hit play on this. Let me know if you've got volume so I can go and have a pee.
It's in the Jewish interest, it's in humanity's interest that whites experience a genocide. Until white children are burned alive, white women raped, mutilated, murdered, and all white men who have not been slaughtered watch powerlessly as their people are terrorized, only then will mankind be on a more equal footing, ready to discuss white privilege and the apparent chip on the shoulder that minorities have. Rabbi Ishmael Levitz.
Donc pour ce faire, il faut tout simplement supprimer les frontières, détruire les nations, détruire les races, détruire les religions. Autrefois, au XIXe siècle, ce projet était incarné par le projet communiste. On sait que Karl Marx, qui était à l'initiative de ce grand projet communiste, était lui-même d'une famille juive. Aujourd'hui, on nous parle de l'homme enceint, on nous parle du transgenre, on nous dit que l'identité sexuelle n'est pas innée, mais elle s'acquiert. Donc ce n'est pas du tout le fruit du hasard, on retrouve toujours cette obsession égalitariste, ce fanatisme égalitaire qui entend anéantir, détruire toute différence, araser toute spécificité, tout particularisme, toute tradition chez les êtres humains. Mais quand tout sera détruit, qu'est-ce qu'il restera? Eh bien, il restera les Juifs, qui eux auront conservé leur spécificité, leur culture, leur tradition, et qui seront, paraît-il, à ce moment-là, selon eux, reconnus par tout le monde comme le peuple élu de Dieu. Voilà leur projet.
So there's a second thing in that black box, an unrelenting stream of immigration, non-stop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing.
It's very
Only 50% in America. Yeah, I wish I spoke French. Yeah.
very clear that the Jews want to exterminate the European race. Richard Coudenhove Kalergi, who is the father of the European Union and who was funded by the Jewish bankers Rothschild and Warburg. Now, this man wrote a book called Praktischer Idealismus in 1925, in which he stated that the Jews are a master race and that the Jews can only assume the throne, rule over the world, by weakening the European race, and that the means to weakening the European race would be to dissolve all the European nations, destroy all their cultural heritage and their national traditions, and replace that with the European Union, and then to invite in Africans, Middle Easterners, and Asians to dilute the blood of Europeans through miscegenation to the point where they became a degenerate mixed race. And then at that point, these people would no longer have any sense of nationhood, and the ancient Jewish messianic prophecies of world rule out of Jerusalem, with Jews maintaining their nationhood and their national status, it would fulfill the Jewish messianic prophecies that the Jews could then rule the world. And this was completely in line with what Nikolai had written in 1917 and has manifested itself recently with the invasion of immigrants from Africa, from the Middle East, and from Asia into Europe, America, and Australia. And they are
1917. Not 2023, 2024, not 2025, 1917.
are deliberately setting about to genocide the white race and destroy all sense of nationhood and of national heritage.
And this is the one that Tommy 10 names goes and supports all the Zionism, claims he's a Zionist. We'll get into the Zionism bit in a bit. Can you still all hear me? You just shared it. Well done, Maverick. Who did you share it with? Yeah, that's right, blood. Yeah. Wait until I get on to Tommy 10 names later. Do you ever remember when I was on there and I said Ashkenazi? And she said I'm racist. I went, that's what they're called. European Jews called Ashkenazi. She wouldn't have it. She kicked me. Wouldn't have it.
And national culture in each of our nations.
I speak of the death of the white race, the complete removal of all means of reproduction of the so-called Aryan race. Men, we now control the destiny of this race. It is now time to make sure the white race becomes extinct through miscegenation and having a virtually zero birth rate. We have all enjoyed the vision repeated all over this world every day of the last white children playing with little dark children and knowing that they are being set up for their eventual destruction. We can ruin the ancient pure bloodline of an Aryan child by convincing him or her of the altruism of begetting interracial children. We must expose the race mixing of the urban centers to the suburbs and rural areas of this country. Abe Foxman, ADL President, August 25th, 1998.
The ADL, Anti-Defamation League. Do people know what the Anti-Defamation League was set up for? And who it was set up by?
New York. The goal of abolishing the white race is, on its face, so desirable that some may find it hard to believe that it could incur any opposition other than from committed white supremacists. Make no mistake about it. We intend to keep bashing the white dead males and the live ones and the females too, until the social construct known as the white race is destroyed. Noel Ignatieff, Harvard professor, 2002. Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with members of the dark races, the white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, Council of European Rabbis, Budapest, 1952.
It is true, unfortunately, and I think this needs to be frankly admitted by Jews all over the world, that there are, without doubt, Jews involved in those movements and those organizations, very often NGOs, etc., who promote this phenomenon of third world immigration into the Western countries.
One of them is Barbara Spector, a former American who made Aliyah and then 10 years ago, with the help of the government of Sweden, set up a non-denominational institute of Jewish learning with the Greek name of Paideia.
You listen to her little speech. Her little speech is lovely. And European Jewish fun. Idea.
Here in Stockholm. She believes the current wave of anti-Semitism in Sweden will pass and that Jews have an important role to play in a country undergoing profound change.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transfer.
We haven't learned to become multicultural.
Which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Barbara Spector and husband Rabbi Philip Spector moved to Sweden in 1999. She established the Paideia Institute in 2001 using taxpayer funds. She admitted her goal isn't to help migrants and refugees acclimate, adjust, and assimilate to Swedish culture. Her mission is to ensure and establish Talmudic Jewish supremacy, which is the Kalergi Plan. Make no mistake, her goal is to destroy Sweden, Europe, and Christian nations by weakening the bloodline of white Europeans. Remember, Ishmael is the broom for Israel. Refugees don't occur by happenstance. There would have to be a crisis, a natural or manufactured event to displace millions. People en masse don't abandon their families, community, country, and culture for no reason. For that to happen, it takes war.
In the Zohar HaKadosh, you will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, a Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of Mincha, the prayer of the afternoon. He said, please, can you stop right here? I want to daven, I want to pray Mincha here. They prayed Mincha with Minyan in front of everybody passing in Manhattan. Where? Right there, near the World Center. After he finished the davening, the prayer, he said, say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more.
It's common.
So that was 2 weeks. Oh, Vincent. And it's still intact at the moment.
Knowledge Israeli Mossad and the CIA are behind the 9/11 terror attacks. Francesco Cossiga, President of Italy.
I would argue that if you really want to know what's happening with Middle Eastern policy, then you must read Oded Yanan's A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s. Now, in that document, which is pretty much being played out to a T right now and has been for many years, there were serious objectives for Israel. And Israel's main objectives were to expand and grow in line with the Greater Israel Project. And in order for it to do that, there would need to be an excuse to justify the expansion of Israel. And in order to do that, we would have to sow the seeds of sectarian hatred and violence in the region. The number one target of this plan was Iraq. We've achieved that. That's not a failure. That's actually a success. Iraq is a failed state largely. It is an absolute basket case. Sectarian hatred is absolutely insane. We see the beheadings and all of this madness, and we think it's a disaster. No, it's not at all. In fact, it's all part of the plan to break up Iraq into 3 different states. When we look at Syria, we also find that the goal is once again the same thing: sow the seeds of sectarian hatred and basically turn that nation into a basket case. This is happening according.
Man, what have we done? We've made what they call Palestinian Action, is it? Was it called Palestinian Action? We've made them terrorists. But old Jelani, Jelani, who's like fucking jihadi, and HTS, that's actually killing all the Christians in Syria, doing the work, allowing Israel to chop up Syria, chop up the Middle East. And it's all done by Jelani, HTS, Al Qaeda. And like, I think Trump, Jelani had I can't remember how much the reward was to find him, but they've now denounced him as a terrorist because he's in there doing their work for them. So he's now no longer a terrorist, and nor is his little army of jihads. I mean, he's even visited Britain, hasn't he? Even though he had arrest warrants after him. But yet you've got all these elderly pensioners all crying out about Palestine on the streets of London, all being arrested. 8-year-old bloke, 8-year-old granny being arrested. And then you got old Jelani getting away with it all. Unbelievable. Don't tell me 0.2% of the world's population don't run the world.
To plan as well. Now, ISIS, funny enough, could stand for the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Many people are seeing the very big benefits to the state
That's
of
right,
Israel,
Blunt.
the so-called Jewish state of Israel, by the breakup and the balkanization of the surrounding states. So actually, if you believe what's being told to you, and I just don't know why anyone would believe anything that comes out of the mouth of virtually any Western leader, whether it be Obama or Bush or any of the rest of them, all of these people are nothing but patent liars, and everything they say is pretty much the opposite of the truth.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me, and one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Hillary Clinton.
You're talking about one of those pickled egg jars, Vincent. It wouldn't look out of place in one of those pickled egg jars, sadly.
Unaware the camera was still rolling, laughs at the brutal assassination of Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi, October 11th, 2011.
We came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? Oh, I'm sure it did.
The wealthy Jews rule the world. The fate of the governments lies in their hands. They start wars between countries, and when they wish, the governments make peace. When the wealthy Jews sing, the nations and their leaders dance along, and meanwhile, the Jews get richer. Theodor Herzl, the father of Jewish Zionism.
gatti non si mangiano, qui da noi i gatti si tengono in casa, come se fossero figli nostri. Non è che io fai non ho cosa, non ho cosa, non ho cosa, non vuol dire qui non siamo dove vai tu? Dove vai tu? Allora ti mando io in galera, te ne vai in galera, te ne vai, vergogna. Guarda che stai a fare, vergognati, vergognati. Cosa? Cosa fai? Cosa? Cosa fai? Cosa? A mangiare, te ne vai al lavoro come lavorano tutti. Invece di tenere là, tutti i sigaretti, i soldi ce li hai delle sigarette e non hai soldi per comprarti il pane? Vergognoso, schifoso, schifoso che non si apre, schifoso, vergogna, guarda qua. Guarda che sta passa povera creatura, guarda qua, vergogna, vergogna, dove andate al vostro paese? Andatevene a mangiare, vedo che le sigarette qui ci sono però, quindi non è mangiare quello, non è mangiare quello.
Did you all work out what he was doing there? I bet Vincent understood the Italian. God, I can't even get the words out again. Can buy cigarettes but won't buy food, and is cooking a cat. Unbelievable. But we've seen it here, haven't we? Seen them openly cooking swans, etc., etc. But for an English person to kill a swan, get sent straight to prison for that. Hello, Urban. I've been down rabbit holes. I was meant to reply to you because you left me a message, didn't you, mate? But we'll crack on. So what does everybody think of the cultural enrichment and who's aiding and abetting it all? And you got that silly little Tommy 10 names. It was a few months ago, but in English, the new natives that we have. And they get in under George Soros' money. Yeah, I saw that. But they won't go home, they'll come to Europe. That's where they'll end up.
Since the spring of 2014, an estimated 3.6 million African and Middle Eastern migrants, 90% of which were younger men under the age of 35, illegally entered the continent of Europe by myriad land and sea routes. This unprecedented event, precipitated and managed by the hostile liberal elite, then required continuous mainstream propaganda and NGO support for the native European population to willingly accept its continued demographic demise. The details have been researched so abundantly that there is no need to discuss them further. However, what has never been explored to any significant degree is how this costly billion-dollar international scheme was paid for, and how the poorest people on Earth were somehow able to walk right into the nations of Europe, which often required cold hard cash, and in sums they simply couldn't afford. Firstly, how does a 20-year-old youth from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the average yearly wage is about $400 come up with some $2,000 or more to pay for the long trek across the African continent into Libya, then onto a makeshift boat that could ferry him to a European port of call? Well, in short, someone gave it to him. The sum of $2,000 to a young African in any of the sub-Saharan regions is the equivalent of about $100,000 for a similarly aged, unmarried young person living in America. Young people from these areas simply do not have that sort of cash. There have been numerous reports of NGO trucks and black unmarked vehicles operating in the vicinities of well-known pickup points along the early stages of these migration routes. And although these culprits, handlers, and exchangers of currency have been difficult to source, there is no question that large quantities of money are being funneled in somehow. The total operational transport cost to all migrants who illegally entered Europe over the past 5 years is estimated to be about $8 billion. This was paid mostly in cash. Such an alarming total exceeds even the GDPs of some of these countries put together, and there is absolutely no way that all of this money came from third world pockets. So, where did it come from? About a year ago, the infamous globalist hegemon, George Soros, admitted to divesting some $18 billion of net worth into a number of his NGO platforms, and in particular, the Open Society Foundation, which is the umbrella entity or Politburo that operates hundreds of globalizing progressive organizations that now encircle the planet. This had been done over the previous 2-year period. The money essentially disappeared for all intents and purposes, as no one cared to audit the so-called charity, and it had become so vast that no one would have even known where to begin. This largesse would have no doubt been enough to cover monies owed at the ground level for the operational costs of the migrant flooding of Europe, although the NGOs supporting this already had the existing financial flexibility to aid in the day-to-day movement of migrants, including the use of modern transport vessels sailing in the Mediterranean, many of which, interestingly, owning Israeli shipping registrations.
When we're talking about offshore money, when we're talking about political subversion, when we're talking about collusion, I wonder whether we're looking in the wrong place. And I say that because George Soros recently gave Open Society, his organization, which of course campaigns for free movement of peoples and support.
He's a total hypocrite. He's taking the money. Absolute hypocrite. He's been taking the money. Go and look who his biggest donor is now. 15 million, I think it was. But I'll come on to that later.
Supports supranational structures like the European Union. He recently gave it $18 billion. And his influence here and in Brussels is truly extraordinary. Open Society boast that they had 42 meetings last year with the European Commission. They've even published a book of reliable friends in the European Parliament. And there are 226 names on that list, including yours, sir. I thought you'd find this interesting. We even had last week Mr. Verhofstadt lobbying on behalf of Mr. Soros at the Conference of Presidents in a battle that is going on with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary. If we're going to have a debate, and we're going to talk about full political and financial transparency, well, let's do it.
This is all before he set up Reform. Hello, Zara. Reform, they're getting big donations. Go into that shortly. Now they went and kissed the wall, the famous wall. Go and kiss the wall.
So I should be writing today to all 226 of you, asking some pretty fair questions. Have you ever received funds, directly or indirectly, from Open Society? How many of their events have you attended? Could you please give us a list of the meetings of all the representatives, including George Soros yourself? And I think this Parliament should now set up a special committee to look at all of this. I say that because I fear we could be looking at the biggest level of international political collusion in history.
Just try to...
No, the one where they go and kiss it and then get all the shekels.
Wrap your brain around how much power this is. In 4 years, Joe Biden will have spent conservatively on the bottom end $700 billion on illegal aliens. Everyone believes the number is...
See, the problem is, this is obviously, a lot of it's based on America as well. So I've been down the big rabbit hole trying to work out how much we've gained, how much money we've had, going through all the George Soros Foundation, seeing how much money is paid into the government. But there ain't nothing on what America's had and what Europe's had. But we've had it.
now surpassed $1 trillion.
Well, this story just keeps getting crazier and crazier. You better pay attention. Wake up, America, as to what is happening right now. The more we learn about it, the more troubling it is. The United States government working hand in hand with non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to bring millions of illegal immigrants into the United States. If you don't think this is all planned, then you need to get your head examined.
This is where the money laundering scheme comes in. So he goes, you have Jewish Family Services at the top. He says they have 50, so let's just say 50 to 100 subcontractors underneath him. After I give them, he's telling me, after I cut that check for $600 million, then those smaller subcontractors that are responsible for food, clothing, housing, whatever that $600 million does not cover or did not cover enough, those subcontractors call us and say, we need 10 million here, we need 5 million here. And I say, well, do you vet it? He goes, no, we're in emergency mode. So we cut the checks immediately to him. Immediately. And he says, but this is where it gets crazy, JJ. He said, when I cut the checks to the subcontractors, I'm cutting the check to the same payee. I'm sending the same funds to Jewish Family Services, the same account. So you have Jewish Family Services getting $600 million, but you have 50 to 100 subcontractors that I'm paying, but I'm paying to the same bank account.
And in the UK, they're called NGOs. The NGOs are getting the same money. Not as much, but they're getting paid the same.
Is Jewish Family Services. It's all a lie.
The same as in Canada, Esla Levant and Esla Levant's ex-wife. We'll see that in this bit here, a bit further on, I think. Yeah, a Claudia Sheinbaum. 99.9% Catholic country. Sheinbaum. How many people died before she was elected? All the opposition, wasn't it?
Tanto sufrió por ella que hasta la muerte la fue llamando. Dicen que por las noches nada más se le iban puro.
There you go, 37 candidates were assassinated. Oh, urban, but what else the Orange Man is doing to the rest of the Americans is bad, though. What he's doing to the rest of the Americans, and what the bill they're trying to pass at the moment, what that's doing to UK and Europe, that's just mental. We'll get into that in a bit.
Dicen que no comía, nada más se le iban puro tomar y juran que el mismo cielo se estremecía al oír su llanto. Tanto sufrió por ella que hasta la muerte la fue llamando. Ay, 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 canto. Ay, 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 ay,
A massive Jewish family did Urban. And the CIA. Not Venezuela. I have got one of all the English MPs that have taken money as well from the pro-Israel lobby. Yeah. He got support from the Zionists, though, Blunt. He got lots of support from the Zionists. And Urban, go and research the Sackler family. They're the one that brought all opioids and the opioid crisis to America. The Sackler family. Purdue Pharma, they call themselves. And they put all the OxyContin in as well. They're big in Brooklyn. And they brought all the drugs in. Sackler family, and then they did a private settlement of $6.5 billion to help people with addiction. No, Sackler. 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 I always thought Rick Scott was all right, but look at that, you know, it's Democrats and Republicans. Honored to be here with the first Jewish president of the United States.
When I was a young senator, I say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist.
Hint, if you know Jew psychology, then you will know that it is the only satisfaction the Jew gets is not by working with reality, here we go again, or working with nature, not with working with reality and taking advantage of reality, but actually making you believe in a reality that doesn't exist. That's a great satisfaction for the Jew. If you think, if the Jew can make
Hey up,
you
November
think
man.
that you're sick, that's success. What it is, it's a massive gaslighting operation on a worldwide scale. Making you believe something that doesn't exist, making you believe that you're sick, making you believe there's a pandemic, making you put on masks full time, even outside, making you give up your kids, making you mask your kids, making you abuse your children, making you distance yourself from family members, people that are close to you, making you not get together in groups, not being able to share information, making you stop having any type of support from individuals or groups, making you stop reproducing, making you stop even attempting to form a family, taking everything away from you based on something that doesn't even exist, and then making you take
Mrs. B.
poisonous vaccine, which the Jew created. In essence, getting you to kill yourself.
Nixon's own dark view of how the world works, where the enemy is not just the communists, it's also the media. Listening in agreement is the Reverend Billy Graham.
This stranglehold has got to be broken, or this country's going to go down the drain. You believe it? Yes, sir. I can't say it, but I believe it.
Remember, this has been called out since the early 1900s. Been called out since the early 1900s. Yeah, and don't forget the Balfour Declaration wasn't until I can't remember, 1917 was it? Well, they want one world government, November man, and they want the one world government to be in Jerusalem. You know, and if you look at the Bible, I mean, Jerusalem is spiritual, not the land, not where they claim it to be, but we'll get into that in a bit. There's lots to go through tonight, because I think after doing all this, I probably won't be on YouTube no longer, and I'll probably have all the old bill at my front door. Yeah, that was the signing, but it was spoken about a lot earlier than that, wasn't it? It was before World War One. But
Let me hear it if you have the Pfizer vaccine. Let me hear it from Moderna. AstraZeneca. Let's hear it from the anti-vaxxers.
Build is one of the largest public education campaigns ever.
President Biden's chief medical advisor says people need what he calls
trusted messengers.
The White House has now recruited TikTokers, YouTubers, and more.
The Ad Council will be briefing influencers, including some very big celebrities, on how to direct their followers to trusted vaccine content.
The goal, convince Americans, get the COVID vaccine.
It's vaccination day. It's vaccination day. It's vaccination day. Today I get my COVID jab, and I'm feeling really fab. For months I have been waiting for this day.
US-19, masked up with my team to smash back the disease, and we dreamed about the day that we'd have a vaccine. Yeah, now that human-made miracle is finally here. Time to take a shot.
It's Megan Thee Stallion, Ariana Grande, and Jimmy Fallon. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to get those boosters. Ain't no real life, you need to vax that thing. I'm feeling freaky all night, you need to vax that thing.
If you wanna get sticky and hot, go get the shot.
Grab your syringe, but make sure you clean it. I'm sticking it in me like you really mean it.
I can't actually believe these were American adverts on TV.
Seems so sexy to inoculate. Vaccine, vaccine, did I get the vaccine? Vaccine, now come for vaccine. Whether it's the gunner or whether it's either, we're staying alive, staying alive. Shot, shot, shot. I just can't wait for vaccine. Everybody, it's time to vaccinate. Faster, no time to waste. Get it out, get it out, get it out, get it out. No more cutting your own hair now. Vaccine's on its way. Oh, got the vaccine and it means you.
The doctor that was in charge of my case.
It's James Corden, but it's James Corden, that was, wasn't it? Has he been cancelled now, has he? Hopefully. I mean, you got the COVID inquiry going on in the UK, but the COVID inquiry going on in Congress, if anybody's watched that, wow, what a thing, eh?
Told me to get used to being handicapped, which, excuse me.
I never thought I would never be able to get up and go to the bathroom.
I took him to get the vaccine. That was the last time I spoke to him.
Family says the mother and grandmother was healthy before she got her shot, and that her sudden death came as a shock.
I was literally just following doctor's orders, following the government mandates, and now this is my life.
Now states and companies are going all out, providing incentives to those who have not been vaccinated.
States are ramping up those incentives, everything from cash prizes to college scholarships. New York State raffling off 50 scholarships to 12 to 17-year-olds who get...
Don't forget, it was Donald Trump, Operation Warp Speed, wasn't it? Operation Warp Speed.
Get vaccinated.
You're worried about paying college tuition? Tell your 12 to 17-year-old, get a shot.
When if you go to the patent's office, you can already see they already had the cures. Or what they called the cures. They already had it. Yeah, I thought he was called James Corbyn.
Thousands of prizes available,
Corden, isn't it?
And Super Bowl tickets. They're giving away Ford F-150 trucks. They're giving away shotguns and hunting rifles as well.
Marijuana dispensaries are giving away
Joints for jabs. Krispy Kreme announcing this week a free donut. And yes, free beers.
That's right. Get a shot and have a beer.
Today could be your lucky day if you've gotten at least one COVID vaccination shot.
California's vaccine lottery.
That's right. You could win $1 million.
$1 million.
Did anybody win that $1 million, Urban?
One grand winner to take home
up to $5 million.
Oh, that $5 million.
Get vaccinated next week.
$5 million. You guys weren't expecting that one, were you?
They made it exciting, right? There's a reason people go to Vegas.
It really could be somewhat lucrative for them to get vaccinated if they aren't already persuaded.
The vaccination. Vaccination.
If you need luck with love, dating apps are offering incentives too.
We have finally found the one thing that makes us all more attractive, a vaccination.
I don't mean to brag, but I want you to know
double vaxxed, booster, never got COVID. Clearly, Jesus loves me the most.
Comedian Heather McDonald collapsed over the weekend during a show.
Management saying she saw.
Yeah, everybody thought before check here. Everybody thought that was a fake, but it wasn't.
Suffered a skull fracture in the fall.
The CDC has confirmed higher than normal cases
of heart inflammation in 16 to 24-year-olds.
You take all the vaccines since 2010 and you compare 2021, this thing blows through the roof.
80% of the cases have been in young boys and young men.
I am in the hospital with heart complications from the COVID-19 vaccine.
The 14-year-old's heart stopped.
A 15-year-old boy died
After receiving his first dose.
16-year-old was rushed to the hospital. Loved ones say the 17-year-old's heart stopped.
The elite runner was rushed to the hospital after suffering a heart attack.
A high school football player has died just hours after getting his second
Dose of COVID vaccine.
after collapsing on the football field. After collapsing in the middle of the game.
Collapsing during the game.
Collapsing on the tennis court.
Suddenly collapsing.
The player
collapsed and died.
after collapsing. He collapsed.
He collapsed.
Seems that there's a second player who's collapsed.
This is unusual.
Never seen anything like this. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, what's happening?
That is the big question. What caused this?
There has been a sharp rise in unexplained deaths during the pandemic.
The number of deaths with unknown causes has gone up over the last 3 years.
Deaths that are not listed as COVID related.
I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy.
Healthy young people are dying suddenly from a mysterious syndrome.
Sudden adult
Death syndrome.
SADS is an umbrella term to describe unexpected deaths in young people.
There is some evidence that some sort of delayed reaction to COVID.
My son is dead because he took the vaccine. They're lying.
We just want help and to be heard and make things aware for others so this doesn't happen to anyone else.
We just want you guys to believe that this is real. We are real people experiencing these side effects.
Breaking news from the FDA, which has just approved the emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11.
And we've already secured enough vaccine supply for every single child in America.
A new proposal would allow children 12 and older get vaccinated with no parental consent. A mom in Louisiana plans to sue her son's high school after he was vaccinated at the school without parental consent.
Some new moms now quarantining from their newborns. By the end of this year, Dr. Fauci believes there will be a vaccine available for kids as young as 6 months.
And that means millions of young children can get their first dose right now.
This is like a gift from God.
Getting that shot really was an amazing feeling. It hits you.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
What is the problem? Get over it.
Come on, people, just get the shot.
It's what we've been waiting for, to embrace all that life has in store. It's time to give you memories.
Once you got the vaccine,
Hug your family.
It's time to hug your family.
Feeling so relieved. No lockdowns, we're free.
Yeah, television. Oh yeah, I've been watching Candace November, man. She's definitely been giving it to them. Mind you, have you seen what the French have done over because of the Macron shit? And what they called TP fucking what's it called? They've invited her to come and speak. Fucking, I hope she doesn't do it, because she will be fucking offed, won't she? I hope she doesn't go and... Was it fucking called? They called it off, did they? I'm not on live chat on that one. There was rumours that she's up the duff in it, and she's man with eyeliner, vice president of the USA's. I don't know how true it is. See loads of rumours that she's supposed to be pregnant. No, not Candace. The blonde one with the fake tears. Yeah, you got it.
First, another piece of data that we've been looking.
There we go. This is the CDC actually giving the data. Yeah, that's right, November man.
Looking at as our international colleagues who are ahead of us both in the Delta surge as well as have vaccinated a few weeks ahead of us in terms of large portions of their population that have been vaccinated. And data we're seeing from our international colleagues, specifically and especially Israel, have demonstrated a worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time. A worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time. A worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time.
This whole COVID madness, this so-called
Gotta love
pandemic,
Christine.
it was just a test balloon. A gigantic test balloon. Well, for what?
Listen to her words.
You ask. Well, to see how far they could go. To see what exactly they would have to do to get free individuals in a free and democratic society to consent to being forced into compliance. That's what they were trying to establish. That's what they were trying to figure out. And they have figured it out. Trust me, they are much smarter now. The goal ultimately is to transform our free and democratic societies, into totalitarian societies. Their goal is to strip each and every one of us of our fundamental rights of freedom, democracy, the rule of law. They want to get rid of all of this. This whole COVID thing had never anything to do with population. It never had anything to do with breaking waves. It always had to do with breaking people.
And they've succeeded, haven't they? Look at the government overreach. Look at the police. The police run by the state. The courts run by the state. The judges run by the state. A woman judge lets a rapist walk free, but sentences a tweeter or an ex-tweeter to 3 years in jail just for a few tweets.
In order to make us a part of a mindless, malleable mass, which they can totally.
Yeah, that's it. Anything that doesn't carry longer than a 3-year sentence, you get no jury. I mean, a jury and your peers. Wasn't that written into our laws? In our uncodified constitution.
Control, and we will be completely dependent upon this globalitarian elite. So I'm really imploring the people and all the peoples around the world, for God's sake, stop giving your democratically elected governments the benefit of the doubt. They are not deserving of that. They are not. Stop rationalizing whatever your government is doing. Stop rationalizing and come up with some good intent.
Yeah, that's it. I knew it was in the Bill of Rights.
intentions. They have no good intentions.
One positive element of this COVID crime is that it has truly exposed the normies. It has truly exposed the psychology of the normie. And we are not to stand in the way of the normie. Let them have their vaccine. Let them have their masks. Let them have their fate. The world has changed. The world has changed greatly, and whatever you perceive the world as being prior to COVID is no longer the world that you're experiencing right now. You got to understand this, okay? You don't live in that world anymore, even though you were deceived in that world also, thinking that you were free. But now, you're not even being deceived to think that you're free. Now they're declaring it that you're not free. And of course, the American in 1948, the American, the average moron, the fucking moron American, North American, not just in the USA, would be completely oblivious to any of this, any of the realities of the world. I mean, what were they doing? You know, they're buying these large cars and homes in the suburbs, going to church, watching sports and television. They were getting ready to massive amounts of television. And the Jew was right there going,
He's PhD. This is from domdocumentsx.com. You can find him on Rumble and find him on Twitter. He's weird.
you know what's coming. You don't know what's coming, is what the Jews said. Well, we're going to do a little cultural revolution. We're going to do a little sexual revolution. And how about a little feminism? Have you heard of feminism? You know what that is? Well, that's really simple. We'll get some lesbian Jews pretending to be women, and we're going to get them to make the women believe that they hate men. So instead of bringing men and women together, we're going to repel them from each other.
Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He said, there were two primary reasons. And they were, one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before women's lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age.
Yeah, so they couldn't tax half the population, because the women go to work. Where do the kids go? Go to nursery school, don't they? But it gets worse. Just listen to his words, Angela. Listen to his words.
Indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up their family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for women's lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Doesn't it seem like some white men are really angry lately?
Not all white men.
I said some. According to precarious man theory, when men don't feel masculine, they tend to act out in stereotypical gendered ways, which is why you're getting pushback from the men in your life for just existing. But it's not you. It's white men. They're a little fragile right now. Here's why. See, white men used to be able to raise a family, buy a house, and retire on one salary, their own. But thanks to growing income inequality, that's something white men can't do anymore. And that's throwing off some really comfy gender norms. You know what else white men can't do anymore? Afford to keep a full-time spouse at home, have job security, depend on federal mortgage programs to help them buy a house, and rely on subsidized, high-quality healthcare, subsidized retirement programs, and Social Security. These entitlement programs were part of the privilege of being a white man, and it must be enraging to watch them slowly slip away at the hands of growing income inequality. But you know who else is angry? Women and people who aren't white. See, we've been excluded from these programs for longer than we've been included in them. And we're really mad about it too. So I say welcome, white men. You've officially joined the Fucked Over Club. You can now join the ranks of most of the United States. We get that you're angry, and while it's not our fault, we can totally empathize with your loss of privileges, even though we've never had them.
But don't listen to me, an angry lesbian. Let a white man tell you the exact same thing.
Once upon a time, we had 98% of all of the positions of power. And now we only have like 88%. And we think, oh my God, women are taking over.
This is Dr. Michael Kimmel. He's one of the world's leading experts on men and masculinity.
Once upon a time, the whole world was a locker room. The boardroom of the company was a locker room. The operating theater in the hospital was a locker room. The law firm was a locker room. The military was a locker room. The locker room was a locker room. Everywhere you went, it was all guys. But now, women have entered every single one of those arenas. The change in our lives has taken place so bewilderingly fast that so many men feel like, what happened? And now you're getting all the advantages. Women are getting everything. The guys who are the angriest are the ones who said, I made a bargain with this society.
I'm sorry, I just can't listen to any more of this lying, woke, Jewish bullshit from self-appointed deluded frauds, pretending to be benevolent, always including women and minorities into their Jewish supremacy grift. It's about division. Divide and conquer is the collective modus operandi. They couldn't care less about women or minorities. But there's a problem. The Western European male, a historic, formidable adversary, an obstacle that must be degraded, weakened, both mentally and physically.
Fetish for manufacturing is part of the general fetish for keeping white males of low education outside the cities in the powerful positions they're in the US. And that is really what's going on here. Because when you look at the costs of manufacturing, and Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot, not of manufacturing, of trade, and job displacement and community, Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot of work on this, and I'm sure she'll have a different view than I do. But when I look at the so-called costs of the China shock or the costs of the decline in manufacturing, I always think compared to what? For decades, there was an enormous displacement of African Americans in this economy. Every time there was a recession, African American unemployment rates shot up much faster and higher than white unemployment rates. Single women were methodically excluded from the workforce, and especially if they became parents, or ghettoed in particular sets of jobs throughout the economy well through the 70s into the 80s. Displacements on large scales would happen when technology or trade broke through, like all the secretaries who got replaced by personal computers and other forms of office animation. Excuse me, not animation, automation, excuse me. And these kinds of churn, as the economists put it, never were decried. They never got political attention. They never got much notice. But when it started being the white male manufacturing people in the so-called heartland, which by definition was not urban, then suddenly this was a crisis.
Jews funded and weaponized Mao Zedong in 1953 to set up Chinese industry. Post-revolution shifted manufacturing east. Communism is a Jewish construct. Cheap labor by subjugating the Chinese people while destroying Western manufacturing. Killing two birds with one stone.
Greatest generation back from the war, fighting those evil Nazis. They had no clue what feminism is. Just wait till you find out. We've got your kids. We've got their mind. And then they said, well, how about a little civil rights movement? What the hell's that? Well, that's when we use the blacks and turn them against you. How about that? What? The Negroes? Yeah, the Negroes. But that's not it. That's not all. Homosexuals. Homosexuals. But we don't know any homosexuals. You're gonna know a lot of them now. They're gonna be all over, everywhere. Homosexuals? Everywhere? Homosexuals are gonna be everywhere. In your face. And you're gonna bow to homosexual. Yeah. We're gonna lionize the homosexual. The homosexual is gonna be the avant-garde of humanity. Yeah. Gonna turn them against you also.
What's the third one? This one, what's that one? The pink cross, what's that with a fist in it? Oh, what that one is. I know what the other three are, but I'm not sure what that one is. Yeah, that's it.
Now, I'm not no Black Lives Matter supporter. Like,
you're not?
No, absolutely.
Why not?
Oh, Lord Jammer, this is good, this is.
Because it's not our movement. This is a movement that was given to us by,
yeah,
you know, George Soros and his fucking boys. Because they saw how things were going and they didn't want it to go back to the 60s to where we start having our own organic movements. That was a big fucking problem for them. So let's give the people a movement that we can control. We'll provide them the leaders and all of this type of shit. And yeah, that's what Black Lives Matter is. Look at the leaders of Black Lives Matter.
Are there leaders of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Who?
Look at these lesbian women who are trying to incorporate, you know, LG, whatever the fuck the letters are, incorporate their concerns into black people's concerns. Go to the website, look it up. Google George Soros and Black Lives Matter, see what comes up.
Let's look it up.
Okay. And y'all out there, George Soros is a...
Are you all relating to this so far? You're all relating to what's been played so far? I have Horus on it.
fucking multi-billionaire down with, you know, some of the 12 richest people in the fucking
He raised
world.
$100 million.
Yep.
For the Black Lives Matter Coalition. The funding comes in addition to more than $33 million in grants from top Democratic Party donor George Soros. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah. So
What billionaire would have done that for the Black Panther Party?
33 million. Well, hold on. Hold on.
That's not what that is about. That's about, let us give you a movement that we can control, use certain symbolism from the original civil rights movement, like the black, you know, red, black, and green, all these different symbols. We're going to incorporate that, but only it's going to be a movement that we control. We decide what the messages are. We decide what the slogans are. You know, what happened to no justice, no peace, and, you know, no peace, no justice. Now it's hands up, don't shoot, fucking I can't breathe, and all these negative affirmations that, you know, who made that shit up? You know what I mean? Wasn't me. You know, and like, we're living in a time of great social engineering. Okay? Now, if y'all don't know what social engineering is, go look it up. Like, there's people out there that know how to scientifically make society do what they want it to do, how they want it to be done.
Yeah, they all got their own private helicopter pads, haven't they? Massive, great mansions, private helicopters. One of them got a hole in the head, though, didn't she?
They're engineering how society should be. That's social engineering. So when we sit here and talk about, you know, things like false evolution, you know, when we say, oh, hip hop's just going that way. No, it's not. It was socially engineered.
Yeah. But what are you saying about social engineering? I mean, what do you think? What do you think? You know, what's happening in the UK? You know, you can't. There's no freedom of speech. America has just shut down freedom of speech, with what I'll get into in a bit. You know, the land of the free world. Yeah, that's true, Blunt. There's many of them. Many of them. Even the one that's funding the Reform Party. Oh my God, there is too much freedom of speech. Where? You can't even write a Twitter post without getting a knock on the door. I went to share a post earlier on and they went, you're not allowed to do that. And that was sharing somebody else's post. At least I got a warning saying I wasn't allowed to share it. They were American.
To go in the way that it's going right now. You see, this Black Lives Matter is a social engineering of how a civil rights movement should move. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we have to look at. Not everything is organic.
Well, you also don't see any clear leaders in Black Lives Matter. You had D-Ray. He's been kind of the face of Black Lives Matter for a while.
Why, when he's not the leader? You see what I'm saying?
There's no real
Why is he? There is leaders. This is what I'm telling you. They're lesbians. They're black lesbians. Go to the fucking website. Who runs the shit?
Is there a website?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean, because when I looked at Black Lives BLM leader, the key people there's no leader that's listed, but the key people that are listed is Sean King, DeRay McKeeson, and Jonetta Elzie.
Those people don't run Black Lives Matter. Although they might be the face right now, they're not the ones calling the shots.
You want to talk about power? You get close to offending a Jew, you lost your job. You get close to saying something that a Jew might not like, you need to be retrained and reprogrammed. I'm a grown-ass man and or woman. You don't need to reprogram me, you dick. The fact that Jews think they got that much damn gravitas to where I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of they motherfucking rabbis? Fuck you and your rabbi. I gotta sit down and have this nigga I've never met program me? Bullshit. I don't know you. And then we sit down like kids listening to this motherfucking lox and bagel eating ass nigga tell us about his religion. And I'm supposed to just, oh, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Y'all don't think about how stupid this sounds? Got old kids, and I'm up here just a begging. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Sorry, I said something, boss. Sorry, I didn't really say anything, but I got too close. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. When's the last time a white person had your black ass somewhere begging and asking for forgiveness? When the last time your ass had to learn something about Christopher Columbus? Had to learn something about Queen Elizabeth? When the last time your black ass had to learn something about Andrew Jackson? When the last time your black ass had to be forced to sit down by some white man to listen about his ass and his damn Christianity and his damn Catholicism? When the last time a white man was able to punk your black ass like that because you said something about them, because you called them an animal, because you called them the devil, because you called them anything? You want to sit up there and have Jews tell you about how bad black people, white people are, but they the ones that got your ass crying and begging and shit. Who's your real master, black folks? Who your real master? You won't get this from nobody else. Have y'all heard any of this shit I'm saying on any other program before I said it? That's why I love waiting to speak, so y'all can know I ain't get it from another nigga, because you heard me speak after another nigga. And you can't say, oh, he took this person's talking points. He sounds like so-and-so. No, he don't, because nobody's going to tell you this. When you swear you got people on your side, and you don't, no, you don't. Them people ain't on your motherfucking side. I'll be arrested one day soon. I'll be behind bars. They'll let one of these puss-ass niggas come and try to do something to me. I'll be somewhere performing. It'll be a bitch nigga that pop up out of somewhere talking about I'm gonna kill you for the black race. That's not who's going to do it. That'll be the face that's on it. Y'all hear me? That'll be the face that's on it. Oh, but that won't be who did it. That won't be who did it. It'll go down in black on black crime. Them niggers did this to them niggers. Don't worry about it. Nope. So you better listen while you can listen, and you better take notes while you motherfucking can. Because the sad thing about us is we don't realize everything that we have in front of us is fleeting. You think it's going to be there for the rest of your damn life. You think it's always going to be there. Those of you who have children know that your children grew up real damn fast. These things change. The things you guys were watching on television 5 years ago, you're no longer watching them. The people you thought were popular 5 years ago, somebody else has popped up and is now popular 5 years later. That's how shit works. So you better start taking notes. Because one day, that source is going to be gone. You got Jews telling you how bad whites are. But whites don't have as much power as Jews. Jews are so crafty, they started a museum about Hollywood and kept their own names out of the museum about Hollywood because they knew it would give credence to everybody saying they own Hollywood. They have a black section of this museum, a woman section of this museum, but they will not big up the people who started Hollywood and currently run it. Are you telling me they're ashamed of it? Have you noticed they get mad when you make jokes about Jews being good with money? Why are they upset about being good with money? That makes no fucking sense. Until you look at the context of it, that a lot of countries, they were kicked out because of how they handled money. What is the greatest trick that the devil played on man? That he didn't exist. He's not real. And the Jewish supremacy, they make sure they hide it in plain sight.
I think what annoys me most about white people is when they pretend like they're the victim. What's also annoying is when they, when they kill us.
What is fragile about whiteness when everything has been constructed around it?
Every part of who I am has been distorted or criminalized.
It's really just a bunch of white lies.
Storming the Capitol!
You're not patriots. You're ridiculous.
One of the definitions of American whiteness is ignorance.
White people, we are not your problem. You are.
The truth has to be told about history.
We have to make sure that these stories are told from our perspective.
There's always hope. You know what I'm saying? We don't give up.
It's about obliterating systemic and institutionalized racism.
This is a wild place, y'all. It's a wild place. I know Harriet and Frederick be up there just like, what is they gonna do?
Should white people today feel any responsibility for slavery?
Here we go. This is the biggest opener. I've spoke about this before. I heard somebody talking about slavery on their live the other day. So I thought, well, I've got to find this bit of video again, haven't I? So let's see how deep this goes into the slavery. We were still playing Rothschilds up until what year? Was it 2015, was it? We were still paying Rothschilds off? For free, for them having to free their slaves. Was it 2015, was it? Paying to the slave owners? Anyway.
Hell yeah.
In May, the Washington Times sent journalist David Mills to interview Professor Griff. A number of topics were discussed, but when the article was published, all the attention focused on one sentence. Griff reportedly told Mills, "Jews are responsible for the majority of wickedness that goes on across the globe." With the media scrutinizing their every move, it was a PR disaster. The resulting fallout threatened to end Public Enemy's career. It wasn't the first time Griff had brought up contentious issues in the press. The band often discussed ideas about how to regain a consciousness for African Americans, and this often spilled over into the black community's relationship with other ethnic groups.
I just finished reading The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, which was given to me by somebody in Public Enemy. This conversation was going on all the time about the control and who owns these companies and why all this group of people always doing this and controlling that and having this kind of influence. And that talk went on all the time, every day.
Whether Griff's words were reported correctly or not, the resulting media storm required swift action from the band's leader, Chuck D.
I remember being around at that time, and how tough that decision was for Chuck. It was difficult. I mean, think about it. They were the biggest rap group and one of the biggest pop groups in the world at that time. And you're told you got to get rid of one of your best friends out of the band because of his anti-Semitism. That's a lot of weight.
Def Jam's publicist, Bill Adler, refused to work with the group, and criticism from the world's media continued to build. Public Enemy's mission to change the consciousness of a generation was about to be wrecked by one interview. Chuck had to act to save his group. He released a statement, apologized, and sacked Griff.
I used to travel with suitcases full of books. Hell, I was a minister of information. So I came with 20, 30 books, and we was just kind of going over some of the information in the books. I think I had Henry Ford's book, The International Jew, The Octopus. So if you're talking about world wars, then who was responsible? If you're talking about the Civil War and you're talking about black people being brought over from Africa to America in the hulls of ships, who owned the insurance companies? Who owned the ships? And that's the kind of discussion we were having. Because the information that I gave in the interview wasn't from Griff. It was from Jewish scholars. I didn't write it. So it's like, wow, okay.
And who were the owners of these slave ships? Who were the biggest slavers in the 16th century? The Ashkenazi were the biggest slavers in the 16th and 17th century, going into the 18th century. You see, Ashkenazi slaving was huge. This is from, I have to be careful when I say this, so my sources, it's always best to go with Jewish sources, right? Because you just trod on a bunch of toes. So we'll go with the Jewish sources. There's a ton of sources out there. I'll stick with the Jewish ones because that's just safer. The Jewish scholar Jonathan Shorshak says this: Jewish merchants routinely possessed enormous numbers of slaves temporarily before selling them off. If a slave auction fell on a Jewish festival, it was postponed due to lack of buyers and sellers. The Jews of Suriname gave their slave plantations Hebrew names such as Machanayim, Nachamu, and Goshen. Rabbi Herbert Bloom adds that the slave trade was one of the most important Jewish activities. In 1694, Jews owned 9,000 African Shemites. Jewish slaving is in fact confirmed by the Jewish Encyclopedia.
From the Jewish Encyclopedia, quote, "The cotton plantations in many parts of the South were wholly in the hands of the Jews, and as a consequence, slavery found its advocates among them."
In the days that we live, there's nothing more important than this Melchizedek message to the true Shemites. Because this Melchizedek message of the true Shemites is the solution. It is the solution to the Palestinian problem. It is the solution to the Black Lives Matter that is being fomented by the synagogue of Satan. It is the solution to racial tensions, segregation, that is all part of the synagogue of Satan's plot for Yahweh's people to fight amongst themselves based upon the color of our skin. That is ridiculous, but that is what they want so that we keep our minds off of them as the true slavers.
The Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. And some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
On the plane on the way here a couple of days ago, I was rereading a dissertation, a PhD dissertation from 1977 by a man called Harold D. Brackman, who is a functionary of the Simon Wiesenthal Center of all places. And he did a PhD dissertation detailing Black-Jewish relations from ancient times up to 1900. And he actually mentions in his dissertation, he acknowledges the fact that Jews were the principal slave traders in the world for several hundred years. Although in typical fashion, he puts a very interesting spin on it. He acknowledges, as I guess he has to, the Jews were the major slave traders in the world, trading slaves everywhere from Russia to Western Europe, to India, to China. But he says that they dominated the world trade only for a few hundred years, only. He says they were the main slave traders from the 8th century to the 12th century, but that was no big thing. It was only a few hundred years.
And this will be like showing a vampire the cross or throwing holy water on a vampire. See, because the worst thing that a deceiver wants is for the people deceived to find the truth. Black folk picking cotton. Listen good now. Cotton was then what oil is now. The largest producer of oil in the world are the rich ones, and the strategic interests of America means in order for them to rule, they have to link with where the oil is coming from and take it or maneuver to get it, but they must have oil. In the time of slavery, it was cotton. And it's interesting that the cotton would come down the Mississippi, New Orleans to the Gulf, from Biloxi, Mississippi, and from Mobile, Alabama. And the cotton would come down and go up to New York, where the brethren of the Jewish people in the South, in the North, were the masters of the needle trades. And they had their brothers also in the South taking the lint from the cotton and producing cloth through weaving. But these were Jewish people owning the land. They were the majority. They were the merchants. They were the traders. They knew how to hook up with their brethren in the North, and they would send raw cotton to the mills in England, in Manchester, Leeds, and Bristol, and the British would turn it into cloth and then sell it all over the world. The Rothschilds became rich from cotton. The Lehman Brothers became rich from cotton in Alabama, then moved to New York and Wall Street. I know the truth, and somebody gotta tell it or die trying.
Ms. Matty, I do try. I listen to other people saying slavery this, slavery that. Well, I like to get the real history out there, the real facts out there. Instead of what we've been told over the years. Yeah, I've said it many times, Blunt, and I've been shut down for saying it many times, and people don't believe you. I mean, say, but I can bring the evidence, and they don't want to hear the evidence.
The worst thing that a deceiver wants is for the people deceived to find the truth.
Who are the biggest slavers in the 16th century? The Ashkenazi.
Black people being brought over from Africa to America in the holds of ships. Who owned the insurance companies? Who owned the ships?
People don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
I know the truth, and somebody gotta tell it or die trying.
Wasn't that depicting the Frank, the false diarist? Yeah, 150. Hey, AJ. Yeah, 150 million he turned down, didn't he? Shortly before his demise. Yeah. They turned it down and called them out. Yep, that's right, Mrs. B. Yep, Hollywood. Cast a spell. Holly wood. Wands were made of wood. Hollywood. To cast spells. What does Hollywood does? Cast spells for people to watch and believe everything. And see how many people in Hollywood, you watch a movie now and you watch the titles at the end and you look at all the different names and you think, fuck me, man, how many of them in this film are actually not America? Or not British? I got to jump a bit in a minute because it's going to show some gross Palestinian stuff. Well, I say gross, but I mean it's real gore. Oh, Spielberg.
Jews are the carry-on birds of humanity. They are a state within a state. They are most certainly not real citizens. The evil Jews do not stem from individuals, but from the fundamental nature of these people. Napoleon Bonaparte. Carry-on birds are scavengers that eat already dead and even decaying meat from other animals. In per capita terms, Jews are the greatest mass murderers of the 20th century, holding that unfortunate distinction by an enormous margin, and with no other nationality coming even remotely close. And yet, by the astonishing alchemy of Hollywood, the greatest killers of the last 100 years have somehow been transmuted into being seen as the greatest victims, a transformation so seemingly implausible that future generations will surely be left gasping in awe.
There's even more now, isn't it? Yeah. Might have to jump a bit because I know what's coming up. Well, maybe not. Maybe I jumped the gun. Maybe it's after this one. Oh.
The Jews are the carry-on birds of humanity. They are a state within a state. They are most certainly not real citizens. The evil Jews do not stem from individuals, but from the fundamental nature of these people. Napoleon Bonaparte. Carry-on birds are scavengers that eat already dead and even decaying meat from other animals. In per capita terms, Jews are the greatest mass murderers of the 20th century, holding that unfortunate distinction by an enormous margin, and with no other nationality coming even remotely close. And yet, by the astonishing alchemy of Hollywood, the greatest killers of the last 100 years have somehow been transmuted into being seen as the greatest victims, a transformation so seemingly implausible that future generations will surely be left gasping in awe.
Oh. Except for Grant, I mean, all these statements are made by Jewish people. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's it, Blunt. You know, but you know, you got Tommy 10 Names singing their praises, and you got all the Tommy Tards licking his fucking hoop. You know, we all know what the Talmud thinks of Jesus. You know what Christ is. We all know what the Jews think of Christ. You know, they think he's burning in boiling excrement, don't they? And he goes over there doing all his silly little fucking live streams. You know, I got all that to go through. And then he's gonna, what's he gonna do? You know, he sat there and he licked the fucking hoop at them all in Israel. Got slapped about by them. Got told them that fucking Britain turned their backs. It wasn't Britain that turned their backs. It was the fucking Zionists that turned their backs on the fucking Jews. And I'll show you that in a minute. And the Zionists teamed up with fucking Adolf. Ben-Gurion, Herzl, all of them, all your original Zionists, they all teamed up. They wanted to see the suffering of the Jews, not the Zionists, because they aren't Jews. Yeah, Britons have a special place in hell. And then he comes back, and what's he doing? Hey, let's bring Christ back into Christmas. He wouldn't have said that in Israel, would he, after he got paid, what, 11 grand a month, was it? 11 grand a month is he getting paid now? Or did they give him a lump sum?
Ron Oons, the Oons Review, 2018.
You know, that was 2018. The Uns did the review. Just imagine what it would say now.
Christianity will die, the spirit will depart from the nations in our part of the world, and our present dubious democracy will be supplanted by a vast theocratic state. Despiritualized and uprooted, homeless and lonely, yesterday's masters of the world will become slaves in all but name. Israel Shamir, Kabbalah of Power.
Your one world government, your new world order. Why did Trump make Jerusalem the capital? Why did that little white-haired woman and a disabled husband, well, they donated the most money the first time round when he come into power, and he promised them that he'd make Jerusalem the capital and all that lot. Dingy Dan, I've played all that. I've played all the 9/11. I played all the 7/7. I've played it all on here before. is all in my playlist on my other lives. Right, I think I need to jump a bit now. That's it.
About the economic pressures. I'm talking about the politics of any geographical area, nation. I'm talking about the politics of any institution that you may have anything to do with and that you step into, such as academia, law enforcement, the legal system, government, civil service. They all function under the same deviant Jew politics.
White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. That's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None. White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more.
You see that? Well, that's obviously in America, and Biden's completely off his tits anyway, you know. But look at the UK. Right, look at the UK. You got a white person writes a tweet, or you got a white person goes to a demonstration, and they get jailed. But then you get one of these visitors commit a crime. Nothing. Nothing. Judges. Nothing. Up and down the country, you see it. Mimi. Oh, I'm just glad that down here they're giving out fucking big sentences still. 88% of the UK is white. Is it? So who's the percentage walking around with machetes, swords? What percentage of the country are they?
We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None.
Get up, bro. Hurry up. When it's up your ass again. No, y'all got it.
Yeah, I just looked it up myself as well, Mrs. B. 74.4% of the population in England and Wales identified as white British. And that was 2021. So that was back in 2021. So that's 4 years out of date.
think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism.
Here she is, the one with the greatest speech, the one that hides in Sweden, that funds lots of it through Pegida, Israel Aid, pays for the illegal settlements.
Because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Now, this Zionist boasts that Jews are leading the efforts for mass immigration and multiculturalism in Europe. Well, the Zionists have already ethnically cleansed the Palestinians. Why not do the same thing to Europeans and Americans? Barbara Specter says Europeans resent the Jewish role in leading the ethnic cleansing of the European people. And you know, she's right. We resent the hell out of it. My question to her is, what the hell are you doing in Sweden anyway? If you love Israel so much, go to Israel and take your multicultural propaganda with you. Your Zionist racist state of Israel proclaims itself an exclusively Jewish state. It is the world's most restrictive immigration laws. A Jew in Sweden, or for that matter in Australia, who's never stepped one foot in Israel, can get boxfuls of money to move to Israel, while Palestinians can't even return to the homes they were born in. Why doesn't this Jewish racist protest the segregation of non-Jews that goes on in Israel in housing, whole towns, settlements, schools, and businesses, and even in the occupied territories that they stole from the Palestinians? Why won't the media expose Israel as it condemned South African segregation? Why does this Jewish hypocrite try to destroy the harmony and beautiful heritage Sweden has enjoyed for thousands of years? What really motivates her and the rest of these Jewish supremacists?
Here you go. You got people coming in now. Take a look at this. A lot of young adult men being let through now. So every person who was just let through is appears to be a single adult male.
So we are just on the Texas side of the Rio Grande River at about the point where thousands and thousands of Haitians are crossing over into the city of Del Rio. And there are over 10,000 now that are just being allowed to pour over the border. They seem to mostly be Haitians. There's also some Cubans among them, but really a vast majority of them seem to be Haitian, the ones that I've talked to. That right there is the international bridge, providing some shelter and cover for these immigrants who are being allowed to just cross over.
Where there is a denial of reality, the lack of acceptance of the normie is when you suggest that a complete race of individuals, specifically one race, one entire race, working as a monolith and ideologically driven to commit all these acts and to control the world. Doesn't that sound fucking preposterous? And we all wish that it was. See, they don't know the Jew. They don't know what tikkun olam means.
You want to know what tikkun olam is? This is a good share to go out and tell the world, right? Tikkun olam, as they call it. You want to know what tikkun olam is? When Klal Yisrael rules the world, when Klal Yisrael is supreme and the nations of the world are subject to the Jewish people and under the umbrella of the Jewish people, they have rectification, they have tikkun. That's tikkun olam. Tikkun olam is not teaching about recycling. Recycling is not tikkun olam. Tikkun olam is not save the planet. Tikkun olam is not the ozone. Tikkun olam is when Jews are shomrei Torah u'mitzvos, and the Gentiles recognize the supremacy of the Jewish people, and they assist us. That's tikkun olam. That's what the Ramchal says. Okay? The Ramchal continues. Everyone is better off when Klal Yisrael is supreme. Why? Well, because then Klal Yisrael generates more Kedusha, and then the nations of the world are subject to the Jewish people, and they could then hang their hats on the Jewish people. In other words, a guy has tikkun when he's able to recognize the supremacy of the Jewish people and try to assist the Jewish people in any way. So therefore, the Jewish people are elevated, and the nations of the world are elevated. It's good for everyone. It's good for the Jews. It's good for the non-Jews. This is not central battle in this universe. When Klal Yisrael is supreme, they generate Kedusha, they're elevated, the nations of the world recognize that, they're subject to us, they assist us, and they're elevated. But when the Jewish people are not fulfilling the Torah, and we are not who we're supposed to be, then the Gentiles have no one to hang their hat on, they have nothing to exist for, and their existence is rendered not meaningful.
They don't know that the Jew is spiritually driven to commit what most non-Jews would consider evil incessantly without stopping throughout the centuries. To do what a Jew is supposed to do. The normie is ignorant. The normie is uneducated. The normie is indoctrinated. See, that's too much. That's incomprehensible. Totally crossing the line. Totally. That's impossible for the normie to believe or to even contemplate. Listen carefully. When you suggest that it's not selected few individuals, evil individuals that are doing it, if you tell them it's not specific individuals, tell them it's an entire race. Did you hear what I said, brother-in-law? It's one specific race and no one else. Not individuals, a whole race. If you say that this character is evil and responsible, and that character is evil and responsible, and you know that billionaire, ugly, Hermit the Frog sounding guy in a sweater, yes, he's the main guy, you're going to get agreement. But then when you put it together for them and say, do you know what they all have in common? And then you say to them, do you know why? It's an ideology. It's written, as my previous lecture suggested, it's written. It's written for them to do exactly what they're doing to you and to us. It's written. It's not one individual. It's not the old creepy guy who pretends to be an immunology expert, or the other creepy guy that pretends to be a software engineer that he never was. He's a total fraud, like Freud. and Einstein. It's not just them.
That's fact.
It's the race. And they gotta do what they gotta do.
It's the end of days. You're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the West, Europe, and the Americas, to get intermixed with Ishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the West, and the East, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. And they're going to have children, you know, I don't want to say by the dozens, but they're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number. And there are many different sources for this. One of them in Yehezkel, chapter 14, and many other sources as far as this is concerned, where it's mentioned very, very vividly what will happen to the Jews and what will happen to Yerushalayim and what will happen to the world at that time, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along, fulfillment of the Hazal and the prophecies. This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
It is the new island. It's the new island of new, different diversities, multicultural people, Filipinos, Spanish, Africans, mixed people. I met a girl the other day, and I was like, "Where are you from?" She goes, "My man's from China, and my dad is from Africa." I'm like, "Whoa, Ireland is unique now. We're mixed." Because I can imagine in 10 years' time, there's going to be Barack Obamas walking around, Beyonce's, and different sorts, mixture of people. So the whites are going extinct here now. So we're taking over.
In the Torah, we had Amalek. Amalek is seen as the eternal enemy of our people, whose members found strength by making us suffer. Therefore, when the Lord your God grants you safety from all your enemies around you, and the land that the Lord your God is giving to you as a hereditary portion, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. Our rabbinic scholars parse these sentences and derive two distinct meanings. Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command, literally to destroy Amalek. Now facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it. That means coming off the bench in the fight against white supremacy. It means putting our reputations and our money and our physical bodies on the line. But also so that we are ready to answer people with radically destructive and incoherent versions of history, so that we can counter white supremacists, so that we can counter Amalek and blot them out by retaining on our lips and in our records their history.
You've talked about DEI and woke policies in the Home Office and other parts of the government. Anti-white rhetoric has been on the rise in recent years, talk of white resentment. I know that your own party was teaching candidates about so-called white resentment in their DEI training. And recently, the RAF was found to have discriminated against white men, 160 pilots. Do you think that anti-white discrimination is systemic in Britain?
We've got to stop telling the British people that they are racist.
Yeah, how much money did you take from Conservative Friends of Israel?
Guilt white people and branding. We've got to stop branding all English people as racist. This concept of white privilege is a nonsense to me. Say that to the white working class boys in Britain who are the most underachieving when it comes to literacy and numeracy and school outcomes. Say that to young girls in some northern city towns who were raped and abused by gangs of largely Pakistani Muslim men. So I think we need to stop, gaslighting the British people. We need to be honest. Now, my you know, what I've sought to do.
And how many years did you shut your eyes?
Before I was a minister, is to tell the truth. And some of these truths are really uncomfortable. They don't earn me any favors and they don't make my life very easy, I've got to say. In my party, we have a tendency we like to shoot the messenger. But I'm going to keep saying these things because people need to hear them. You know, when I spoke out about grooming gangs, I was vilified. But I'll do it again because I'll never forget meeting those young women in Rotherham and Rotherham and Rochdale, and those women who had been raped, who had been abused, who had their lives.
It's exactly that November Man.
About their experiences and how the authorities turned a blind eye, how the police, how social workers, how teachers,
and yourself
should have known better, simply chose to ignore what was happening because
you chose to ignore.
So we have an entire program called Immigration Nation, and we're trying to make sure that the Jewish community steps up to the plate and the broader interfaith community.
Middle East correspondent Ariel Osurandid, detail just what role did Israel have in this?
So there's still emerging details from this, but what we know, as you mentioned, 41 Afghans evacuated through Tajikistan, which borders with Afghanistan, to the UAE, and from there they will continue to Canada. Now, I-24 News has learned that the sides negotiated with the Taliban to enable this evacuation. We're talking about sides involved, the US, the UK, and an Israeli humanitarian organization.
Tell us a little bit about the efforts of your organization and how you do it. I'm sure it's a very complicated mission these days.
It is. It's extremely chaotic. Shy Fund is working cooperatively with a consortium of other NGOs to organize the evacuation effort out of Kabul, Afghanistan. We specifically are working with grassroots foundations on the ground.
And how do you do it from here in Israel? I know the NGO is actually registered in the US, correct?
That's correct.
But still, some of the work, I guess, or some of the efforts are done from here. How do you guys do it? And what is your specific part?
Well, her husband's Israeli and he dingy jump.
Who do you partner with? Who actually operates these flights?
We're partnering with a number of
Didn't he own Mercedes or something?
Who are organizing the flights. We're also partnering with a lot of NGOs and organizations on the ground in Kabul, and they are communicating with us the list of people and people that they know who worked with them to specifically get them out. Other than that, I unfortunately can't really divulge the modus operandi.
Got them out, but they weren't allowed to go to Israel, are they? Yep, exactly. Oh, Blunt, they wore them with pride prior to the Second World War. They wore them with pride. They used them in their demonstrations. See, all these rabbis, they all want them to go everywhere else, but they ain't allowed to go to Israel. No. 10,000 legitimate refugees in the next 6 months. Minimum.
Task is to bring this minority together in such a way that it makes it impossible
for the legacy of whiteness to continue to reproduce itself.
Every ism except Nazism was founded and or led disproportionately by Jews. You name it. Mark.
But Nazism was Konrad Hayden. He was a Jewish communist, and he credited, or he was the one that used the word or the term Nazi. He was the one credited, Konrad Hayden. And prior to it being used against the Germans and the National Party, it actually meant and described Ashkenazi Jews as cruel, untrustworthy simpletons or idiots. And it was Australian Bavarian. And that's where the word came from. And Konrad Hayden used it against Germany, a communist Jew. He coined the phrase Nazi. Don't become a monster to fight the monsters. Well, the Zionists did become monsters to fight the monsters. They supported the monster. You know, what we were taught in school, that Adolf was the monster, the Zionists used the monsters and backed the monster. Well, Maduro, you got to feel sorry for him, haven't you? You know, what America's doing to Maduro, you know, they want the Venezuelan oil, don't they? Old Donald wants Venezuelan oil. Making up the lies about the cocaine, and then making up, he tweeted, and now he's walked back his tweets, hasn't he? Or not his tweets, is on his own platform. I can't remember what his stupid platform's called. Orange Man, you know, and his little war cabinet man, you know, where there were survivors on that boat. So they turned around and they shot them again, didn't they? And killed the survivors, because the fishing survivors, you know, they can't possibly survive and tell the truth.
Marxism, humanism, socialism, environmentalism, feminism, Jews. It's the Jews.
Yes, Bob. I am a Cornish pirate. Israel NGO sending team to help refugees in Europe. Israel Aid chief says that as a nation that suffered the atrocities of the Holocaust, we cannot extend a hand to help. We can't not extend. Who are? All right, my handsome. Is Cornish guy anti-Israel? Depends what Israel you're talking about. The real Jews are anti-Israel. Israel doesn't represent them, is what they're stating. The Star of Rampham doesn't represent them. So that's Israel. That's what Israel think of them.
told, we are commanded by Hashem to make real and apparent in this world all aspects of the Torah, all the entire plan that Hashem lays out for us in the Torah, that is laid out for us in the Nevi'im. It is.
No, I'm a Cornish nationalist. And I'm agnostic.
Our duty and our responsibility.
But what I'm showing, Bob, ,99% of everything I've shown is coming from Jewish people. They're the ones giving the evidence. They're the ones speaking out about it. Not me. They're the ones speaking out about it. I'm just playing the information.
Our destiny to make this happen in the real world.
I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of they motherfucking rabbis? Fuck you and your rabbi.
Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with the members of the dark races. The white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, Budapest, 1952.
Near Penzance, Bob. I was actually born in Newlyn. I mean, this is another rabbi. Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with members of the dark races. The white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich. 1957, Council of the European Rabbis.
Game recognized gang.
Said it takes one to know one.
Game recognized gang.
It takes one to know one.
I recognize gang.
Said it takes one to know one.
You better recognize gang.
You want me to behave, or you can't go and say you ain't gon' have me in shame. 'Cause you can play that game on play your love for sure. I just want you to know you can go do your thing, but you can play that game, baby. No, go play your game. Go play your game, babe. I'll play my game. I'll play my game, babe.
It's business. It worked out.
Yeah, work with me, Shmolo.
Yes.
Listen, don't worry. I'm taking good care of you here. Yeah. What's that? What's that? For your considerable trouble. As the Talmud says.
I don't give a shit what he says.
As the Talmud says.
I don't give a shit what he says, okay? Now you listen to me.
The Jew with the black clothes and the curls and everything.
They're called Hasidim. I see them, but I don't believe them.
Go play your game. Go play your game, babe. I'll play my game. I'll play my game, babe.
All day.
all those adverts with the Jews, you know, saying have a bit of black, blah blah blah. If you go and Google half of those names, not one of them's married to a black man. Emma Short's her husband's called Doug.
This is just such an odd combination on my father's side of the Germany and the South. Yeah. Two places that we have fought against as a country.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness. I hope no slaves show up on this.
Please turn the page. Now, Larry, this is another part of the 18th century.
Oh, you did it! You did it! I knew it! I knew it! Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Boy.
That's unbelievable.
Oh boy, name of the slave owner, Henry Bernstein. My great-grandfather was a slave owner. Slaves, one female, age 4, mulatto, one female, age 17, mulatto. Oh.
Why did he have a 4-year-old slave? How did he buy a 4-year-old slave? Strange.
Why decide to write a book titled Contagion Myth?
Through understanding the history of contagion, we understand really how we got to the present day. But then I had an experience that I would say changed my life.
What are your thoughts with COVID and coronavirus? Are you someone that trusts taking a vaccine, or there's no way in the world you're going to touch a vaccine?
All of the tests are meaningless. All of the numbers are meaningless. There is no possible way that COVID-19 is caused by this coronavirus.
How do I get sick? I can't give my germ to somebody else. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. What it proves is you can't give sickness to somebody else.
A little bit complicated, but I'm trying to up my intelligence, so keep going.
If you look at a cookbook from 1920, butter, lard, and eggs. Nobody had heart attacks. We're thinking one person is sick, another person gets sick, there must be something spread. And that observation is what's called epidemiological observation. Now, I just want to point out something here, that this contagion theory was applied to the following disease. There was a bunch of sailors who got sick, and one sailor after another got sick, and their teeth fell out, and then they went into heart failure and died. And this happened into thousands and thousands of people. And it was usually one ship after another. And for 100 years, they said this must be contagious. And then somebody ate a lime and the whole thing went away because it turns out it was scurvy. And the reason I point that out is epidemiological observations, like this person got sick and then somebody else got sick, is well accepted in medicine. That is not how we prove causation. And you hear this now all the time. Well, a lot of people in one place got sick, so it must be a virus. Well, a lot, they blew a bomb off in Hiroshima. A lot of people got sick, and nobody thinks that was a virus. Or they'll say, if it spreads from one place to another, that proves it's a virus. So I'm sure you remember Chernobyl. There was a nuclear accident. A lot of people died. It started spreading into Eastern Europe and then Western Europe. A lot of people got sick. And as far as I can tell, that's no evidence that that was a virus. In other words, the idea that a lot of people in Iran or Turkey or Spain or the nursing home or the cruise ship or the whatever got sick, my Aunt Bessie went to a party. Those are epidemiological observations, the purpose of which is to generate theories which can be tested for causation, period. And I would agree 100% that we had enough evidence with contagion that we should investigate for an infectious cause or an unseen agent. Now, that's what Louis Pasteur famously did. He said, there's all these people, and in fact, what he used was the case of sheep and said, there's all these sheep getting sick, one sheep after another. Sometimes the people who were handling the sheep got sick. So there must be something that's passed. They then had invented the microscope. So the first eureka moment in history then is they could see this bacteria under the microscope. And they saw the bacteria in the sheep, and they saw it in the next sheep who got sick. End of story. That's what caused the sheep to get sick, called anthrax. But here's what happened then. Pasteur isolated the anthrax bacteria from the sheep, right? So he took them out, and he gave them to other sheep, and none of them got sick. None of the people got sick. Now, here's the way I think people should understand this. Imagine you have a cow, and you don't feed the cow proper food, which is grass, right? You feed it cardboard and dead cow parts, and and you soak it in glyphosate and tick poisons, etc. All that stuff comes out in the milk. Now, then somebody drinks the milk and gets sick. That's contagion, right?
That's exactly what they're feeding the cows now. And Skittles and sweets. They're putting it all in their corn. They're not even grass feeding them. All the big factory places.
And then you look in the milk and you see a bacteria called Listeria. And you say, okay, that may be the causative agent. And then you look in the stool of the person and they also have Listeria. End of story. And so the Listeria, you drank Listeria, it made you sick. Now, unfortunately, though, or maybe fortunately, there's another explanation for that, which is the cow was sick, the milk, the poisons went into the milk. The role of bacteria in nature is to biodegrade poisons, right? If you have a compost pile and you put dead squirrels in it, you'll get bacteria to eat the squirrels. If you have a pond and you put poisons in it, you get algae growth that eat the poisons. If you have a forest and you cut the trees down, the algae and the fungus and the bacteria eat the dead trees. That's called biology. That's called bioremediation. So how do you know that the Listeria isn't there to digest the poisons in the milk? So we have two very clear explanations for what may have happened, right? It's either the bacteria or it's the poison, and the bacteria are not causing anything. They're just helping you out by eating the poisons, as they do in nature. Now, what I tell people is this is what Pasteur and his colleagues did for 40 years, because there's a very simple way to sort this out. All you have to do is isolate the Listeria from the milk, right? You can't give them all the milk because then you don't know if the poison's in it. Isolate the Listeria, give that to a bunch of animals, see what happens. That's what they did for 40 years.
Bob, What does it matter? I don't know who you are, but it don't matter what any of our religions are. It don't matter anything. You ain't gonna get no reactions. We're listening to the words of rabbis. We're listening to the Jewish words. We're listening to words that they believe is their truth. Not my truth, their truth. So stop with the personal questions. If you're interested, then watch. If you're not interested, then leave. And Captain the First, no personal attacks.
Years, and as far as I can tell from the medical literature, no animal or person gets sick.
Which is exactly what I've been doing for the last 2 months. Challenging everything and going down rabbit holes. Bye, Bob.
The Jew can grow money on trees, so that's not an issue. The Jew has all the money in the world, controls all the money in the world. Everything the way it works, the stock markets and commodities and currencies and banking type, all the insurance companies internationally, the Jew owns and controls all of that. The Jew designed it all. You are living and functioning under a Jew system, the central banks, and that's how the Jew controls every single nation.
The usury.
Every country. Immiserate their entire populations because
And
of
every
this new
single
scheme
every
that's going
single
on, COVID.
world leader that
Israel
tried to set up without the usury, what happened to them?
And of course it's safe and effective because guess what? Israel designed and is manufacturing the vaccine to save humanity because they all work for the Jew. All of them. In lockstep.
It's called. And what happened years before? What happened years before? Adverts, adverts, adverts everywhere. DNA. check what the fucking hell was it called again? No, this is one of them, Blunt. This is one by Dom Documents. No, when everybody studied their parentage and their grandparents and their what the hell was it called? And everybody, you know, they sent their DNA away to come back with all their family tree. What do they call it? And it was all run by Ancestry.com, yeah. And it was all run by Israeli companies because they wanted all that DNA. Oh, 23andMe, that's a good one. I got 23andMe on here in a minute, Blunt. I got 23andMe on here in a minute, showing the DNA and showing Palestinians the original Israelites, or the family that was born to the Israelites, not the Ashkenazis, but them. We'll play that in a minute. This all goes on about COVID. Do we want to know about COVID? We don't want to know about COVID now, do we? Was it? Everybody that did that DNA thing, your Ancestry.com and all that lot, they've got your DNA. Every person that's in the police national computer, all that DNA was sent off. Most of the police forces now are using AI to find out whether you committed a crime or not, and that's all run by an Israeli. Well, some are Khazarians and some aren't. Yeah, they sell all that data as well. Yeah, but Iran blew up their laboratory, didn't it? Their big laboratory that went down into the ground. It had all of everything in it. It looked like the Tower of Babel. Their laboratory did. No, I haven't read it, Method. I'm presently reading Shlomo Sand's book. The Invention of the Jewish People by Shlomo Sand. Let's see.
Lockstep. And this is a phrase that I used right after 2001 when I saw the entire system of the United States, including the population, were in lockstep. So the Congress went along, and yes, it was Osama bin Laden, and the people waved their flag and said, I hate, and everything was in lockstep. Well, in 2010, they published this, Rockefeller Foundation, and here's what they're saying. They call it a scenario. These are scenario narratives, and they speak about it in the past tense. So they put out this scenario, lockstep. A world of tighter, top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Okay, I'll read a little bit of it. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years, nobody was anticipating a pandemic, finally hit.
That was when they first tried to release the COVID. Remember The Olympic Games? Was it the Olympic Games or was it the Commonwealth Games? Shlomo, S-H-L-O-M-O, Shlomo Sand. It'll be in another video in a minute that I play. It's called The Invention of the Jewish People. #1 seller in Israel. Yeah, exactly, Blunt. And yeah, the biolabs in Ukraine. A lot of the stuff in Ukraine, in the biolabs in Ukraine, was used on the Azov Battalion. We all know about the Azov Battalion prior to the special military operation. So this is talking about lockstep, all the countries going into lockstep. How to control its citizens.
Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain originating from wild geese, they use some scenario, but this is Ebola they're talking about.
Ahead.
Even the most pandemic-prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months, the majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. You can see that agenda. Just naked, raw, naked control agenda written down, and it's anybody's guess how this becomes effectuated in real life. So whether this is written specifically as marching orders or whether people take it upon themselves in the intelligence networks to say, okay, well, this has been produced, so this is the plan here. But these narratives have to be written in advance because the intelligence agencies don't know how to do these narratives. They need help. So these think tanks, they come up with these like Rand Corporation, Rockefeller Foundation. These are think tanks of death. They're not the think tanks. They're not there to find great ways to help people. Right? Okay. The pandemic also had a deadly effect.
Yeah, there was a lot of it led back to DARPA, Michael. Oh yeah, Peter Thiel, yeah, he's a complete psycho.
Effect on economics, international mobility.
Our government is using him.
Of both people and goods screeched to a halt, right? Which is what they want. They want a completely isolated world, right? Debilitating industries like tourism and
Remember, this was in 2012. Does anybody remember all these people dying in 2012? You know, and this interview was in 2014.
Global supply chains. Well, of course they want tourism stopped because they're not in the tourism business, and they want you at home in your house in front of the TV. Then they got you because once you watch the TV, they own your soul. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offices sat empty for months. Okay, so I love how they talk about it in the past tense in 2010. Right? The pandemic blanketed the planet, though disproportionate numbers in Africa died. Southeast Asia and Central America, where the virus spread like wildfire.
It sounds like the opening monologue of a disaster movie, right?
Exactly. Now listen, here's the good stuff now. But even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. Now here's this one. I love this one. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging, in quotation marks, strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniencies. So they should have been tougher, right? Accelerating the spread of the virus, not just within the United States, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better. China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives, stopping the spread of virus far earlier than in other countries. So the message is here is we have to look towards the Chinese, the oppressive totalitarian. Yeah, Chinese regime as an example of what we need to be doing here. And of course, the ruling class here loves the Chinese regime because they have demonstrated to the ruling class the most efficient form of capitalism, which is authoritarian capitalism. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their muscles, flexed their authority, and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces. What they're saying is they're building a system where every move you make, you got to go through them. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified. In order to protect themselves from the spread of increasingly global problems, from pandemics and national terrorism to environmental crisis and rising poverty, leaders around the world took a firmer grip on power. Well, what the hell would rising poverty have anything to do with imposing strict citizen controls with face masks? So they're very sloppy stuff here. At first, the notion of a more controlled world gained wide acceptance and approval. Citizens willingly gave up some of their sovereignty and their privacy to more paternalistic states in exchange for greater safety and stability. I mean, that's just a complete naked contradiction to the famous saying that if you think you're going to give up a little bit of security, I mean, if you're going to give up your freedom for security, you're going to get neither. That's the long-standing thing. And here, what they're doing is they're not even ashamed or embarrassed to absolutely say the exact opposite. They're saying, yes, we all want to give up our privacy and sovereignty for more stability and security and stability. So you don't get that. When you give it up like that, you get the shaft. Two more documents. Keep it zoomed. We have the National Security Memorandum of December 10th, 1974. This is Henry Kissinger's brainchild. The National Security Memorandum number 200. You can look that up on your internet. I'll summarize it. He says that there's too many people. We got to get rid of the population. So to answer your question,
from earlier.
Yeah, he says he used the word depopulation, which is different. Depopulation means killing people that already exist, and it's to get the minerals because we need the minerals. And here's another one. The CDC has a patent on Ebola. They patented it. Yeah? Right. So basically, if you want to get a cure for your Ebola, you got to go.
It says it right up here, right? It says human Ebola virus species and compositions and methods thereof, and it's a patent.
It's a patent. They patented the main strain plus something like 17 other strains of it. So they own it. They want to get more control, more curfew, and it's going to be curfews and quarantine. So what I'm saying is that unless the American people start to get some new way to revolt, a new way to organize, new way to protest, unless we can break through the apathy, because that's what we have here, then it's going to be a slave state here. The ruling class doesn't seem to have too much resistance. They're getting everything on their Christmas shopping list, and they've been wanting quarantines and curfews for a long time. Now they got it. And if you want to live in a world where you're tricked into all this stuff because it's for your safety, right? And if you want to have a probe and make sure you got to check your pockets, make sure you don't have anything incriminating on you before you go out, and when you step out of your house, you want some police there to monitor and see what you're doing. If that's the world you want to live in, be apathetic, don't do anything. You're going to get that world very soon. It's coming your way, definitely.
Whatever agenda the Jew invents and implements, you have no right to resist it or to not follow it, the Jew agenda, whatever it is, however abusive, authoritarian, however disgracing it is, demeaning it is, blasphemous, depraved, ridiculous, ludicrous, insane, if you don't follow the Jew agenda, regardless of how illogical, if you don't follow it, the Jew agenda, you're an anti-Semite. You're an enemy of the Jews.
Yours is a voice of criticism we don't often hear in the United States. Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against
Why has it
policies
gone
of
black?
the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then there are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they're strong in this country, as you know. They have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitic.
She left the Israeli government to set up a big foundation where she raises money all over the world for the illegal settlements in Israel. That's it, Mrs. B. Everything that's been said so far has been said by Jewish people. Their own statements, their own interviews.
And to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
And there's Orwell writing this, which was supposed to be in the future, but it was not really the future. He was right then and there. I mean, just remember that the Germans were being genocided as Orwell was writing that book. Right when he finished that book, the Germans, all of Germany was going to be exterminated by the Jew. And the American knew nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. How can I have respect?
Judea declared war on Germany. Judea declared war on Germany. I'll show the newspapers in a minute.
Respect for these people. I ask you, how can I? It's just amazing. So all Orwell was doing is just documenting what he was seeing. And it was classified.
I do method. They're in my family. But they're anti-Zionists. And you'll find the true practicing Jews are anti-Zionists. And the Orthodox Jews, they're the ones that really call it all out. They're the ones that will burn the flag so that Israel doesn't represent them.
It is some kind of a futuristic dystopian fantasy. But Orwell knew the Jew. See?
Nazis were enemies of communism. Communism killed hundreds of millions. Hitler.
Hey up, Max. No, I'm still alive, mate. I've just been down deep rabbit holes.
Allegedly killed 6 million Jews. It's untrue. It's just not true. It's a fabrication. That so-called Holocaust is quite simply a fabrication. You can spend a couple of hours on the internet, and if you seek out the revisionists, the best revisionists, you'll see all the evidence points one way, and all of the emotion points in the other way. The emotion fully backs 6 million Jews were killed in gas chambers by the Nazis. Ooh. All the emotions on one side, all the evidence is on the other. How on earth, in a couple of years, do you cremate 6 million corpses? It's not possible. With the number of gas ovens that they had at the most at Auschwitz or anywhere, the evidence is just absolutely against every time. But minds no longer run on evidence. People's minds today are gone. They watch soap operas and TV. It's all emotion, emotion, emotion. And then the Holocaust is true. Or it seems true, defined by emotion. What makes me feel chocolate is true. What makes me feel uncomfortable because it goes against what I think is not necessarily true or untrue. What does truth depend on? It depends on the evidence. Who still today has minds that run on evidence? Not many. People's minds, people don't think. They don't want to think. And quite honestly, they're incapable of thinking. And guess what? Their education today is made so that they won't think. In the old days, you used to learn logic and you used to learn arguments and you used to so on. Today, no longer. No. You're taught to run on emotion. To make people run on emotion, and then they can't.
Oh, yeah, I saw that, Blunt. Well, I saw him. He was in Warsaw, wasn't he? Or Krakow. Got a link? Yep. 2 seconds. I'll try and remember how to do it. Yeah, I mean, Maverick went to Auschwitz last year. When I went to Auschwitz, compared to what the photographs that Maverick showed me, complete. Yeah, I got you, Max. Where are we looking?
Let's get the infinite machine going.
The camera's going all over the place.
How you been?
Yeah, not too bad.
No health problems?
Yeah, they're still ongoing. But hey, can't do anything about that, can you?
Hasn't slowed you down though, eh?
Nah.
That's good.
No, I just had a while off and done a bit more research and a bit going down more rabbit holes and what have you.
I like holes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I did see it all, Blunt, and I went into places because father-in-law is Polish, and we went into places that weren't on the visitation. When we was at Auschwitz, we had a little private tour.
Oh, did you go yourself? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
A few years ago now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Did you film it? Or what?
No. Didn't think of filming it at the time, but you could see what it was like. You know, you could see the shelves.
Yeah.
You know, you could see the false. You could see the false flooring where they stack things up, and then you could see curtain rings as gold rings. You know, you know, considering that Germany was supposed to have melted every bit of gold down to gold bars. Why was there so many gold rings? Why was there so many gold teeth, apparently? Right, that didn't actually get melted down. You know, you know, every single ring that you looked at through the little glass screens, looking into it.
Yeah, that should have been gone with the stolen Nazi gold, right?
Exactly. But every single ring that you looked at through the window, into where you was allowed to look into, obviously they put it out like a big Hollywood display, you know. But every single ring, so every single Jewish person has all got the same ring finger size. You know, women and men, you know, so you know, and then when Auschwitz was supposed to be liberated, right?
Yeah.
Where was all the fucking snow? Who stole the snow?
Oh, good. Yeah. They were liberated in November, right?
And in November, it's completely covered in snow. So who stole the freaking snow? Was the chimney attached to the building? No, the chimney wasn't attached to the building. There was. You did see two ovens. You did see a railway, a hand cart railway, which was very worn, where ovens were. But the ovens, if the ovens were to take a body, it would have been only one body. And then right next to where those ovens were was the German commander's bunks. Right, you could spit and you would hit all the bunk rooms, which the Germans, which was the Germans' bunks. Yeah. Well, it always has been. Although Poland does allow immigration, but obviously you've got to apply for a visa, and you've got to be self-sufficient. You've got to be a bit like going to Australia. Yeah, you've got to be self-sufficient.
They're preempting Poland for they want them to try to attack Russia.
Well, they've been trying that for 2 years.
Yeah.
They've been trying.
I don't think Poland's interested, you know. We really have to.
Well, Poland did buy loads of ammunition, loads of planes, loads of weapons, etc. off of Germany and off of Israel. Off of us in the UK. They did buy plenty, but everything they've bought, they've watched Russia blow up anyway, because every single country of NATO has sent different weapons, different armaments, different vehicles, tanks, etc. Have all sent it to Ukraine and watched Russia obliterate it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, maybe it's not for the Russians, maybe it's for the Europeans.
But they're obliterating it with a £199 drone.
Yeah.
Is obliterating millions of pounds worth of tanks.
Yeah.
Millions of pounds worth of what are your big armored APC carriers called? I can't remember. There was loads of them that all got blown up.
Yeah. U.S. thinks they're smart. They're going with this Valkyrie system where they have a plane surrounded by a bunch of drones. It's
yeah.
Why? Like each drone is like millions and millions of dollars, and the plane's a billion. You know, fucking waste of money. Going to get blown out of the sky in half a second by a bunch of mini drones.
Yeah, but what was funny was you've obviously got the Israeli firms in the UK building the Israeli drones and then shipping them out under the arms licenses. What was funny was a young lad built basically a Hermes drone, right?
Yeah.
With an engine and everything else in it. And they built it for less than 500 quid.
Yeah.
Right? Now these drones that they're building here and then sending out they cost millions.
Yeah.
And this kid builds one for 500 quid that does exactly the same job.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Off the small parts, they can build a DARPA dog, DARPA command dog for less than the military does.
Yeah. Poland was always anti-Semitic. Poland hasn't been anti-Semitic. Poland's always been anti-communist because it was under communism and it was wiped off the map due to communism and USSR and Germany. So it's been anti-communism, but obviously we know that communism stems from Jewish.
Right now, Poland seems kind of like separatists. They want to be independent and not involved in anybody's shit.
Well, they've been talking about Polexit for years, because they've been fined every year, month after month after month, for not allowing immigration.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
but you can't emigrate to Poland. I mean, I still joint own property in Poland, you know, so I could move to Poland tomorrow. If I stay on my British passport, then I can only stay there for 90 days at a time, then come home for a month, and then go back out there again for I think it's 30 days or 60 days. You have to stay out of Europe under the Chechen rule or Schengen rule or whatever it's called.
Okay. But you could move there permanently if you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
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 Might not be a bad option, really.
Well, everything's better over there.
Yeah. It would be. They haven't killed their economy, you know. Canada's going way down the tank. Even forestry is kind of going away, like pulp plants and paper mills and shit. They're all fucking fleeing. Like, you know, how ridiculous can you? How much more of a bellwether can you have? You know, fucking trees just grow on the land. They're free, and you'll even buy it. You know, so it's like dirt cheap. Because of our regulations and shit, and carbon bullshit. And yeah, the Liberals, if they stay in power, they could have us to hunting in the parks by I think it was 2030 or 2050. They said that we might be doing that, hunting for game in the parks because we're starving.
All right, let's see what else this priest has got to say before I go into the next videos. You only just popped in, have you?
Yeah.
You haven't. You've missed the last 3.5 hours or 4.
Yeah.
All right. It's been an eye opener.
I'll have to watch it. I'll have to go back.
It's all an eye opener, Ed.
Cannot understand how the Holocaust is not true because they're judging by emotion. But if you want to know whether the Holocaust is true or not, go by the evidence. Look up the evidence and you'll see, if you've got half a brain in your head, you'll see in a short space of time that the Holocaust is quite simply a fabrication. 6 million gassed. There wasn't one deadly gas chamber, or there wasn't one gas chamber in Nazi Germany which was killing human beings. Not one. What there was in the concentration camps were disinfection chambers where Cyclone B gas was used to delouse clothing of prisoners as they came into the camps. That there was. That there is the evidence for. The evidence of the prussic acid is a blue stain in the concrete of these disinfection chambers that you find. That is evidence. In the walls, it's evidence. But in the walls of the alleged gas chambers, often built after the war.
Have you been hit, November Man?
Sheer fabrication. But that's the stupidity of modern man. Modern man thinks he's so smart. He's got so many universities. Everybody now goes to university, and everybody becomes stupid at these modern universities. Who can deny it? I said that yesterday. I think that you come out of these modern universities with a degree in a circular shape, color black with 2 ears on top. They're Mickey Mouse degrees in these modern universities. They're not universities at all. They're the appearance of universities without the substance or reality. The whole of the modern world is appearances inherited from yesterday of a world that's disappearing and gone. It's been emptied out by those who have been clever enough to fool the masses. And we know who those who are clever enough to fool the masses. And the masses want to be fooled.
Herman Rosenblatt received international attention for his story about being a hungry little boy in a Nazi concentration camp who was thrown apples every day by a little girl on the other side of the fence. Years later, according to the story, Rosenblatt met that same girl on a blind date in New York City, and he proposed on the spot.
I used to come by every day, bring the apple, have in my jacket and a piece of bread, and he used to say, "I'll see you tomorrow."
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. They also got a book and movie deal. But the story wasn't true.
Why did you do it? Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie. It was my imagination. And in my imagination, in my mind, I believed it. Even now I believe it, that she was there and she threw the apple to me.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Rosenblatt says he made the story up to give people hope and to promote understanding about the Holocaust. But members of his own family say his real motivation was money.
So you were not motivated in any way by money?
No.
This is from your son. He said that he knew you were lying for years and he couldn't get you to stop. And here's his quote. "It was always hurtful. My father is a man who I don't know." How do you respond to that?
I don't know. I can't respond to it. I don't know why he said it. I don't know what. Maybe I'll ask him.
Herman and Roma Rosenblatt told their false story publicly for more than a decade, but it all fell apart about 6 weeks ago after Holocaust scholars proved that it was physically impossible for prisoners to approach the fence at the concentration camp where Herman was kept, and that Roma's family was actually more than 200 miles away at the time.
Why did your wife agree to go along with this? Did she ever express any reservations?
Because she loves me.
Why is she not here today?
Because I don't want her to be here today. It's too much going on.
Was it difficult for your wife to have to go out very publicly and tell a story that she knew wasn't true?
It was. But she loves me so much that if she thinks that's good for me, she'll go along.
Rosenblatt is remarkably unrepentant about his years of lying.
I pronounce my love for you forever.
When you look at that, does it make you uncomfortable at all?
No.
You think that was the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And while you were up on the stage there in front of all those people, in the back of your mind, were you not thinking,
no,
I'm not telling the truth here?
No.
Let me ask you just quickly about
I didn't hear you say you agreed to this. Do we agree to that? Is that
Our interview was frequently interrupted by this man, Harris Solomon, who says he is planning to produce a fictionalized movie account of Rosenblatt's story, despite complaints from critics. Rosenblatt says he wants people to know that he did what he did with good intentions.
So if you had to do it over again, would you tell the same story?
Yeah.
You would?
Yes.
And something I wanted to point out to you.
So he was probably told to tell the story.
Pictures
Yeah.
about the Russian liberation conflict.
And
There's never
he got
ever
paid.
snow. And the snow was honestly that high. And so I have some connection with the Russian embassy, and I was there once, and I said, something puzzles me. Those photos are fake.
Ah, look, she's called it out as well. She's called it out. No snow. Where was the snow?
Yeah.
How can I? If I put us there or put us there? No, put us there.
And take us off. We don't have to be on the screen.
Yeah, then it shows then 75th anniversary. You're getting done by the bots. Unit 8200 working their magic, are they, November man?
Because there's no snow. And they said, well, yes, they are not fakes, but when the army came, they didn't have cameras, they didn't photograph. So only much later, when they realized we should have pictures of it, they took pictures like you see now. But this is definitely not in Auschwitz and not the liberation of Auschwitz. There were not that many people with clothes and children and no snow.
I remember when I used to tell the Jews that 6 million of them didn't actually die in the Holocaust. I was expecting them to rejoice with the good news, but instead they got really mad and they said, no, they were tortured and burned. I'm like, no, it's actually mathematically not even close to possible, and there's no evidence that it happened at all. They're like, you should be in jail. And I'm like, I'm telling you the good news. The good news, my Jews, is the Holocaust is a wildly exaggerated event to the point of hilariousness. They're like, no, give me my trauma. Give me my pain. Because if
Canada will jail you for that kind of talk.
every victim is an abuser, and
Say that again.
Canada will jail you for that kind of talk.
Yeah. And here.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got another bill coming up to restrict religious talk.
Yeah. You want to see the bill that I'm going to show in a minute that America have just introduced?
Yeah, I don't think it'll pass. They don't think it'll pass though, so probably no. The bloc doesn't want it, and they need the bloc to pass anything. They haven't got a majority, so.
Are you talking about the American one?
No, it's a Canadian bill, C9.
All right. The American one, it basically holds all European countries to ransom if any member of their country is anti-Semitic.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, I'll get into it in a minute.
Shit.
every abuser is a victim. The victim cycle is a circle. It's not a straight line. So if they want to abuse the population, which a lot of them do, that's their job, selling drugs, lies, porn, debt, they have to be the victim or else they can't be the abuser. You understand? Every victim is an abuser. Every abuser is a victim. So when you say, oh, it turns out 6 million of you guys didn't actually die, 6 million Jews didn't even live in Europe at the time. I mean, the facts are right in plain sight. It's so easy to prove. They're like, no, because if not, they're just drug dealers.
Yeah, you showed us the census too, right?
Yeah.
You showed us the census.
Yeah. I think it's going to show that in here. I'm not sure.
Huh?
Struggling to hold on to their identity in a world of hateful goyim that want to burn them alive. They're simply bad.
The almanac.
I grew up in the 50s, and we Jewish kids had no idea that a Holocaust ever existed. Perhaps we were the first Holocaust deniers. If not, Jewish historian Jacob Marcus certainly was. For in the 1950 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, Marcus wrote that it was thousands of Jews, not 6 million, that perished during World War II. Not a single gas chamber was mentioned. It wasn't until the 60s, when pro-Israel lobbies grew in power, that the number 6 million and gas chambers suddenly was served up to a gullible public.
6 million was way before. 6 million was in 1900 something. I'll show that in a minute.
Yeah, they kept saying 6 million.
Yeah. 6 million are going to perish. 6 million are going to perish.
Yeah.
And they did. It was called the Holodomor.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 million on each side of Russian and German, right?
To manipulate political opinion to support Israel. By playing victim, they could extort millions and eventually billions of dollars for their Zionist agenda. The book and movie Diary of Anne Frank, exposed as a fabrication, helped further their agenda. I guess all that smoke was inspired by Elie Wiesel's Night, where he wrote that Jews were thrown live into flaming ditches at Auschwitz. No way. Auschwitz-Birkenau was built on a swamp with a high water table. Last time I checked, water's not very flammable. That mass grave they're digging would have been filled with water by now. And why are there so many Holocaust survivors? If those evil Germans were so determined to kill off the Jews, then how did Elie Wiesel and even Otto Frank, father of Anne Frank, survive to tell their tales?
I never understood that myself. Like, if your idea was to kill the Jews, why didn't you just put them on train cars, big ditches beside the rails, and just shoot them as they come off?
Yeah.
It would have been the cheapest, most efficient way.
Because they didn't, because they were work camps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go into it. I mean, I've got loads of stuff where the Zionists actually backed the Nazis.
Yeah, well, they were being
the Zionists,
Israel, weren't they? Or right?
Well, no, the Zionists didn't want them to go to Palestine. Right, the Zionists wanted them to suffer.
Oh, yeah.
And use the suffering as a lever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Smiley, you can't say 6. 6 what? 6. You can't say 6 in chat.
What did they delete in November, man? Just the word 6, or 6 million, or just 6, right?
Yeah, November man's getting proper botted up, and so's Mandate.
With an M after. Okay.
Because efficient Germans didn't put prisoners to death, but to work. Historian Jacob Marcus did cite work camps, not death camps, as places of...
The algorithms linked your title to the chat.
Forensic evidence expert Fred Leuchter. Not a single homicidal gas chamber ever existed.
I personally made photographs and produced a great deal of photographic evidence of the hardware and facilities.
Oh, mine's been deleted.
The forensic samples that I removed from the facilities, the control sample from the lousing facility number 1 of Birkenau, and all of the other samples from the alleged gas execution rooms were properly taken, packaged for submission to the laboratories. I examined the facilities, and I made a determination that they were incapable of supporting the use of hydrogen cyanide gas for purposes of execution or otherwise. But additionally, it would be necessary to remove samples, return them to the United States for testing at an independent laboratory to in fact confirm what my visual inspection indicated, that these facilities never in fact contained hydrogen cyanide gas.
That's the gas emitted from Zyklon B, used for disinfection and delousing prior to and during World War II.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
can't.
the only evidence of mass executions we get.
Yeah, you'd have that in the grave.
Yeah, I've typed $6 million. I've typed 6 trillion, and that hasn't been allowed. I typed 6 million. That hasn't been allowed. I typed 666, but that allowed 666. I think.
Yeah, I did. I saw that. 66 million.
Yeah,
that's allowed. 666. That's allowed.
I wrote $6 million. It won't let me have that.
No.
Bionic man. Bionic
Zyklon B.
man.
Piles of shoes and photos of dead inmates, many who died of typhus even after the liberation. And where's the evidence of any gas chambers? All we get are reconstructed ones.
The first night that you were brought here, everybody was taken, stripped.
Those to survive. Stop there. He's got to keep his book Night a bestseller since he wrote that Germans threw babies into
Everybody except him?
which was impossible given the high water table.
The country became the town the ghetto was street, the street room.
Yeah, I typed where am I to? Bionic man, $6 million man, and it won't even allow that.
The room cattle car. And then a gas chamber.
But why didn't Weasel mention a gas chamber when he first wrote Night, just 13 years after the war ended? Because there was none, that's why. If Weasel and all the Jews are so sure the Holocaust happened, why are they so afraid of those who challenge their narrative? It's because their narrative,
I got it through.
so full of holes, is their bread and butter. If we all want to survive the Holocaust, then maybe we should do what Weasel has done. He's made a fortune from it.
There you go, Blunt.
Oh, okay. Well, my comment, 6 million Jews, showed up on YouTube. I don't know if, but it didn't show up here.
No.
On StreamYard. Did you guys see that one? I don't know if you did. I put in 2 comments, 6 million and 6 million Jews.
Hello, Die.
Why would you feed them?
Yeah.
Nope, never showed, eh? Oh, okay. All right.
November.
Just a waste of time training these kids just to shoot them, isn't it? You got them.
Someone talk over it. Yeah, they might not like the song, mightn't they? Although it's an edited song. No, it wasn't no good, that fight, no, Blunt. Nina, Nina, Nina.
Just talking to the wife for a minute. She's mad because everything we were freaking told is a lie. I said, yeah, well, that's their plan, right? Make everything a lie. Everything you know is a lie. And then they have control over your mind, right? So
yeah.
Then they can tell you anything and you pretty much have to believe it. Just pisses her off really bad sometimes.
Wait until you go back and watch from the beginning. Oh my God.
I'll have to do that without her. There is an offer to go to Russia if you want to escape your liberal hellhole.
Yeah.
Or put out by Putin.
Yeah, he'll help you migrate. He'll help you set up a family.
Yeah.
Help you buy a house. Bit like when.
Probably wouldn't take me. I'm too old.
The Moustache Man came to power in Germany, wasn't it? And he got rid of the usury and he got rid of the Jewish bankers.
Yeah, good for him. If only it could have lasted, eh?
Yeah. But it's like every single world leader that's, got rid of the Jewish bankers, got rid of the usury, Every single one of them has been offed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Funny that, eh?
Right. Hello, Paul.
Yep. Yeah, it's time for revolution.
Yeah, Putin is a Zion. I believe. I agree with you. He used to wear the little red string as well on his wrist. The same one that some girl gave to Trump not long ago. I made you a little red string bracelet, Mr. Trump.
Well, he is still alive, so, you know. After so many years. The Bank of Palestine, that's good. Huh, never heard of that.
Yeah.
Using today's valuation, over $1 trillion of Jewish assets were transferred unscathed.
But the Zionists, the Haganah, they blew up 2 of their own ships, which were carrying Jewish refugees.
Well, yeah, that's good propaganda there. Right? Yeah, that's some good propaganda.
And did you know? Did you know that the Palestinians, their DNA shows that they are the ancient Israelites?
Yeah, I heard that recently. Yeah, imagine that. People that live there for thousands of years are related to the people that lived there thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to show that in the next video. It's going to be my next video any minute now.
You know, genetic typing is outlawed in Israel, so you know you'll just have to trust that they are the original Jews.
You can't even say his name, honestly.
You can't say Mustachio's man's name?
Yeah, I done it with a space in it.
Yeah, let's see if that came up on YouTube.
Well, Baal, daft lad, Baal.
Yeah, that came up. Yeah,
it's actually what the Islamists, so Muhammad, when they say Allah, and it isn't Allah, Allah is Baal. I got that video as well. I got another video as well that says that they ain't God's chosen people, and it comes out with every single Bible script, even to Y in 7 AD, was it? 7 AD? Yeah, 7 AD. Even Y in 7 AD. This, you know, it wasn't David's. It wasn't David's thing on there, was it? Before at 7 AD, it was the other one, wasn't it? Who was before David? What was David's dad called?
Solomon? No.
No, you had Solomon's temple, didn't you? And then you had King David's temple. And even the Bible scripture says about it being destroyed.
Yeah.
And it's
not a stone left unturned.
Yeah. And it's a Christian guy.
Mm-hmm.
Actually educating a evangelical Christian who's an evangelical Zionist. Yeah, one of these Zionist Christians that supports Israel. Well, by the end of the video, it's only 30 minutes. By the end of it, she's like, "Oh fucking hell, man! all the scriptures we're being taught in the fucking church is all fucking bollocks."
Oh yeah.
I've just read the fucking Bible because she's made to read every single Bible scripture.
Yeah.
From like what was it? Matthew, Romans. And she reads them all, and it tells her all in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. They were condemned pretty much by their own God.
Yeah.
He turned them away.
I'll play 5 more minutes of this, and then I'll put the next one on.
Oh, this one's good.
I can't remember what it goes into next.
International Jewish bankers could not risk the rest of the world printing their own currency. They influenced England and her allies to declare war based on lies. Hitler did not want war. He pleaded against it, Winston Churchill stated.
Yeah, that's true, that is.
Yeah.
And that's when they were bombing civilians for months and months and months.
And then he got the talk, I guess.
Yeah. The alamacanosis.
Yeah. Despite what the Allies were doing to Germany, Hitler still refused to bomb civilians. That is undeniable fact. 95% written and taught about in World War II are lies.
Fucking lies.
General George S. Patton was murdered in Heidelberg, Germany, 2 days before he was to return home at the end of the war. He hated what the Allies were doing to Germany, the German people. He loathed General Eisenhower and called him a sadistic sociopath, sorry.
Yeah. Well, what Eisenhower had done, Eisenhower had all the open-air camps. And all the Germans were in the open-air camps, and they were all starved, no food, no water, no nothing, and they were all left there starved to death. The same as the displaced people, the Jewish displaced people. You know, the Zionists wouldn't let the Jewish displaced people be rescued. They didn't want them in Palestine. That was Ben Gurion and his merry men. They were called DP camps for the Jews after the Russians had moved in. So you had all these lovely photographs of Auschwitz, you know, and with no snow in November. Yeah, so you had all these people that were supposed to be rescued, yeah, but they were placed in displacement camps, and
left to starve to death.
Yeah, Ben Gurion didn't want them. because they were Jews and not Zionists.
Oh, yeah.
And they only wanted, and then you had the Kastner train.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kastner train, that was all a load of bollocks. You had
Yeah,
there's loads of stuff on the Zionists that I've got. Loads of stuff.
yeah, if you're not the right kind of Jew, that's kind of a problem.
Well, the Zionists are mostly atheists, aren't they? Most of them are Polish as well, like Netanyahu, Malowski.
Yeah, they don't want anybody actually practicing because, you know.
Ben Gurion was Polish. Fucking Goldie Meir. You know, they all changed their names to sound Jewish.
Yeah.
But they're all Ashkenazi. They've got no tie to Israel whatsoever. They've got no ties to the Levant whatsoever.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I have come this morning to the inexcusable conclusion that we have fought on the wrong side. This entire war we should have fought with Germany against the communists and not the other way round. I fear that perhaps in 50 years America will pay a dear price and become a land of corruption and degenerate morals. That was 1945. Couple of days before he was finished, wasn't it?
Yeah, unalived.
Yeah. And it has. You got APAC. You got Anti-Defamation League. I mean, Anti-Defamation League.
Yeah.
That was set up to protect that fucking speedophile.
Yeah. Yep. What was his name? I forget his name. Only heard it a few times. Leo Frank.
That's it, Leo Frank.
Knew you guys would get it. Big up Putin.
Yeah, Google says it wasn't set up initially, but its founding in 1913 was a direct response to the rampant anti-Semitism exposed by his wrongful conviction and lynching.
Mm-hmm.
Leo Frank in 1986, years after his 1915 murder. He was apparently given a... Oh, there you go, Conrad Aidan. Jewish communist freelance writer for Jew-owned news outlets around the world. His propaganda articles spanned from Europe to the United States. He's credited for coining the term Nazi to describe the German military and the people. When in fact Nazi was the 17th century Austrian Bavarian slang derivative towards Ashkenazi Jews, meaning cruel, untrustworthy, simpleton or idiot. Do you think for a second the German military and the German people ever referred to themselves as cruel, evil, untrustworthy idiots? Well,
that's a beautiful inversion, really. Like,
yeah,
that's some good witchery.
Yeah, but where was Adolf from? Wasn't he Austrian Bavarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he was when he was going into artistry, doing all his paintings.
That's artistry with words. Oh, that's just totally invert that. That's awesome.
Urban, what are you going on about? Big up BB. Trump 2028. Are you having a bubble or what?
Any stroke, maybe?
Yeah, I think Urban is.
Hmm. Considering the word Nazi is part of the of Ashkenazi, it would be easy to correlate. Yeah. Nope. 90 years later, everyone from Facebook to tool bags to historians and politicians still use that word to describe the German military of that time. That's just a small example of how easily we've been manipulated into thinking exactly what they want us to think.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's right, Blunt. And the only country that paedophiles can flee to and get safe haven. I mean, look at that. Look at it. I mean, just a few months ago, that Netanyahu aid.
They're continuing that good Sabbatean tradition, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was in America for a conference or whatever it was, and he decided to go out and meet a child. He was then arrested. He was taken to court. He paid a small bail bond and fled back to Israel, where he's been protected. And there's so many that have fled to Israel and that are protected. And you've actually got American undercover.
Yeah, you talked about your inversions too. A lot of all the sodomy they're doing over there with the prisoners and each other, I guess. You know, it's total inversion of what you know.
Who's the death cult, Urban? Who would you call a death cult? Who are the death cult? I'm against anyone who stands up to the death cult. Who's the death cult?
Which one?
I don't know. Red-pilled rabbis. Oh, I played this one before.
כשם שלא לימדו אותנו, גם בחינוך גבוה. נתתי הרצאות לפני מורות ומורים להיסטוריה. למה באמת היטלר רע נגד היהודים?
Why really Hitler hated the Jews, what he did for them, how did they bother him? It's all written in Mein Kampf.
אבל הדברים כתובים כאן במיין קאמפף. זה
Book was published only recently.
הספר יצא רק לאחרונה, התירו לתרגם.
Just got approval to be translated to Hebrew.
במקם בעברית, זה אסור כל השנים.
It was forbidden all these years. There's an earlier translation
קודם יותר שיד ושם
that was made by Yad Vashman.
תרגם פתאים, להם המותר.
They were allowed to. Okay, to translate it. Hitler claims in his book that the Jews are communists. They made the Russian Revolution. They killed their 30 million Russians. All the intelligent ones. In a cruel way. And that's their plan for the entire world. Hi, Oleg. The next country in line is Germany. They founded the German Communist and Socialist parties. And it's true. If we don't defeat them now, they will eliminate us. And they will slaughter another 20 million or billion. All the intelligent ones. And that's how they went. From country to country. So eventually the only intelligent ones remaining would be the Jews. Yeah, get them to inbreed and stuff. And it repeats many times.
I've got a couple of his speeches saved here as well.
Yeah. Make no mistake. And he is right. The Russian Revolution was made by the Jews. The Russian army was built by Trotsky, a Jew. He created the Jewish division. And the Communist Party, which members informed of their father, mother, and brother and son. On their father, brother, and mother and son. Whoever owns a Siddur or even a Hebrew learning book. I'm not even talking about Teflon and Mikev. He's destroying everything also by the Jews, but for sure by the Russians. In the first picture of the Russian government, out of 13 members, how many were Jewish? 6 were Jews. Who founded the KGB? Jews. So everything is clearly written. He didn't hate the Jews because they had something. He didn't hate them for observing mitzvah. Mitzvah. Because they are communists. And he writes it clearly. The Jews destroyed religion and faith. And they spread in Germany and the heresy in GD. He writes this, now you understand why they don't teach it in schools. Because who writes the curriculum? Those same terrorists. Leftists, sorry. Of course, they will kill the Jews. They wanted to kill the Jews. And Hitler wanted to kill the Jews. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Because they are the forefathers of the left. And the forefathers of Marxism, communism, and Hellenism. That's what he wrote. They destroyed all the values, poisoned literature and theater. Who did it? Torah observant Jews poisoned the German theater. Out of 9 large German newspapers, 7 were owned by Jews.
Who knows the first 2 laws?
Thank God he speaks English.
Yeah.
That Hitler implemented. Hitler, Yimach Shemo v'Zichro, first two laws that Hitler implemented that not only put him
I've played these on my channel before.
else for the rest of history, but also made what's called until this day the biggest financial miracle in
Right,
history.
Mrs. B.
The first two laws. Before the Nuremberg laws. Before that, we're talking about years before it. Hitler first comes into power. What's the first two laws? Okay.
There it is, Mrs. B.
Rule number one. No more pornography. No more homosexuality. None of that garbage. Not allowed. Berlin, in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's where Churchill used to go, Berlin, and they called him a champagne socialite with his boyfriend.
Second rule. What's the second rule? Second rule was you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest. Now you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He didn't like it. So he said no more interest. Why? Because of the high interest that the Jews charged people was so high, it ruined, it destroyed.
Yeah, all the books that were burned were pornography, and they were also genderism. They were also the Jewish guy that transgendered the other Jewish guy.
Yeah,
and then
surgery.
Yeah, and then he also then tried to put a uterus in another transgender, and that one there died. That one did.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
The books were bad books. Method end of. You know, and you know what are they known for now? You know what are they known for now? The biggest pornography sites in the world. All your sex toys. You got the strange bloke with his daughter.
Yeah, Shmooly.
Yeah, Shmooly, selling all his dildos, etc., with his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, the likes little boys dancing on his lap. I've played videos of that here in the past. He was at a barbecue bouncing one up and down on his lap. Absolutely mental.
The economy in Germany. They destroyed, just like they destroyed Russia a few years before that through their communism over there. Jews destroyed Russia, not Goyim. Jews destroyed. Communism is by Jews. Well, don't let anybody confuse you.
It does bird nest. It also has all your different what all these people, all these alphabet gangs are coming out with. You know, all these genders, all these different genders are all in the Talmud, all in the Torah, because the Torah and the Talmud, because the Talmud is the written law for the Torah. No, I'm going to do Islam in a minute, Mrs. B.
You look at history, Karl Marx.
But it's every religion. It's every single religion, Mrs. B.
Yeah.
Every religion. Every previous king. Every world leader is every single one of them.
Mm.
Every priest, every bishop, every rabbi, Muhammad, every single one of them. They're all in the same. They're all in the same category. They've all had their share of pedophilia.
All the other Rishaim, they're all Jews. Wicked, but nonetheless Jews. They destroyed Russia, and he wrote in chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, they destroyed Russia, now they're destroying Germany, that's why I have to destroy them. Now, this doesn't make it right. The point is, that's actually real, true history. Now, he saw that the Jews are controlling the financial system and they're charging such high interest, they destroyed the German economy to the extent that by the time you arrived to go to the store to buy bread, you had to take a whole horse carriage full of money. By the time you arrived at the store, it wasn't enough. Why? Because the inflation rate was so high. The bread became so much more valuable and your money went down. So now he says, what's the cause of this? Because nobody could afford to do anything because the interest rates are so high. So he decided no more interest rates. You're not allowed to charge interest rates. And at that time, the Great Depression was happening around the entire world. Everyone was in a financial collapse. America was a financial collapse. England was a financial collapse. Everybody else was collapsing. Germany collapsed worse than everybody else. But after he passed this law of no more interest, within 6 years, Germany became the leading, wealthiest economy in the world. They called it a financial miracle. Why? They were the only ones that were bold enough to stop interest. This is one of the biggest reasons of why he hated Jews. Because they destroyed the economy, because of their greed. This is happening again.
The book I wrote in about 1975 was, as Rick mentioned, the history of the Hungarian uprising of 1956 against the communist occupation of Hungary, for which I had access to a certain number of CIA files, which were very interesting because the CIA carried out in-depth psychological interrogations of a large number of the Hungarian refugees who came to this country.
Birdness, the Jews do exactly the same. The bar mitzvah and what's the one's for the boys and one's for the girls. The girls are 12 and the boys are 14, and then they become adults. So they're classed as adults.
After 1956. And there was no doubt in my mind, a very interesting discovery indeed, which I wasn't aware of until I began investigating that. I didn't realize this. The reason I began writing a book about the Hungarian uprising was entirely irrelevant. I decided to write a book about something other than Hitler and the Third Reich, just to show that I wasn't in a rut. But the odd thing was that when I began writing that book, I discovered from the CIA files that the Hungarian people, when they started that uprising, it began as an anti-Jewish pogrom. It was essentially an anti-Jewish revolution and not an anti-communist revolution to begin with, the first few days. The Hungarian people regarded their government in the 1950s as being a Jewish government. And they regarded the secret police, the dreaded Államvédelmi-hatóság, the AVH, as being a Jewish secret police. And essentially it was, because when the Red Army entered Hungary in 1945, they brought back into Hungary all the Jews who had taken refuge in the Soviet Union. And they were the ones who got the plum jobs, and they were the ones who got the trustworthy jobs as secret police chiefs and as torturers. And that's why the Jews were so hated in Hungary by 1956, because they were regarded as the people who had inflicted this nameless misery on the Hungarian people. And so the uprising began as an anti-Jewish uprising. Every one of the Hungarian leaders at that time in 1956, Rákosi and Farkas and Gero and the rest of the Hungarian leaders, they were all Jews. And I never realized that when I set out to write it. It's an extraordinary fact, the way these things are kept away from the public consciousness. And of course, inevitably, when the book came out, I was accused of anti-Semitism for having written it. But what am I supposed to do when you discover something as a historian? Are you supposed to try and pretend it isn't that? And if you do pretend it isn't that, you're doing the Jewish people more harm than good, I think. I delivered a lecture in Shreveport, in Louisiana, about 6 months ago, and on this occasion, the audience was about as large as this. Had been taken over by the local Jewish community, and they decided to wreck my meeting by barracking and by interrupting and by being thoroughly obnoxious. And after an hour of this, with the rest of the audience getting very restless at the way they were not being permitted to hear me deliver my lecture, I then said to the leader of the Jewish community who was attacking me, I said, it just came to me like this. I said, I look at myself in the mirror in the mornings and I know that I'm disliked. I've been called disliked by reviewers in England. The Sunday Times called me the most disliked historian in Britain. which caused me to write a letter to the Sunday Times saying is it the historian's duty to be liked, therefore. And how do you know that I'm the most disliked historian in Britain? Do you stand in Oxford Street with a clipboard asking people, what do you think about historians? How do you rate David? And, oh, he's most disliked. I know, I said to this Jewish mob in my audience, that I am disliked, and I know why I'm disliked. Now, you people have been disliked for 3,000 years. Do you ever look in the mirror and ask yourselves why you are disliked? That might be very... No, I didn't mean it in an offensive way. I meant it as a helpful, self-analytical way, the way that the communists, the Marxists, to self-criticize and self-analyze. Have you ever analyzed yourselves as race and said to yourselves, we have been hounded and persecuted and harried and massacred for 3,000 years. Why us? And they never ask themselves that question, do they? They never ask them this. They come along and they harry and persecute others and they behave in a thoroughly obnoxious way, as I probably behave in their eyes. But they never ask themselves why, and they never cure their own faults. One of the leader of this faction in the audience stood up furiously. From his accent, I could tell not only that he came from England, but from London. And from his accent, in fact, I could tell from which corner of London he came from, because England, our accents are like that. We're very class conscious in England. We can tell what class somebody is by their accent, and we can tell which street almost they come from. If you've seen My Fair Lady, you'll know this. And I said, you come from Colindale, don't you? And he said, how do you know that? I said, your accent gives you away. And he was the leader of the gang. And he said, are you accusing us? Are you saying that we are responsible for Auschwitz ourselves? And it's a bit of a dazzling question. And when you think about it, I said, well, the short answer is yes. But that's a cruel answer, because to do the question justice, you've got to have a lot of intervening stages, of course. But the short answer, if you want to hop from A to Z, is yes. If you hadn't behaved the way you have as a race for 3,000 years, first the Russians, then the Poles, then the Galicians, then the Austrians, and the rest wouldn't have harried and hounded you from pillar to post, so you end up finding yourselves in Auschwitz. And you've never asked yourself why. And they still don't want to accept that. To him, that question and my answer was unacceptable.
I failed.
In Germany, it would no doubt have been grounds for another $22,000 fine. In Canada, I would have probably found myself in handcuffs again. But I don't think it was an anti-Semitic answer. It was an attempt to be helpful in a kind of psychiatrist couch way. Analyze yourself. Cast out the mote from thine own eye.
And that's why we've got COVID. Because COVID is a classic case of appearances without the reality. The propaganda is relentless, day after day after day. And it's lying all the time about how many that are in the hospitals, what they're in the hospitals for, what does them good in the hospitals, and so on and so on and so on. They're putting the hospitals on ventilators and they're killed. They're put onto ivermectin, and within a few hours they start feeling better. But they're told the exact opposite. Ivermectin is banned, and ventilators are become obligatory for people shoved into the hospitals because of allegedly COVID. It's absolutely wicked what is going on. And the people are too stupid.
We love our vaccines here in Canada.
Nah.
We're building a Moderna plant, so we love them.
Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939.
Who owns Moderna there? My wife's asking.
He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer.
Say that again?
He was educated in
Moderna?
Schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in
Who owns Moderna?
languages.
Yeah.
He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. You know,
Moderna's owned by Vanguard and BlackRock, isn't it?
Yep. And Justin Trudeau has one of the patents.
Yeah, he's got the one for the what the hell was it called? I was talking about this during the debacle.
I forget, but he makes money off of every vaccine.
Yeah. He owns the liquid nanoparticle or something, isn't it?
Could be, yeah, one of the gels, I think. Can't remember. Let me check that out.
Urban. If you look up Al-Qura Wibin in Fez, Morocco, 859 CE. It was founded by Fatima Al-Firi, recognized by the Guinness World Records as the oldest continually operating education institute in Europe. The University of Bologna in Italy, 1088. So the one in 859 CE, the University of Al-Qura Wibin in Fez, Morocco, was set up by the Islamic world, and it was in a mosque. And it's the oldest continually operating educational institution in Europe. It started as a mosque and madrasa, becoming a major center for Islamic learning, still operating today. But it was for Islamic learning.
I like this guy. He's brutally honest.
Mm.
Did they off him? Did he ever get...
Okay, you got to open it right fast.
Maverick. I haven't even started. Who's the CEO? What, of Moderna? Moderna is that French bloke, isn't it? A French bloke called Bansel. He was him and somebody called Joe Hansen. They were done for anti-Semitism online. He's the CEO of Moderna.
Because Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values.
I know, Maverick, and I haven't even got on to a hero, fucking Tommy 10 names. I haven't even got on to him yet.
Of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does.
And Jupiter still thinks Ashkenazi is a racist word.
Not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camps, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his ball.
I've already shown you, Urban. 4 Jews were the ones that created communism in China.
Then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in
You wait until you see the next November Man.
This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis.
In the next video I play.
To promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them is working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was.
What does CCP stand for, Urban?
By Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer.
The Jew power structure has induced mental illness on a worldwide scale. In essence, Jew mental illness has inflicted worldwide mental illness. That's it. Nothing less.
Times everybody's angry, living lives, and you broke, think you're gonna save the day. You gone out of your damn mind, kids. Nobody cares about what you say. So you scream, oh please look at me, living through an iPhone TikTok dream. Rape me, date me, great me, pay me, begging for attention. Boo-hoo, you gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you do. Wanna play the victim, wanna be the hero, looking like a miserable, confused weirdo. Think you got it figured out for everybody else when you don't even know yourself. All your selfies ain't no revolution, they're slowing down our evolution. I suppose I need to apologize, and if I don't, you hope and wish I'd die. Oh, cool, another rule.
Oh, cheers, November, man.
Who loves big tech, big farm, big gun, big laws? Gonna talk about it on their new blog. You've gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you want. So you cry, nah, true, I'll fact check you. Getting your opinion approved by some desperate, faceless, nameless, brainless, intern writer for the fake news. Hey, you're out of your damn mind. Nobody cares about what they say. Think you got a voice, think you got a choice, think it's something special in the corporate white noise. Tweet this, post that, gram this, talk that, swipe left, tap here to this, not that. You think that they're on your side? They only share what they decide. You're just part of the corruption that's peddling crap and mass consumption. Oh jeez, you labeled me, your tolerance is so extreme. A fascist, bigot, or Nazi, you're out of your damn mind, kid. Cause I don't care about what you think. Oh my, heavy times, everybody's angry, living lives. If you broke, joke, woke, think you're gonna save the day. You've gone out of your damn mind, kids. Nobody cares about what you say. You've gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you say. You've gone out of your damn mind. Nobody cares about what you say.
Epstein lawyer, wasn't he? Oh yeah, I know O.J. Simpson and Trump. Lawyer to Trump, wasn't he? Oh, Weinstein.
Some notable clients, yeah.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein.
Who? Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Let me put it very clearly. You have no constitutional right to endanger the public and spread a disease, even if you disagree. You have no right not to be vaccinated. You have no right not to wear a mask. You have no right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you?
Every single
You have
right.
no right not to be vaccinated, meaning if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. And if you refuse to be vaccinated, the state has the power to literally take you to a doctor's office and plunge a needle into your arm. If the vaccination
Where is that in the Constitution?
is to prevent the vaccination is designed to prevent the
Isn't
spread of
it?
disease. If the vaccination is only to prevent a disease that you will get, for example, if there's a disease that will kill you, you have the right to refuse that, but you have no right to refuse to be vaccinated against a contagious disease.
But you've opened up a whole new area here. So the governor has the right, or sorry, the government has the right to force someone to be vaccinated. But how do we know what they're providing us from a medical standpoint is accurate? There are doctors who argue that Anthony Fauci is totally wrong in his assessment, and it certainly seems like week to week, month to month, they don't seem to know anything about this virus.
If the majority of the people agree and support that for public health measures, you have to be vaccinated, you have to be vaccinated. They should give you an alternative. The alternative is to live in your home, don't get vaccinated, but never, ever leave your home or live in a bubble.
Yeah,
If you want to interact with other people, you cannot become typhoid Mary. The Constitution doesn't give you the right to spread your illness to other people. And
Typhoid Mary was debunked.
The guards and the freedom of movement.
But what you can't do is say, I don't disagree, I don't agree with Fauci, therefore I'm going to
It also gives you the other people the right to avoid you.
disease. That's not a constitutional right. Sorry.
We're mixing the fields of medicine and law, and the proof of something in law seems vastly different than the proof of something in medicine. A lot of the people who are advising us as to the future of vaccinations in this country are the very same people who have been kicked out for serious failures and injuries resulting from vaccines that they felt were going to be beneficial. I'm very troubled by the legality of what you're suggesting, because it seems like we're very close to a government mandate that we must all be vaccinated. Let me take you in another direction.
I would like to see a government mandate. I hope it's mandated, and I will defend it, and will argue that in the Supreme Court of the United States against your views.
Yeah, because he'll never get one.
Yeah, that was a scandal and a laugh lot. Ethiopian Jewish women who emigrated to Israel were injected with the contraceptive drug Depo-Provera. Yeah, that was a scandal and a laugh. That was under Netanyahu, that was. Stop them from having babies. They were told they were getting a vaccine to prevent disease. The drug sterilized 50% of the women and cut their birth rate in half. He stated it publicly.
If we don't stop their entry, the problem that currently stands at 60,000 could grow to 600,000. Just didn't want them populating it. Thank you.
Yeah, I call him Satan Yahoo. I've got some of his, well, I haven't got some of it, I've got all of his corruption case on video. If anybody's seen that or hasn't seen that.
Yeah, I haven't, definitely.
Israel admits forcibly injecting Ethiopian Jews with Depo-Provera. We believe it's a method of reducing the number of births in a community that is black and mostly poor. Edward Yt, who wrote the report admitting the eugenic practice.
Well, they're not true Zionist Jews. So.
With all the data that has emerged, we clearly see just how safe and effective the vaccines are across populations,
including the elderly, those with underlying health conditions, and pregnant and nursing women.
Due to so many people being vaccinated, the number of hospitalizations and deaths decreased greatly since the vaccines were released.
But the numbers
It's not what the CDC said earlier.
of COVID-19 cases are spiking again.
In June, 100% of people who Rahman al-Islam died from COVID-19 in Maryland were unvaccinated.
100%.
Unvaccinated
people That's not true.
Yeah, it's not what Congress has been saying over the last 2 months.
Yeah, but they made it legal at the time that you weren't vaccinated in some places until you got your second shot. So,
circulating.
It's important to know the truth.
and even then, I think it was a 2-week waiting period. You know,
A year of research, clinical trials, and the actual vaccines in use. We see no evidence of any kind of negative outcome for fertility and no evidence of increased risk to women of childbearing years.
COVID-19.
It's not what they're stating now, is it? It's not what they were stating last year and the year before that, neither.
in Canada, that's still true.
Yeah. Under the COVID inquiries, they've stated, it's affecting miscarriages. The what's that silly black stuff called? It's all over the ovaries, all over the testicles. It was supposed to stay in the arm, but didn't.
Not discriminate by age or health status.
There is no predicting how severe a case someone will
Yeah, they're safe and effective in Canada. They just don't work anywhere else.
Yeah.
died, didn't think it would happen to them. Go take the vaccine.
Get vaccinated. Get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated now.
Now.
I hope you did.
No.
Get vaccinated.
I think many of them died.
Don't get vaccinated. You're antisocial. This is what the Dutch
You're antisocial.
Yeah.
told us. You don't get vaccinated just for yourself, but also for others. You do it for all of society. That's what I said.
You're a mean, bad person unless you take my medicine.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah.
That's how.
In a COVID hearing in the European Parliament, one of the Pfizer directors just admitted to me, at the time of introduction, the vaccine had never been tested on stopping the transmission of the virus. This removes the entire legal basis for the COVID passport. The COVID passport that led to massive institutional discrimination as people lost access to essential parts of society. I find this to be shocking, even criminal. Please watch the video until the end.
Voor u, mevrouw Small, heb ik de volgende vraag waar ik een duidelijk antwoord op wil. And I will speak in English so there are no misunderstandings. Was the Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market? If not, please say it clearly. If yes, are you willing to share the data with this committee?
No.
And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stopping immunization before it's entered the market? No. We had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market.
This is scandalous. Millions of people worldwide felt forced to get vaccinated because of the myth that you do it for others. Now, this turned out to be a cheap lie. This should be exposed. Please share this video.
Hello, I'm Dr. Michael Hughes coming at you from Right Facts of History. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Kat Lindley from the World Council for Health. It's time to stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Apter. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Mary Tally Bowden. We must stop these shots now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Paul Alexander, and I'm working with Dr. Ben Marble and Stop the Shots.
I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. Stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Ivani Gupta. Stop the shots.
Yeah, you let Trump's warp speed. Get it done. Get it done. They already had it done.
I'm Dr. Bruce Burrows, board-certified internist and cardiovascular specialist for 41.
They submitted the patent, and the patent officer turned it down because there was no such thing. They had the cure before they had the disease.
In testing, they couldn't transmit that thing through lung fluid, spit, anything.
They've never isolated it.
No, and you can't.
Never once isolated it.
Yeah.
Years. Stop the shots now. The only thing they're good for is Big Pharma's pocketbook. They're dangerous.
But the lie is not any lie. It is one of the most terrible in history. I mean, young people.
He's a brilliant bloke, he was, and they offed him, didn't they?
I do have a document called Corona, a routing system for nano networks.
Yeah.
So Dr. Akildes, he's a leading nanotech developer. He says that the shot was for health monitoring. At least his part of it was. Good use for nano networks.
Yep.
At rates we've never seen before. You know, all of these like mentions of people swimming in the last week, like in Italy and the UK, and suddenly they're dead in the water. I mean, those are the vaccines. You don't have 11 deaths on Italian beaches in one day. In the UK, kids are going swimming, they're dead in the water. I mean, there are massive deaths occurring. The life insurance data is screaming. I mean, this is a humanitarian catastrophe.
Yeah, they found all kinds of shit in that vaccine. You know, there was the genetic code for it was chromosome B.
Yeah.
You know, responsible for a lot of our thinking and interconnectedness of our bodies and others. And they put cancers and tissue samples from various organs. Gosh, it was such a big purpose.
Baby fetuses.
Yeah.
Which was why in the American military, anybody that was religious could opt out of it because it had baby fetus in it.
Yeah, that would train your body to attack a fetus.
Yeah.
Right. I was explaining to my wife how that works today with the adjuvants. You put a liver cell in there, and a bunch of adjuvants. Well, you're going to attack a liver. You know, you just pick what you want. You know. And that's how they're going to do all their testing, because they want to cure diseases electronically now. So they put all the electronics in there, and then they give you a disease, right? One that your body will accept and proliferate out of the various bunches they added. And then they want to try to cure you electronically. Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, don't live near a cell tower or have Wi-Fi.
Nowhere you can go they haven't got covered. So.
The train rolls on. Mandates continue. Get your jab. Get your booster.
Even LED lights.
Get the new Novavax. Get the new hybrid. You know, it's we got to.
Which is why during all the lockdown, why did they change all the light bulbs on the streets from normal light bulbs to LEDs?
Well, with LEDs, they can write to your DNA. And they can use your system as a code, like a computer. They can write in C++, any type of code you can imagine. They've got a bioform, so they can do that through lights. That's why the smartwatches and rings, they have an LED light on the back.
Yeah.
That's so they can communicate with your cells and your DNA. Yeah. So that's what they want to be able to do, is alter our DNA. So that was one of the good purposes of that, putting all those LED lights in. Communication too, it makes great communication. Yep.
Just keep fighting.
They're all unsafe and defective is my new slogan. Unsafe and defective. They're clearly poisonous, and we need to stop the shots.
They must stop the shots. Please listen to them. These doctors care about you. They're smart. They've been watching all the data. They know that these vaccines are toxic and dangerous. Please listen to them. They care about you. The administrators, the bureaucrats, they don't give a shit about you. They're just pushing an agenda.
I'm Dr. Grams. I'm a family physician, and I say stop the shots. These shots are unsafe and defective. They aren't even vaccines. They're an experimental gene therapy based on CRISPR gene editing techniques with no long-term safety studies of the kind that should have been done before this was ever offered to the general public.
I'm Dr. James A. Thorpe, board-certified OBGYN, board-certified maternal fetal medicine. Stop the shots. Stop the C-19 poison injections. We're calling for a worldwide ban. Stop the shots. Thank you.
We must stop the shots as soon as possible. They're killing people all over the world. The simple truth is, they're poison.
I'm Dr. Linnell Lowry. Stop the shots. I'm Dr. Finn, infectious disease and toxicology. What will it take to stop the shots?
I'm Dr. Robert Lowry. Stop the shots.
Many physicians are fighting this, and we need your help. In the meantime, we need to stop these shots.
I'm Dr. Steve Lutulip. For the love of humanity, for the safety of humanity, stop the shots.
Hi, I'm Dr. Molly Rutherford. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Calvin White. Stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Erin Greer. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Brian Tyson, and I'm telling you to stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Molly James. We need to stop the shots. I can't believe we know they're not safe, they don't work, and they're hurting people. Stop.
What they'd like to get into are these little artificial neurons to link with your neurons, and then these little tiny carbon nanotube lasers powered by you, and then a little chipset so that they can send in signals to your brain. That's what Dr. Kildes has been working on recently. So they've probably developed something better than he's got because they take their research and just run with it. DARPA, right?
Yeah.
He's the public side of what they're doing underground. Cool. Yeah, off the shot for sure.
I'm Dr. Angie Farella. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Aaron Williams. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Deborah Viglione. Stop the shots.
Dr. Avery Brinkley. Stop the shots.
I know.
If I had played this, that my channel would be probably torn down by now.
Yeah. It is shocking, Ulick, isn't it? It is shocking.
I'm Dr. Nulu. The VAERS data speaks for itself. Please stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Sigala. Stop the shots.
The vaccine has already...
Although I've had many people on this video, I've had many people of colour on it, calling out one person or the other person.
Yeah.
Rappers and everything.
Created so many injuries and too much suffering. So it's about time that we really fight against it. Stop the shot!
Hello, this is Dr. John Witcher, MD from Mississippi. It is time to stop these poison shots, period.
I'm Dr. Sonia Narishkin. Please don't let the lives of you or your loved ones be destroyed by the sudden, unnecessary deaths of your newborn baby, of your healthy, happy, athletic teen, of you or your spouse in the prime of your life, of your dear aging parent. Don't put yourselves at unnecessary, severe, lifelong neurologic damage, autoimmune disease, infertility, or even cancer. Stop the experimental messenger RNA COVID gene therapy shots. Please do your part to stop the shots.
See what she's just said there, see? See, when I was doing all the research on it and everything else, and my doctor my doctor's surgery kept on sending me over and over and over again, because obviously I've got COPD, and they kept sending me these things to come in and have my shots.
Mm-hmm.
So the doctor's surgeries obviously weren't allowing patients in, or you had to wait outside and then go in. Like, well, I knew my doctor has his lunch out in his car, so he goes over to see him. And I said, here, I said, you keep sending me all these bloody reminders to come and have this shot. I said, I don't want the shot. I said, and also, I said, what's one of the biggest side effects? I said, neuropathy. I said, what have I already got? Neuropathy. I said, so how can I have the shot? What's going to happen to me if oh, no, I'll take you off the list straight away. And they took me off the list. I don't get no reminders of any shots no more. Yeah, because it was one of the side effects.
I'd be banned for telling you something else here, but I'm going to tell you anyways. Under your bicep, there's the brachial plexus of nerves.
Yeah.
If you massage that area or put like a tennis ball or something under there and kind of roll it around, or put your arm over a chair, that will probably help with the COPD. Yeah, just by massage.
Yeah, there's also one between the thumb and the forefinger as well.
Yeah,
massaging that area as well.
That the underarm one, it'll clear up mucus and all that. Pretty good.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, that's what they used to do in the hospital to both my arms before like when they were doing chest massages and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And they would use oil and do both my arms. And I was just used to wonder what they were doing, you know, why? And that was helping me cough up the phlegm.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll clear up your tongue too.
I get it worse after I've been laid down.
That's because under your arm is the brachial plexus of nerves. Yeah, if you lie on your side or something with your arm under you, that'll push down on it too. And it'll relieve. Like, it's funny when you do like the right, if you're lying on the right side, the left side will clear up. If you're lying on the left side, the right side will clear up. And that's because of the it goes through the brain and first before it actually does what it does.
Learn things every day, eh? Every day's a learning day.
My name is Dr. David Bella, MD. You do not need to live in fear. You do not need to take an experimental gene treatment. Please stop the shots. I'm Dr. Brian Artis. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Judy Mikovits. Please stop the shots. All the shots.
We're going to perform a little.
I think that should be the next healthcare. We should all get daily massages, full body massages. That'll clear up a lot of health problems.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy's playing Candy Crush. I'm sorry, Ulek. I'm sorry. All these imported doctors, none of them must have been against the shots.
No, all the experts agree.
Yeah.
You like magic, don't you? We're going to take your boys and turn them into girls. Then we're going to take your girls and turn them into boys. Isn't that an amazing magic trick? We can perform miracles. It's a miracle. Because we're the chosen people. And we can be your God. Yep. We can and we will do all of that and more. You better believe it. Who knows what the future will bring? We're the chosen, aren't we not? And we have a very bright future ahead for you. You will have nothing and be happy. Very, very happy. Well, it's a good thing we got the Frankfurt School over here.
They're going to take your country and rip it apart. And you helped us do it. We couldn't have done it without you. How long do you think it took? How long do you think all that took?
See you, Lord.
Very short.
Have a good one.
About 130 years. That's all it took. From Ellis Island to the phony Joe Biden. 130 years. All those stinking, mentally ill, depraved Jews from Poland and Russia and Ukraine, and they run the world now. They run the world now. What were you doing?
For a very long time, I've been on a lonely path trying to wake the masses. Well, here's where it ends. That ends. I worked very hard putting all these parts together. Now it's up to you.
Yeah, big up Dom. DomDocumentsX.com. All right.
Good video.
Where are we? There. No? There. All right, so what do you want next? Why they aren't the chosen people?
That sounds good. Yeah, my wife would like that one. Hey, hon, you want to hear why the Jews aren't the chosen people? Oh, she might be watching something.
What do you ask?
Okay, she says yeah.
All right, this is links in the description. It's called Sam Shamoun. I think he was I might be insulting him, but I think he's Syrian, and I think he's Syrian and he's Christian. I'll put us back again. Right now, he's speaking to who's he speaking to again? So he's speaking to a pastor and that says Jews are God's chosen people. So he's now going to give all the Bible, what the Bible says about the chosen people.
Yeah, probably just out of the King James. That's all you really need.
Yeah. Yeah, the KJV.
It's about the Jewish people. So
Baruch Hashem.
I'm a big time supporter of Israel.
Yeah. It's ironic you would mention that, because I'm going to talk about God's timing is beautiful.
Yeah.
So you are pro-Zionist.
Oh, the whole Bible. You can't be Christian.
No.
Be anti-Jewish.
The whole Bible.
No, it's not about being anti-Jewish. You can't be. Jesus is Jew.
Right.
The greatest creature that God created was a Jewish woman named the Blessed Mother. That's not what we're talking about. There's a difference between not being anti-Jewish and being pro-Zionist. You said you're pro-Israel. That means you're pro-Zionist. Why?
Well, because in the Bible, it's mapped that is their land, and that's where the
Who told you that?
thing will take place.
Yeah, but who told you that? Because you're going to a certain church that teaches you what's called dispensationalism, a dispensational view of the scriptures that's not necessarily what the New Testament teaches, nor is it the view of the church historically. That's more of a modern teaching. I know that this is what you've been taught because I was taught that. So that's number one. So number two.
Oh, he's absolutely brilliant, isn't he, Mrs. B? Absolutely brilliant. Another one of his videos on Baal, on who Allah is.
Oh yeah, you were going to show us who Allah is, right?
Yeah, I'll play that after this one.
Yeah.
Well, Bird's Nest is still here.
How long is this one?
I'm just about to speed it up. Let me know if it's too fast.
Were you taught there's still God's chosen people?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, bad theology. Can you stop going to the church that you're going to?
I really like it.
Yeah, but they're teaching you bad theology.
Okay.
New Testament says the nation of Israel is no longer God's people. The people of God is the church. So number one, your view about Israel is wrong. This is why you're fighting. You're fighting a battle that's not worth fighting because you have a wrong view of Israel. They're not God's chosen people. Have you read your New Testament?
Yes.
Are you sure? Go to Matthew 21, 33 to 44.
Okay.
Read this. Jesus is going to give a parable. Matthew 21, 33 to 44. Start reading 33.
Okay. Listen to another parable. There was a landowner who planted a vineyard. He put a wall around it, dug a wine press in it, and built a watchtower. He rented the vineyard to some farmers and moved to another place. When the harvest time approached, he sent his servants to the tenants to collect his fruit. The tenants seized his servants. They beat one, killed another, and stoned a third. Then he sent other servants to them, more than the first time, and the tenants treated them the same way. Last of all, he sent his son to them. They will respect my son, he said. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to each other, this is the heir. Come, let's kill him and take his inheritance. So they took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him.
Now, before you move on, you understand what the parable is about, right?
Yes.
The vineyard is what?
Israel.
And the tenants, the vine dressers, are the rulers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And their last chance, their last hope of getting it right was what? What did the owner, who's God the Father, do as their last chance to get right? He sent his son last of all, right?
Right.
All right. So then Jesus already says what response will be. They'll kill him.
Yes.
When they kill him, what is God going to do? Now read. Now read. Continue reading 44.
Okay. Therefore, when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants? He will bring them. Jesus said to them, have you never read in the scripture, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore, I tell you that the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and
from who?
Given to a people who will produce
who? The kingdom will be taken away from who?
From the Israelites.
Yeah, so why would you say they're God's chosen people? Jesus just said, when you kill me and reject me, the kingdom will be taken away from you. So where did you get their God's chosen people?
I think I got it from
the misreading of the Old Testament. Yeah, I know. Now, so you saw what he said. The kingdom will be taken away from you, right?
Yes.
All right. So that's number one. Now, number two, let me tell you who the true Israelites are. I'm just going to give you scripture. I'm going to give you the Bible. People get upset, they get upset. That's between them and God. I answer to the Lord, not to people who will try to demonize me and say I'm anti-Semitic. Number one, I can't be anti-Semitic. I'm a Semite. Mm-hmm. I'm a son of Shem. I'm Assyrian. I am a descendant of Shem from his son Ashur. That's in Genesis. You can read it. Number two, I believe my God became a Jew, which Muslims hate that I say that. Jesus is a Jew, a son of David, and he's God Almighty in the flesh. And number three, I love and honor a Jewish woman as the greatest creature of God, the Blessed Mother, the Holy Mother, the Mother of my Lord, my God, Mary. She's Jewish, and I love her as the greatest of all creatures, and I love her more than my mother, and I love her more than my daughters. So there's no way in hell someone can accuse me of being anti-Jewish. That's a lie, because that's only slandering me because they can't refute me. So keep that in mind. So now let me show you who a true Jew is according to the Jews that wrote the New Testament. These are Jews. Mm-hmm. These Jews are going to tell you who the true Jews are. They're going to tell you, not me. Okay, so Jesus just said the kingdom taken away from you. Kingdom's not yours anymore. Look what the Lord also says. Go to Matthew 8, read 10 to 13. Matthew 8, 10 to 13.
When Jesus heard this, he was amazed and said to those following him, truly I tell you, I have not found anyone in Israel with such great faith. I say to you that many will come from the east and the west and will take their places at the feast with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the subjects of the kingdom will be thrown out into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
So wait, the subjects of the kingdom at that time were the Jews, right?
Yes.
But Jesus said the subjects of the kingdom will be thrown in hell, whereas people from the east and the west, meaning non-Jews, those are not ethnically Jewish, they will eat with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but you won't. Okay. And why did he say that? A centurion, a Roman soldier, a commander of 100 soldiers, Roman soldier, a commander of 100 soldiers, showed such faith in Jesus that he says, I have yet to see such faith in all of Israel. Did you hear what our Lord said? This Gentile, who's a commander of 100 Roman soldiers, trained to kill, he says he has more faith than anyone in Israel. And that's why people from the east and the west will sit with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but you Jews who are given the kingdom, you'll be thrown in hell for rejecting Jesus. You see that?
Okay.
All right. Let it trouble you because you need to unlearn what you've been taught. Now, go to Romans 2, 26 to 29. I'm going to show you scripture. So you got to change your mindset. This pro-Zionism, that's not biblical. You're distorting scripture to be a pro-Zionist. They deceived you. You're not pro-Zionist. You're not pro-Palestine. You're pro-Lord Jesus Christ and pro-kingdom of Christ. And Christ's kingdom doesn't favor any human government. Christ's kingdom will conquer all human governments, including Zionism. Zionism is an abomination to God. Zionism is not based on the lordship of Jesus Christ. Zionism is antithetical, anti-gospel, anti-Christian, just as much as a Muslim government. Now, go to Romans 2, 26 to 29.
Okay. So then, if those who are not circumcised keep the law's requirements, will they not be regarded as though they were circumcised?
You understand his point there before you move on? Because you got to understand what you read. What is he talking about? What is Paul saying here?
Okay, so the ones that are not circumcised are the Gentiles, or the ones that are Jewish. Okay.
And he's saying to the Jews, you who boast being Jewish and you have the law. When you have a Gentile who keeps God's moral commands and ethics, well, he's not circumcised. Won't God consider him as if he had been circumcised?
Yes.
Now watch what he says to those Jews who are circumcised but break the law. Now read it.
The one who is not circumcised physically and yet obeys the law will condemn you, who, even though you have the written code and circumcision, are a lawbreaker.
So who's better in the eyes of God? Ethnically Jew who breaks God's law, or a Gentile who's not circumcised but honors God and keeps his ethical moral demands?
Well, a Gentile who honors God, because I understand the circumcision.
But now it gets better though, because now you're going to see who a true Jew is. 28, 29.
A person is not a Jew with one only outwardly, nor is circumcision merely outward and physical. No, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is circumcision of the heart by the Spirit, not by the written code.
So you were just told what a true Jew is. A true Jew is what?
A circumcision of the heart, not the penis, and not a rabbi sucking the penis.
Someone who follows the Lord's laws and ethics in their heart and truly, and not just by outward.
In other words, you're a follower of Jesus Christ, because for Paul, to follow the law is to obey Jesus Christ. So you're just told right now, a true Jew is one whose spirit.
Slow it down a little bit.
Hey?
Could slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it at? 115?
125 it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got some good stuff.
Oh, he's brilliant.
Spiritually, born of the Spirit, united to Christ. And now I'm going to show you this is the teaching of the entire New Testament. And I'm going to show you what the New Testament says about those Jews who reject Jesus. They're said to be fake.
Hey?
Synagogue of Satan.
Yeah.
Jews. They're not really Jews. In fact, would you be shocked if I showed you Paul saying the Jews who reject Jesus, they're actually Ishmaelites? They're the sons of Hagar, the descendants of Ishmael. They're not the descendants of Sarah. Would you be shocked if I showed you that?
Yes.
You would be shocked, right?
That's a huge thing.
I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it from Paul, but I want everyone to hear it. She's going to be shocked when I show her Paul saying the Jews who don't follow Jesus but follow the law of Moses, they are actually the descendants of Hagar, the descendants of Ishmael. They're not the descendants of Sarah. Galatians 4, 21 to 31. It's right there.
Tell me who you want to be under the law. Are you not aware of what the law says? For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by the slave woman and the other by the free woman. His son by the slave woman was born according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as the result of a divine promise.
Mm-hmm.
These things are being taken figuratively. The women represent two covenants. One covenant is from Mount Sinai and bears children who are to be slaves. This is Hagar. Now, Hagar stands for Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the present city of Jerusalem.
Now, did you catch it? Jerusalem on earth is Hagar.
Okay.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, Hagar stands for Mount Sinai and corresponds to the present city of Jerusalem. Okay.
So here you are, a pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. You are fighting for the Jews who are living in the land that Paul said is the land of bondage, the land that enslaves the descendants of Hagar, not of Sarah.
Okay.
I didn't say that. Paul just said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, then, what is true Jerusalem? And who are the true sons and daughters of Sarah? Now, keep reading.
Okay. But the Jerusalem that is above is free, and she is our mother. For it is written, be glad, barren woman, you who never bore a child. Shout for joy and cry aloud, you who were never in labor. Because more are the children of the desolate woman than of her who has a husband. Now you, brothers and sisters, like Isaac, are children of promise.
Who are the children of promise who belong to Isaac?
Now,
Christians. But the Jews who reject Jesus, they are sons of Hagar. Keep reading.
Okay. At that time, the son born according to the flesh persecuted the son born by the power of the Spirit. It is the same now.
It is the same now. Notice, just like Ishmael was born of the flesh, not of God's promise, because God didn't promise that he would give Abraham a son from Hagar. So Ishmael was simply their human decision to do so. But God did promise to give Abraham a son from Sarah. And just like in Genesis 21, Sarah told Abraham, get rid of the woman, the bondwoman and her son, because he has no share with Isaac. And God said, listen to what Sarah said. And so here Paul is saying, just like in Genesis 21, God had Hagar and her son banished from Isaac so that she was removed. Paul is saying, you too, you Christians, you are like Isaac. Get rid of the bondwoman and her son. And who are they? The Judaizers. Those Jews who are telling Christians who are not ethnically Jewish, you have to keep the law of Moses and get circumcised. And he says, they are Ishmaelites. Have nothing to do with them. Get rid of them.
Okay.
Finish it, though, all the way to 31.
Okay. But what does Scripture say? Get rid of the slave woman and her son, for the slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with the free woman's son. Therefore, brothers and sisters, we are not children of the slave woman, but of the free woman.
Wow. So I want to ask you a question. I'm a little baffled here. Who are the sons of the slave woman, according to what Paul just said?
Those that are not, I guess, children of God or will share in the inheritance are not Christian.
And who are they in that context? Who are they? The Jews.
Okay.
She's broken. She's broken.
That's why he mentioned Mount Sinai in Arabia, which corresponds to Jerusalem. Those Jews who still want to keep the Mosaic law, who still want to follow Moses, they are the sons of the bondwoman. Have nothing to do with them. And what did he say? Jerusalem is Jerusalem. Is that the true Jerusalem? And is that the Jerusalem that God delights in? Or is that the Jerusalem that is represented and typified in Hagar, the bondwoman, not the free?
No, I think what you said, the one that's typified.
Don't think what I said. He said it there in Galatians 4, 21 to 25, right? I didn't say so. Make sure you're understanding what you're reading.
Right.
So Jerusalem on earth, is that the true Jerusalem that lights God's heart? Or is that the Jerusalem that is typified in Hagar, the bondwoman who gives birth to children in slavery who are not free? What is that Jerusalem on earth?
The Jerusalem on earth is just a mapped out piece of land, I guess, over in next to Egypt.
And who points to that Jerusalem? Sarah, or
is it saying that Hagar points to that Jerusalem?
then you didn't read it with understanding. See, this is why I got to ask you questions. If you don't understand, you're not going to get the point. Reread Galatians 4:21-26 until you get it.
Okay.
Read it. You're not going to go anywhere until you get it. If you don't get it, then you're not going to see it, because the indoctrination of the church you went to is very heavy. And by the power of the Holy Spirit, may He set you free from that indoctrination. Read Galatians 4:21-26. Reread it.
I think what's stopping me from fully understanding is why are they in conflict if the Jewish people over there are not God's chosen people? Why is there still such conflict then with
What does that got to do with anything? If the Bible says they're not God's chosen people, what the hell does the conflict got to do with proving otherwise?
It's just,
what does that got to do with anything?
Okay, I'm gonna read it again.
Yeah, reread it. Galatians 4:21-26.
Okay. Tell me, you who want to be under the law, are you not aware of what the law says? For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by the slave woman and by the free woman. His son by the slave woman was born according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as a result of a divine promise. So I'm just stopping so I understand. Everyone
who was promised?
Isaac
was Ishmael promised?
No.
Exactly. So now pay attention. Which Jerusalem corresponds to Ishmael and Hagar, and which one corresponds to Sarah and Isaac? Pay attention now.
These things are being taken figuratively. The woman represents two covenants.
Wait, the woman, meaning Sarah and Hagar, represent two covenants. A covenant made on Mount Sinai, which corresponds to Jerusalem on earth, and the other covenant that is heavenly. Keep reading.
Okay. One covenant is from Mount Sinai and bears children who are to be slaves. This is Hagar, so this is the one of the flesh. Now, Hagar stands for Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the present city of Jerusalem.
Can it be any clearer? You just read it a second time.
Okay.
So the Jerusalem on earth is who, figuratively?
Is figuratively Hagar, which is the children that were born of the flesh, which was Ishmael.
And so which children is Paul saying are Ishmaelites? Who's he talking about? Because he said two covenants. The covenant on Mount Sinai, that was made with who?
With Abraham.
No, Abraham was not on Mount Sinai.
Alban. Mount Sinai was in the Arabian Peninsula, Midian. Right, which is a total contradiction of the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula. Right?
Is that to the south or to the
biblical reference? The Apostle Paul states he went into Arabia and specifically calls Mount Sinai Arabia in Galatians 4:25, suggesting it's in the Arabian Peninsula. Ancient texts, the Septuagint, Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, places Mount Sinai near Madian al-Bad in Arabia, an ancient city connected in Jethro, Moses' father-in-law. Archaeological evidence, the region of Midian, northwest Saudi Arabia, shows flourishing activity during the time of the Exodus, with distinctive Midianite pottery found there, unlike archaeology empty Sinai Peninsula. In Roman times, the Sinai Peninsula was sometimes considered part of Arabia, Petraea, fitting Paul's description. Note, Armstrong Institutional of Biblical Archaeology. So I've just given you the full breakdown of where Sinai is. It was called Midian. Right, let's get back to it. Now he's interrupted again.
The covenant on Mount Sinai was made with who?
With Moses.
And Moses made that covenant with who?
With God.
Sister, you know, in my streams, I hang myself to my shoestring. So Moses made a covenant with God, or God made a covenant with Moses with who?
Covenant with Moses.
And with who? Who did God make that covenant with?
You mean like with the Israelites that were?
Oh, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll hang myself to my shoestrings because, you know, okay. So one more time. The covenant on Sinai, that covenant was made with who?
With the Israelites.
You know, you just admit Israelites are the sons of Hagar. That's what you just said, if you understood what you just said. Because if the covenant of Mount Sinai, which is in Arabia, which corresponds to Jerusalem, that is symbolized in Hagar. That means all who belong to that covenant are the sons and daughters of Hagar. But that covenant was made with the Israelites.
This is a lot to take.
You better believe it. But you asked. I can't lie to you. I can't tickle your ears. If you believe your New Testament, Paul, who's a Jew, so he's not anti-Semitic, just told you the covenant made on Sinai, which is Jerusalem on earth, that is now typified, represented, symbolized in Hagar. Because Hagar is the bondwoman who gave birth to a son who was in bondage. And these Jews, if they're trying to now merit righteousness before God by keeping the Mosaic law, they will be in bondage to sin and they will come under God's wrath. So understand the point. Earthly Jerusalem, after rejecting Jesus.
Urban, it's in the biblical text. Midian or Median in Arabic refers to a historic region in northwest Saudi Arabia, primarily around the modern Tabuk province, famous in biblical and Quranic texts as the land where Moses found refuge and married, and where the prophet Shu'aib preached. It's a land rich in ancient history with archaeological sites linked to biblical narratives and ongoing interest in its potential as the true Mount Sinai, Jabal al-Laws. Moses fled Egypt to Midian, married Zipporah, and received divine revelations, with some theories placing the true Mount Sinai, Jabal al-Laws, in the Saudi Arabia region. Quranic narrative in Islam, Midian was a prosperous tribe to whom Prophet Shu'aib was sent, warning them against idolatry. I can't even say the word. Idolatry. And injustice, a story detailed in classic Islamic scholarship. The geography covers the northwestern part of modern Saudi Arabia, bordering the Gulf of Aqaba, and includes areas like Kuwaya Oasis. Recent excavations, such as the Naqarian Oasis, are uncovering the rich history of this region, connecting ancient settlements with the significant religious stories. The region is gaining attention as potential site for Christian pilgrimage due to theories about its role in Exodus story alongside its Islamic importance, says
it's all right, Urban.
So you can't question this guy. Everything. Do you think I've not tried to debunk loads of stuff that he said? Do you think that I've not researched and gone down rabbit holes and checked things and looked at things and thought, hang on a minute, what are you going on about? And then you go and research them. So let's get back into it.
Yeah, this
It's
guy's
no
good.
longer the Jerusalem of God. Then what is the Jerusalem of God? Well, read. Continue.
Okay.
What is the Jerusalem that delights God? That
The heavenly Jerusalem. That's the Jerusalem of God.
Yeah.
pleases God, which
The
Sarah
heart.
represents.
Okay.
Keep reading.
But the Jerusalem that above is free, and she is our mother. For
Well, what's your mother?
the free Jerusalem.
And where's that at?
I don't think it's an actual place.
No, it is. It's heavenly Jerusalem.
Okay.
That's where you got to know your Bible. It's Hebrews 12, 22 to 24. And Revelation 21 says, and I saw Jerusalem coming down out of heaven like a bride adorned for her husband.
Okay.
That's why I got to know your Bible. So which Jerusalem is the...
He is absolutely fantastic on his scriptures, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just rattles it off. Boom, 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 boom.
Jerusalem that delights the heart of God?
The heavenly Jerusalem in Hebrews and Revelation.
And go to Hebrews 12, 22 to 24 to show you that the real Jerusalem is the one in heaven. And it's coming down at the end of the age when the Lord returns.
And remember, the KJV is written by Jews.
Yeah.
And this is Old Testament and New Testament.
Hebrews 12, 22 to 24. So you don't think I'm making it up. Hebrews 12, 22 to 24.
Okay. But you have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem.
The what?
The heavenly Jerusalem.
So there's a Zion in heaven?
I guess so.
Don't guess. Come on, sister. Don't guess.
According to this, yes.
So there's a Zion in heaven?
Yes.
And that's the city of the living God?
Yes.
Heavenly Jerusalem?
Yes. You have come to thousands upon thousands of angels in joyful assembly, to the church of the firstborn, whose names are written in heaven. You have come to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of the righteous made perfect, to Jesus, the mediator of a new covenant, and to the sprinkled blood that speaks a better word than the blood of Abel.
So in heavenly Jerusalem, that's the city of God?
Yes.
And in that city of God, you have Zion and Jerusalem?
Yes.
And who lives there? God the Father. Who lives there? Jesus Christ. Who lives there? Myriads of angels. Who lives there? The spirits of those who died in Christ, who are now perfected because their bodies are in the dust, their spirits are there. And what are they having there? They're having church. Because there's church there, right?
Right.
So which is the true Jerusalem that God delights in?
The heavenly Jerusalem.
Exactly. Because remember what Jesus said? When
Notice
the
he didn't
Jews
say going to
rejected him,
Yeah.
the kingdom was...
Didn't say going to church.
No.
Having church. Yeah.
Having church, yeah.
Yeah.
Church is within.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is a bit broken, November Man. She's getting broken. But at the end of it, she's like, whoa.
away from them, and the city and the temple were destroyed as a sign that God was done with them. I'm going to show you that. But I want you to go slow with me. So you caught it, right?
Right.
Now go to Revelation 21 to see it is the heavenly Jerusalem that is the real Jerusalem. And Sarah symbolizes the heavenly Jerusalem. And we who belong to Christ belong to heavenly Jerusalem. Those who reject Christ belong to earthly Jerusalem, which Hagar represents.
Definitely, Hewlett.
Revelation 21,
Definitely.
verses 1 and 2.
Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and there was no longer any sea. I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride, beautifully dressed for her husband.
And when that heavenly Jerusalem comes down, guess who's coming down with it? Now read 3 and 4.
Okay. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell."
Oh, wait, did you catch it?
Her husband's an Arab, November Man. She tells her afterwards.
When does dwell with mankind? When heavenly Jerusalem comes down, because that's the city of God where God dwells in, right?
Yes.
So when that Jerusalem comes down, that means God is coming down to dwell with us in the new heaven, new earth. So look, God's dwelling places with men. Now keep reading all the way to 4.
They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away.
Okay, now I'm going to show you now who the true Jews, the true Israel, the true people of God happen to be, slowly, but you're following this pattern. So now go to Galatians 3, 26 to 29. Galatians 3, 26, but open up the entire chapter because I'm going to show you something. So open up Galatians 3, the entire chapter. You're reading the NIV, right? Now, I want you to see who the true offspring of Abraham is. Are you ready?
Yes.
Galatians 3, 15 to 18.
Brothers and sisters, let me take an example from everyday life. Just as no one can set aside or add to a human covenant that has been duly established, so it is in this case. The promises were spoken to Abraham and to his seed. Scripture doesn't say and to seeds, meaning many people, but
Scripture does not say, it says, Scripture does not say, and to seeds, many people, but to seed.
Okay.
Right? Because you missed the way you read it. I heard you saying Scripture says, and to seeds.
Okay. Oh, does not say and to seeds.
Yeah. Now read it.
Meaning many people, but and to your seed, meaning one person who is Christ.
So who's the true seed of Abraham?
Christ.
He is the seed, right?
Yes.
The one person, Christ. He's the seed, right?
Yes. The one seed. Yes.
All right. Now go to Galatians 3, 26 to 29. Now watch this. Galatians 3, 26, 29.
So in Christ Jesus, you are all children of God through faith. For all of you who were baptized into Christ have clothed yourselves with Christ. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free.
Wait, there's no longer Jew nor Gentile?
Yes.
You baptize yourself.
So why are you making a big deal over Israel?
You notice you baptize yourself.
Yeah.
Don't get a priest to baptize you.
Reread that again.
There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all in one Christ Jesus.
For you're all one in Christ Jesus.
All one in Christ Jesus.
And then what are you? If you're in Christ, what are you? 29.
If you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise.
Wait, sister. The seed of Abraham are believers in Jesus who are baptized into Jesus?
Yes.
So a Gentile who believes in Jesus and is baptized in Jesus, he is the son. She is the daughter of Abraham, the seed of Abraham?
Yes.
So why are you making a big deal over the state of Israel and taking their side over against Palestine? You don't take anyone's side. You just read from a Jew, those who are baptized in Christ, ethnically Jewish, or a Gentile, or a male, or a female, you're all one. And you are the seed of Abraham. Abraham is all of your father. He's the father of all of you. So now a Jew who rejects Jesus, Netanyahu, and a Palestinian who loves Jesus and he's baptized in Jesus, in the eyes of Jesus, which of those two is the real Jew?
The Palestinian is.
So you just destroy.
This is a lot. You have to understand. And
I know it's a lot because you've been indoctrinated like I was. But what I'm trying to get at is, if you believe your Bible and you let Jesus tell you what to believe, and the Holy Spirit-filled apostles and the New Testament writers, Paul wrote that he's a Jew. I didn't write it. I didn't write Galatians 3. And in Galatians 3, he told you there's neither Jew nor Gentile, Greek, neither male nor female, neither free nor slave. You are all one if you've been baptized in Christ, and all of you are the seed of Abraham. Well, if Netanyahu rejects Jesus, then according to Paul, he's not a real Jew. But that Palestinian in Palestine who's been baptized in Christ, he is a real Jew. So when a bomb is dropped on his building and everyone in that house is killed and their infants and babies are killed, don't tell me God is fighting for Israel. Don't tell me that. You're telling me I'm pro-Israel. Yeah, God is fighting for Israel. Yeah. Oh, come on. Get out of this lie.
Well, I didn't expect to think about this today, but I am thinking about it.
But I'm not done showing you the evidence yet. This is just the beginning. I want to give you all the evidence.
Right, I'll give you the evidence, Urban. The Red Sea crossing happened at the Gulf of Aqaba, the eastern arm of the Red Sea, rather than the Gulf of the Suez, to align with the biblical route from Egypt through Midian to the mountain. Proponents believe this location fits the narrative of being trapped between the sea and impassable mountains, with the crossing of the Straits of Tiran being a plausible spot. Paul called Sinai Mount Sinai in Arabia, Galatians 4:25, and Moses encountered God in Midian, Exodus 2-3, a region linked to northwest Saudi Arabia. The Gulf of Aqaba, with its steep eastern shore, Arabian Peninsula, and the Sinai Peninsula to the west, provides the dramatic geography described in Exodus. The Straits of Tiran at the entrance to the Gulf of Aqaba are often cited as specific crossing point. Why not the Gulf of Suez? The traditional location in the Sinai Peninsula, Gulf of Suez, doesn't align well with the biblical sequence that places Mount Sinai in Arabia after the crossing, according to these theories. Does that answer your question now, Urban? You can do your own research. I've done all this research myself to try and understand it, and then read everything that she's read. I've gone to the Bible and read it myself as well.
So when I saw this footage, my heart was crushed, because you have children being killed in Israel and Palestine, who are the victims of this war. Because when Israel goes in to devastate Palestine, they don't discriminate. When they drop a bomb, they're going to drop it on buildings where there are even children and infants. There's another video I can't show you because I can't find it. A man in a hospital. No, see, Scruffy again. Only someone who's of the devil can't listen. Do you guys hear me say we're not pro-Israel, we're not pro-Palestine, we're pro-Jesus and his kingdom? Mm-hmm. Anyway, I saw another footage in a hospital, a man with his baby, infant, lifeless and dead in his arms. And he's there looking at the camera, and the baby is dead. Lifeless, dead baby in his arms. Do you think when Jesus sees Israeli children, Israeli infants, Israeli babies, he prefers them more over those Palestinian children, Palestinian babies, Palestinian infants who are being killed? Oh, it's okay. They're Palestinian children, but these Israeli children I love more. Then that's not my Jesus. That's not the Jesus of the Bible. Mm. That's not the Lord Jesus that I know from Scripture, the Jesus of history, who's the Christ of the Gospels. When Jesus sees any child, Palestinian, Israeli, being killed, it breaks his heart, because he understands the devastation it will cause to those left behind. And you understand that this is going to make the Israelis hate the Palestinians more, and the Palestinians hate Israelis more and want to wipe each other out. This is not going to bring any peace. It's not going to bring any resolution. You think that dad, when he's carrying the lifeless body of his daughter, do you think now he's more sympathetic to Israel's existence in Israel?
No.
Or when the Israeli sees that an Israeli child was killed by Hamas, or a grandmother was murdered by Hamas, you think the Israelis are now going to be soft and understanding towards the Palestinians, or you think they're now going to hate each other even more and want to wipe each other out? Right? This is when Jesus says, turn the other cheek, because someone has to swallow their pride and say enough is enough. But when you Christians in the West bend over backwards for Zionism, you know what message you send to the Palestinians? Did you know? And I'm going to give you more verses. I don't want you to get it because I want to show you more verses on who a true Jew is. Do you know there are Palestinian Christians in Palestine? Do you know they're getting it bad from both sides? There are Palestinian Muslims who look down upon them and attack them because they're Christian, and they get it bad from the Israelis because they're Palestinians. And the Palestinian Christians, baptized, born of the Spirit, belong to Christ. They're seeing you evangelicals in America, pro-Israel, and they're wondering, what about us? You forgot us? I thought we are the body of Christ. I thought we are brothers and sisters in Christ. Because Jesus said, who are my mother? My brothers, those who do the will of God. Here I am, your Palestinian Christian brother, your Palestinian Christian sister, your Palestinian Christian mother, your Palestinian Christian daughter. And I'm suffering because when that bomb came down, the bomb didn't say, oh, wait, Palestinian Christian.
And who's our patron saint? His mother was a Palestinian. And his church is in Lod.
Who's that?
St. George. That's what the red cross on the white flag is.
Go to the palace, and they're looking at you in the West, bending.
I got a few videos about him. November Man. I got a few videos. Well, I think I got 3 videos on here ready to play. Link. Lonk. Where's the lonk? There's the lonk. Jimmy wants the lonk.
Over backwards for Israel, and they're wondering what the hell happened to the bond we have in Jesus Christ. So you would rather have me suffer by Muslims and Israelis because of your warped understanding that Israel's the chosen people of God, but I'm a baptized, born again, Spirit-filled member of the body of Jesus, the same Jesus you say you love, and you've forgotten me? You've forgotten me because I'm Palestinian and because you've been deceived by charlatans and false teachers that the modern state of Israel is somehow pleasing to God because the Jews are God's chosen people? We're going to have a lot to answer for when we stand before the Lord. And let me tell you something, because the Bible is real. Those who die in Christ are alive. The day will come, you and me, we're going to see our brothers and sisters. And when we see the Palestinian Christians before the...
Shalom. How you doing?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Just a quick question. In the... not quick question. It's kind of a question. In the Bible, it says that Jesus went up to prostitutes. He let them wash his feet, and he forgave them for their sin. Is that true or false?
No, that's not why he did it.
Is it that? Oh,
that's Max's wife.
All right.
Why did you do it?
Not too big.
Answer, but just why?
He forgave prostitutes for their sins after they washed his feet. Now, my question is, did they only wash his feet? Because
You made my wife laugh.
Yeah, yes, they washed his feet.
They did wash his feet, yes.
No, it was an acceptance of forgiveness for their sins, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You had Mary of Bethany, didn't you? Which was one prostitute.
I don't remember that.
I haven't got a clue, Jimmy.
Rabbis, they do suck people off after they've committed the circumcision. I think they're only just starting to ban that now in England. Just look it up on Google.
I don't know, if you go and look up Luke 7:36-50, a sinful woman washes Jesus' feet with her tears, dries them with her hair, and anoints them, while the Pharisee host, Simon, is critical. Jesus explains the woman's actions stem from great love because she's been forgiven much, contrasting with Simon's lack of hospitality, teaching that her many sins have been forgiven for she loved much.
The harlot was Mary, too.
Yeah.
He was actually Mary.
Mm.
His wife.
Like 2,026 years ago. Or more. That was the birth. Yeah. But so regarding Israel and Palestine, I don't really like to get involved too much in all this. But
I'm in Canada. We're pro-Palestine, so.
I'm not religious, but from a military strategic point of view, I can see why Israel exists. Not to do with Israel, not to do with Jews. But I think they're funded to keep other countries in check, like Iran and all that. If the Palestinians took over, the West would have no say in what goes on in the Middle East at all.
Who's the evil ones in your country keep getting arrested for drug dealing and everything else? and causing problems in your country, Jimmy?
Mate, the Israelis are a fucking nightmare to live side by side.
Which government's kicking them out?
But if I had to live next door to someone, a Palestinian or Israeli, I'd live next door to one who is going to give me the least headache.
Right, if you watch a bit longer, Jimmy, you'll be absolutely shocked when I prove evidence that the Palestinians are the true Israelites.
Yeah, well, I'm very simple. I just like, if I had to choose to live next door to an Israeli or a quiet Palestinian.
Why? Because we've gone to every single war from year dot. Every single war has been created by a Jew. Every single war, every single act of terrorism, yeah, the big ones that have created the wars have been created by Israel.
By the Jews.
Well, Israel. Zionists. The actual real Jews reject Israel. They reject the Star of Rampham, the star, what they got on their flag, the Israeli flag. They reject it, and they reject Zionism. Right now, I'll show you later as well that the Zionists actually rejected the Jews, and actually wanted the Jews to suffer from the 1900s all the way through to 1945, 1946.
That's the end of World War II.
Yeah, they rejected, the Zionists rejected the Jews. They didn't want the real Jews. They only wanted the Zionist Jews to go to Israel, or Eretz Israel, as they called it.
World War II.
Right? And they didn't want the people that came out of the camps that were in displacement camps. They didn't want them going to Israel, right? The 10,000 children that were rescued, that came to England, the 10,000 Jewish children that came to England, yeah, David Ben-Gurion preferred that they all died. And I can show that in evidence.
I know
The only place he wanted children to go to and young people to go to was Palestine.
They weren't allowed to run for MPs in UK Parliament. The Rothschilds.
St. George, on his mother's side, is Palestinian. It always goes down the mother's side, urban. Doesn't go down the father's side, it always goes down the mother's side. And his church is in Lod, which was Palestine. And the church is still there today.
That circled around where this Israeli woman in Copenhagen, she had to force to come on and apologise after the TikTok video went viral. And she said, they said, you got to take your shoes off in this restaurant. She apologised. She said, I'm not taking my shoes off. My money paid for your country. I own you. She had to come on and apologise. Traumatised about it. Anyway, I'll let you carry on. Big up your chest and big up yourselves and west side, east side.
Yeah, and the true saint is Edmund. Yeah.
And me, but I'm definitely no saint. Okay, bye.
All right, mate, Jimmy. I'll speak to you tomorrow, mate. Right.
Throne of the Lord looking at us, wondering what happened to you. I'm your brother. I'm your sister. I loved and worshiped the same God you did. But on earth, you could give a damn about me or my children. And you could give a damn that my infant died because a bomb was thrown on the building and all our children were killed. All because you're pro-Israel. Yeah, pro-Israel. Yeah, woo-hoo. Now let me give you some more verses, what a true Jew is. Are you ready?
Can I say something really quick too?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you, by the way. I'm speaking generally in evangelicalism. So don't think I'm specifically you.
No, I know. I think I can speak. If you're still getting bad comments right now, I'm surprised because I listened to when you've gotten heated before and all that stuff. It's fine. I live with an Arab. I get it.
Middle Eastern, we're hot tempo. It's not even, it's passion.
But this time you're being so I was captivated because I was not expecting to see things from that perspective at all today. It is really like, I don't know, I'm feeling a certain way. I'm feeling empathy for the first time since any of this has started.
Amen.
I think about this, Sam. And so I hope that's what everyone is getting.
Yeah, it is. They're getting it here. And I'm not here to clear this. I'm going to get backlash. I'm going to have people attack.
Who's muted? Max, go on mute. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm eating potato chips. You want me to crunch on a mic?
No, I never heard it. I never heard it. No. Are you still arguing, Urban, about St. George, are you? Because, you know, St. George's Day, I brought out all the videos about St. George. I brought out his church in Lod, which is in Palestine. Next door to his church in Lod is a mosque now. So, although he was born in Cappadocia, his mother was Palestinian. And he was raised and martyred in Lod. Yeah, she's feeling the empathy now, November Man. And St. George, 270 to 303 AD, moved to Lydda with his mother, a native of the region where he spent his formative years. He was martyred in Lydda for his Christian faith around 303 AD. and his tomb there became a major pilgrimage site. Palestinians deeply revere him as Al-Qadar, meaning the green one, a symbol of faith, courage, and a protector, with his name being common among Palestinian Christians. Is that all right? Or do you want to hear about the monastery of St. George and Al-Qadar as well, which is Eastern Orthodox site near Bethlehem, where he was imprisoned? There you go. Who's your husband ain't IDF? I don't know that. They're going to mad.
Me. I'm going to have people insult me. I'm going to have people unsubscribe. I already had a few people unsubscribe, and people are going to stop supporting me financially. But guys, can you pray for me not to put on a show? God purify my motives, to be a man of integrity and practice what I preach, even if it means I'm going to lose supporters. May I never whore myself. May I do it for the glory of Christ. Now, you see here, there was an Al Jazeera journalist who was gunned down by Israeli soldiers that was an Orthodox Christian. Okay?
I'd never thought about it. I never thought about that.
You know why?
Yeah, there's a great big mural painted on the wall near Bethlehem of a.
Yeah, they beat the deadliest catch for that, with journalism.
Yeah, over 40 bullets into her, wasn't it?
Jesus.
And they said that it was an accident. When she's there, covered from head to toe, blue helmet, blue press, bulletproof vest on. Renegade hard work. Yep, I will do. Not very long left on this video, and I'll tell you about it.
Didn't they drone the Red Cross truck?
Yeah. Tommy Robinson took the mickey out of that. I'll play that as well. Tommy Robinson took the mickey out of the Red Cross men dying, all ex-servicemen as well. And he took the mickey out of that.
Because these garbage evangelical churches, these scum evangelical pastors, they will bend over backwards talking about Israel, but never give you the full facts. Let's go to Revelation 2. Open up Revelation 2. You ready?
Yes.
Read verses 8 to 9.
Might be having cat issues as well.
That's okay. I have a cat too. All right. See, by the way, your cat is black, and your cat is distracting you right at an important moment. You know that's demonic, right? I want you to lay hands on the cat, cast out the demon. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Revelation 2, 8 to 9.
Ones too. Okay. To the angel of the church in Smyrna, write, these are the words of him who is the first.
Did she nearly give him the bird then?
And the last, who died and came to life again. I know your afflictions and your poverty, yet you are rich. I know about the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan.
So wait. Jesus said there are Jews, but they're not really Jews, and their places of worship belong to Satan?
Yes.
Jesus the Jew said these Jews, they're fake. They're not real Jews. And their synagogues belong to Satan, not to God.
Yes.
Wow. Now, he said that in Revelation 2, 8 to 9, right?
Yes.
But now go to Revelation 3. Open up Revelation 3 and read 7 to 9.
To the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, these are the words of him who is holy and true, who holds the key of David. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open. I know your deeds. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength. You have kept my word and have not denied. I will make those who are of the synagogue of Satan, who claim to be Jews, though they are not, but are liars.
Wait, So there's another group of Jews living somewhere else. And what do they have common? They're not really Jews. They're fake Jews, and their synagogues belong to Satan, not to God.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Now, one more time, Jesus is speaking to what angel of what church in verse 7?
To the angel of the church in Philadelphia.
Now watch this church in Philadelphia. Read slowly, verse 9. What Jesus is going to make these Jews, who are not really Jews, because they do not know Jesus, and if you don't know Jesus, you're not a real Jew, because a Jew is one inwardly, like Paul said, remember?
Mm-hmm.
What is he going to make them do? Look, reread Revelation 3:9.
I will make those who are of the synagogue of Satan, who claim to be Jews, though they are not, but are liars, I will make them come and fall down at your feet and acknowledge that I have loved you.
Did you catch that, sister? If the Jews are God's chosen people, why is Jesus making these Jews bow at the feet of the church as a sign that I, Jesus, love my church, you Jews who reject me? Can you explain that to me?
No.
Reread verse 9 again. Let it sink in by the power of the Holy Spirit. Revelation 3:9. What will Jesus make these Jews who reject Jesus? So ethnically they're Jews, but inwardly they're not, and their places of worship belong to Satan. What will he make them do?
I will make those who are of the synagogue of Satan, who claim to be Jews, though they are not, but are liars. I will make them come down, fall down at your feet, and acknowledge that I have loved you.
Love who?
Loved the Christians.
The church, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you keep telling me, or the evangelists keep telling me, Israel is God's chosen people. Jesus just said, you, my church, I love you, you're my body. I'm going to make those Jews who reject me and hate you because they hate me, I'm going to make them bow before you so they can know that I love you. When's the last time you heard your church teach you this?
Never.
Matthew 23:37-39. Look what Jesus says is the sign that he's done with Jerusalem. He's done with Jerusalem. Earthly, he's done with the temple. Here's the sign. Matthew 23:37-39.
Okay. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who killed the prophets and stoned those sent to you. How often I have longed to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you were not willing. Look, your house is left to you desolate. For I tell you, you will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
Okay, did you catch what he said? This is your final chance. You will not see me again after this week unless you repent and say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. But they never did that. And what did he say he's now going to do to their temple? Your house, the temple, will be left desolate. The sign that I'm done with you, I'm going to destroy your house, Jerusalem. That's why in the next chapter, Matthew 24, it's all about the sign when Christ will come to destroy Jerusalem and the temple. Okay, did you catch what Jesus is saying?
Yeah.
He just said the sign that I'm done with you, that I'm taking away the kingdom, is that you will not accept me. You will not turn to me. You will not say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. In fact, you're going to hand me over to be killed. And then you'll never see me again after this week. And then I'm going to destroy your house, Jerusalem, the temple. And I'm going to destroy Jerusalem as a sign. It's done between you and I. That's Matthew 24. Are you with me there?
Yes.
So how are you going to tell me Israel, the Jews, are God's chosen people when Jesus gave the sign that when the temple and Jerusalem will be destroyed, 70 AD, that's the sign I'm done with them. And now my kingdom, my people, my chosen, the church on earth, that's now all over the world, that is made up of Jews, Gentiles, males, females, free and slave. That's God's true Israel. In fact, you know what he said about these Jews and Jerusalem that reject him? You know what he called them in that chapter you're reading? If you open up Matthew 23, the entire chapter, and you read from 13 all the way to 36, he calls them brood of vipers, whitewashed sepulchres. You make people twice the children of hell. You don't enter the kingdom, nor do you allow anyone else to enter after you. And then guess what else he tells them? He says they are sons of Cain. They belong to Cain, their father. Do you know that? If you open up that chapter, Matthew 23, open it up. I'm going to show you something. Read 32 to 36. Matthew 23, 32 to 36.
Go ahead then and complete what your ancestors started.
Notice, you're going to follow the footsteps of your ancestors. They sin, you're going to sin, and you're going to follow their footsteps, and you're going to reach the limit of their sins. And once you reach the limit, that's when I'm going to bring destruction on you. Right? See what he's saying there? Go ahead and do what? Fill up, complete, or fill up what was begun by what?
Your ancestors.
Ah, okay. So go ahead.
You snakes, you brood of vipers.
Wait, what do you call them?
Brood of vipers.
Snakes. Satan appeared as a serpent snake, right?
Yes.
Remember Genesis 3, the serpent that was Satan?
Yes.
And here he says, you snakes, you brood of vipers, you are sons of snakes. You're snakes, you're serpents. Wow, Jesus wasn't politically correct, was he?
You snakes, you brood of vipers, how will you escape being condemned to hell? Therefore, I am sending you prophets and sages and teachers. And so upon you will come all the righteous blood that has been shed on earth, from the blood of righteous Abel, the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the temple and the altar.
Okay, so the blood of all the murders of the righteous will fall on who?
Upon you,
you, Jerusalem, right? Because what did 37 say? Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem?
Yes.
So the blood of all the righteous who were murdered by their fathers, the murders started by their ancestors, will fall on that generation, on Jerusalem, which is why he's going to destroy Jerusalem and the temple?
Yes.
Because that's what 37:39 says, right? Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who do what to the prophets?
Kill the prophets.
So what is he talking about? Jerusalem, the temple will be destroyed as a consequence of all the murder of all the righteous, starting with Abel, culminating in Jesus. And the Jerusalem is responsible for all of that, right?
Yes.
You see it, right?
I do.
I'm not troubling you, but before you get troubled, why is the blood of Abel going to fall on their head? Who murdered Abel?
Cain.
Do you understand what Jesus just said about those Jews who rejected him? He says, Cain is your ancestor. Because when Cain murdered Abel, Cain is your spiritual father. You belong to him, not to Abraham. There's that teaching again. When Jesus said, if you don't believe in Christ, you do not belong to Abraham, you're not true Jews. These Jews, by rejecting Jesus and wanting to have him murdered, he says, you belong to Cain. You share in his murder because he's your father, not Abraham. Right there it says, the blood of Abel will fall on you, right?
Wow.
Yes.
How can the blood of Abel fall on their heads if Cain isn't one of their ancestors?
I'm watching the little argument in the chat. I'll address you in a minute.
Because in Matthew 23, 32, 33, he says, you will complete what your ancestors began. And one of their ancestors did what? Killed Abel.
Yeah.
But that was Cain before the flood. How is he one of their ancestors? And why are they sharing in the guilt of Cain murdering Abel? Because the Bible says there are two lineages.
Right.
Either you are the seed of Abraham and therefore son of God, or you are the seed of Satan. That's why Jesus says, who are my mother, and brothers. Mark 3, 31, 35. You don't need to turn there. Mark 3, 31, 35. Who are my mother and brothers? These who do the will of God are my mothers, my brothers and sisters. So if you do the will of God, you are a seed of Abraham, a son of God. But if you don't do the will of God, then you are of your father, the devil. Now, who was Satan's first son? Who was the serpent's first son?
I don't know. Cain?
Yes, 1 John 3, verse
Okay.
12. 1 John 3, verse 12.
Do you want me to turn there?
Yes, read it. So you can see I'm not making up. The first son of Satan, the serpent, is Cain. 1 John 3, verse 12.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, and that's what Jesus said. They murdered the prophets, so they're like Cain.
Do not be like Cain, who belonged to the evil one and murdered his brother.
Okay, so what did Jesus say in Matthew 23, 32, 39? You will complete the sins of your ancestors, and all the blood of the righteous that was shed, the righteous who were murdered, starting with Abel, ending with Zechariah, will fall on you. But who murdered Abel? Cain. Who will share in Cain's guilt? You read it, Matthew 23. Jerusalem. Did he not say that?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because God is saying there are two lineages in the world. Satan's lineage and God's lineage. Satan's lineage and God's lineage. True relationships are based on spiritual connections, not physical. So you can be a physical Jew and spiritually a descendant of Cain, the seed of Satan. You can be a physical Gentile, but spiritually a son of God and the seed of Abraham. That's the teaching of the Bible. So Cain belonged to Satan, right?
Yes.
Now go to John 8:44. The Jews who reject Jesus, who do they belong to? John 8:44.
You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires.
Wait, the Jews who reject Jesus belong to who?
The devil.
That's their father?
And they want to carry out their father's desires.
And he was a murderer and a liar from the beginning, right?
Yes.
Read it.
He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies.
Okay, did you see? Now, who was Cain's father?
The evil one, the devil, Satan.
And these Jews who reject Jesus, who are their father?
The devil.
So who is their spiritual ancestor? Is it Abraham or Cain?
Cain.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, guys, he's got his facts there.
Yeah. And going back up through the arguments.
Why does God, our Creator, allow Satan to exist? Satan grows in people, right?
And Satan was an angel, wasn't it?
Yeah, fallen.
Fallen angel.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As an astrotheologist, I think of angels as angles in your chart. Avoid the corners.
Yeah, avoid the corners. Urban. George was born in Cappadocia, which is modern Turkey. His mother was Palestinian. When you go down the route of parenthood, you follow the mother. So all Jews follow the mother. So St. George, his mother was Palestinian. His church was in Lydda, yeah, which is now, after the 1948, after the Nakba, the 6-Day War, became Lod under the partition, which was, I think, it's the West Bank, which was obviously settled by Israel. But Lydda was originally Palestine, and Lydda is where his church is, which is now Lod, and that's where his remains are, in his tomb.
Atheist. I'm not an atheist. I'm just not a Christian, Jew, Islamic. I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not atheist, but they say that if you're not atheist, but you don't practice a religion, then you're agnostic, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be a good way to look at it. Yeah.
So I believe that there's something, but then when you listen to all these different religious arguments, then when you go back to the Bible and then go like it just happened, you go through the Bible, you go through everything, then you see their scriptures, and their scriptures are telling the facts, but then there's so many books the Vatican banned,
that
are in the Vatican tunnels.
Even the quote-unquote Christian church is doing almost the opposite of what Jesus told them to do.
Yeah.
In almost every case.
Yeah. But if you go back to the Ethiopian Bible, before it was bastardized, just pointing out the inconsistency when it comes to the Jewish claim to the Holy Land. I don't get what you mean there, Urban. Right, now, what or who was Israel, Urban? Israel wasn't a place. Israel was Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob became Israel.
Yeah, the grandson of Abraham.
After he wrestled with God, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a fight with God. I played the video on here, haven't I? Well, in, what was it, 7 AD, was it? Was it 7 AD? Something AD it was, that they called it Palestinia, Syria. Yeah, Israel wasn't a country, it was Judea and Samaria. So you can go over and over and over with arguments, but then when you go back, then you'll see in the Bible it's called Philistia in the Bible. And before that, they called it Canaan. Oh, I've got tunnels. I've got videos of tunnels. You know, those tunnels in America, and the rabbis stating what the blood stains were and what they were actually doing on those mattresses with the blood stains on them. I've got that video as well. I tell you, I've been down some bloody rabbit holes. I tell you. Do you want to see that little interview before I get into?
Yeah. Let's get totally grossed out.
Yeah, and then we'll get into Stop screen. And then we'll get into where's the tunnels? That's Tommy. That's Tommy. That's Tommy. That's Tommy. That's funny.
They're all proud of it too, eh? Or what?
All that red effer stuff, that's all disappeared because all the red effers didn't turn out to be red because they started growing white hairs. Right. Get the Tommy stuff going. Yeah, before that, I got to prove who the original Israelites were, wasn't I? Somebody asked in the chat earlier. Well, not long ago. Right, so I think this is the video. There you've got them all carrying the mattress there. There's a big, thick mattress as well, isn't it?
It is.
So let me get this straight. The tunnel diggers at Chabad Lubavitch were bloodletting on the mattress to try and make a zombie version of their Messiah. Okay.
Too long. There was one more viral image going around, and this is the one everyone's been talking about.
Hey?
I just said what?
Okay.
Too long. There was one more viral image going around, and this is the one everyone's been talking about. Is this Dirk just pulled up on screen?
Better that. You see, he's got his little hat on. He's gonna be answering the questions in a minute. So it's not me. It's not me done the video. It's not me said anything about it. It's him's gonna answer the question, and he's gonna tell you which book they use, which is called the Book of the Living and Dying.
That's a new one.
Mattress that was pulled out of the tunnel being carried by members of the synagogue. So there's a lot of crazy conspiracy theories. I don't want to go down any tasteless rabbit holes, but David, if you could explain why was there a mattress in the tunnels and what is the stain? A lot of folks are wondering, is this stain feces?
No, it's not feces.
What
The
is
stain is blood, and basically we did rituals. I said that before. There were some rituals that we do in the tunnels, and sometimes the rituals might involve someone who recently died, and we'll bring them down there, and we're trying to do a ritual to bring back the Messiah, which is a Schneer sin. You heard about it?
So they do little rituals
on dead bodies.
Yeah, and they'll try and bring back the Messiah.
Him on the news. So he died many years ago, but we have rituals that we believe we can bring him back. And so
so how do these rituals
was that the main guy who was sort of instructing on the tunnels?
Well, that was a long time. He's like the head rabbi, and he's the guy that we look for direction.
Right, and the news was saying that he is potentially not passed on.
Right, that's right. So we don't know that, so we try to do rituals and try to
bring him back.
Correct, exactly.
So how do these? Can you explain the rituals and why does it involve a mattress?
I don't want to go to the details of the rituals, but basically we don't put the body on the floor. We put the body on the mattress, and sometimes we might make an incision somewhere on the body, and a little bit of blood will come out. But I don't want to go into the details.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, you mentioned when we talked on the phone that you brought a book with you.
Yes.
Is this?
Yes, this is the type of book I bought, and this is the type of book that describes different types of rituals and things of that nature.
So how does that, like, can you explain the book?
Well, it's too detailed to go through the book. You know, it's a detailed book, but I suggest if you have a chance and you want to get the book, you can read it.
The Book of Living and Dying.
Yes, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying.
So where did you guys learn? You guys use this for the rituals? Is this an ancient Judaism thing?
No,
or-
we use some different books, and this is one of the books.
So how did you like learn of this though?
Again, through other members.
Okay. And you don't want to get into the ritual at all? Like, so you're laying someone who are these bodies that you're putting on the mattress?
These are basically members of the synagogue who.
Sounds like Zoroaster.
Yeah.
Right, they're already dead.
Oh.
You missed that part, Tony?
I didn't know if there were people sacrificing their lives or
No,
something.
they're not sacrificing. They died of natural causes. Or
Oh.
And before you bury them in a cemetery, you basically.
What was with the high chairs? Weren't there high chairs in the tunnels as well?
Yeah, there was high chairs in there. There was baby mattresses in there as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Mm.
Are they all feeding dead babies and performing rituals on them?
I ain't got a clue.
Well, like it's not something spoken about. Okay.
But it was like there was, there was the tunnels, and then everything went deadly quiet. Obviously you had all the police in there and everything else, and everything went deadly quiet, and nobody's been held accountable of anything that was going on. And now they're coming out saying what was actually going on.
But you can understand, just like other religions or something. When someone dies, they might keep the body in a house for a couple
You
days.
can do that. Yeah.
Same idea. So it would be no different than some other religion keeping a dead body in a house for a couple of days. They all have different rituals.
Yeah. So the incision you mentioned, can you describe what's that? The purpose of that?
Well, I think I just said before, it's just a ritual, and
So he compares it to like keeping your body. So in the time of mourning, and they have the body, instead of being in the chapel of rest, they have the body at home in the casket. So he's comparing the tunnels to taking a body down into tunnels under the ground and then carrying out a ritual on it. And he's saying that's the same as mourning and having your loved one at home instead of in the chapel of rest. That's bizarre.
Well, imagine the prestige of your loved one being the Messiah.
Yeah. Mental, man.
So, I guess if you believe that would be a good thing, right?
You see, here's I brought some notes, and if you want to really go through it, so that's the book we use. That's the book to bring people from the afterlife. Okay, so it's, if you believe in that, I don't know if you believe in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, so if you believe in the afterlife, then fine. Then you believe that many years ago in Egypt, there was a method to bring people back from the afterlife, and we're using that type of method. Okay, and the thing is, like, what do you call the ritual itself? Okay, is basically what we believe in is to bring that individual back, and we might read some verses from the book. I'm speaking to you in general.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not giving it to you exactly, but those are some of the notes I have. We said every person that dies in a ritual, we try to bring them back, the Messiah. Okay, we know the body is soulless. We know it's, and so you
once they die, yeah.
Right.
Do you shroud the body?
Do we shroud the body, like cover them up?
Yeah.
We'll cover them up, bringing it like yes, but won't be covered up entirely.
Fully. Okay.
Correct. Exactly. So that's it. So the blood, like I said, see in my notes here, so the blood's from the incision made in a mattress, and we hope that the Messiah spirit will come into that. That's what we hope for. Okay, we believe, like you said, you even brought it up, and that Shearson was the Messiah, and we believe in him. He died many years ago, but you said he might be alive, which is possible. And if he's dead, we try to bring him back. If he's alive, let it be.
So Dirk pulled up here on screen a wiki article kind of explaining how a sect of Judaism, of the synagogue you go to, they actually believe Shearson did not die, quote. So is it possible?
Right, some believe that. Here's the whole thing. Remember, within the synagogue, within the members, not everyone has the same exact belief.
Right.
Okay, so there is different levels of Judaism, and there are different levels of Christianity, and there are different levels of everything. So not everyone is considered like when you say Jewish, there were some very religious Jews, and some moderate Jews, so forth, and so not everyone has the same exact belief. Some believe that he's dead. Some believe he's alive.
Right.
So you're trying to bring him back with this ritual. Some believe he is back. Does that mean the ritual worked?
For those that believe that he came back, then it worked for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
For those that didn't believe, it didn't work for them.
Well, that's pretty amazing, then. So you guys might have brought back the Messiah on Earth. He's living, the Messiah?
Anything is a possibility.
Making a living the old hard way. Taking...
Mad, isn't it? Mad.
Yeah, that's the strangest explanation ever.
So that's what the tunnels are all about. Right.
Why couldn't you do that at your house?
Yeah. Why do you have to go into a tunnel?
Right? If all you're doing is piercing the neck and performing a ritual, well, you could do that anywhere. You know?
See, Urban, we haven't fallen to Islam, right? Islam's obviously a problem. We've actually fallen to the same thing that you've fallen to, right? And yours is called APAC. And every single member of your parliament, every single house member is bought and paid for. Every single one that stands next to Trump is Israeli citizenship.
Yeah, you see Marjorie Taylor Greene is stepping down.
Yeah.
She's had enough. They're fucking den of vipers.
Yeah, well, she wants it's because Trump is trying to stop the release of Epstein files, isn't he?
Well,
because they expose him too much as a speedophile. You've fallen to Qatar. Qatar? You mean Qatar, do you mean? We haven't fallen to Qatar.
You're taking money. Right on. Get yourself some good Qatari setup. That'd be all right. Nobody's offered to buy me out yet. So.
Right, where am I looking?
My price is $1 million. I'll sell out real hard. Okay.
Right, this is this is a channel called Rational Religion, right? And they talk about Ben Gurion, the first Zionist leader of Israel, the one that created the Israel state.
Now, was that his real name?
David Ben Gurion? No, David Ben Gurion had a different name.
Well. Something ski, right?
Let's just present this little bit first. Share screen. Entire screen. Share. Just about the white paper. white paper wanted an appeals commission. Idea of petitioning Palestine. It also limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 for 5 years and ruled that further immigration would then be determined by the Arab majority. Section 2. Jews were restricted from buying Arab land in all but 5% of the mandate section. This explains why Zionists of all shades made defeating the white paper their top priority, and for that to happen, Jews had to become a majority by any means possible. But how could Zionists direct Europe's Jews to Palestine? Simple. Theodor Herzl provided the blueprint 3 decades earlier in the 19th century. Instigate and exploit Jewish refugee crisis to the maximum, foment anti-Semitism where it didn't exist, close any viable exits unless Palestine was the only destination. That is how the Jewish state could be built in record time. In a nutshell, Zionist leaders worked hand over fist to close all windows in a burning house, and they left one exit, Palestine, to Europe's Jews, to maximize their political gains to defeat the white paper of 1939. Actually, David Ben-Gurion referred to such process as the lever that would create the Jewish state. Ironically, Ben-Gurion used to refer to saving Jews outside of Palestine as more like witch doctor's medicine. In layman's terms, those Jews who saved themselves in countries other than Palestine were doomed anyhow. Therefore, that was a waste of resources and money. As will be proven shortly below, Zionist leaders made sure that Europe's Jews were left with 2 options. Either they made Aliyah to Palestine to join the Yishuv, or go to Auschwitz and lobbied feverishly like hell against any viable third alternative. Sadly, this evil policy continued after World War II ended in the displaced camps. Just in case you think our characterization is over the top, wait until you read it from Ben-Gurion himself when the Holocaust was in its infancy. At the Bitmore Conference in May 1942, Ben-Gurion said, "The meaning of these 2 ships, Patria and Struma, which were both sunk during World War II with Jewish refugees on board, is simple. Eretz Israel or death. And as soon as the war ends, many ships like these will stream to Eretz Israel." Biet Zivi, page 254 of 59. 2 importance to keep in mind. When Ben-Gurion said this statement, he knew Patrina was sunk by the Haganah based on Moshe Sheret's orders in November 1940, almost 16 months earlier. That by itself was very telling. The mass majority of Europe's Jewry after World War II ended immigration to the Americas and preferred to live with the Gentiles even after Palestine was emptied of its people. Zionists executed David Ben-Gurion's infamous anti-Semitic hate speech to the maximum to increase their political leverage, which he articulated a month after the Kristallnacht, which was the night of broken glass. The Kristallnacht, night of broken glass.
Yeah.
Pogrom. We believe it is worthwhile watching Peter Bergson for 2.5 minutes talking about the Rabbi's March in the fall of 1943, the only protest by Jews in DC during World War II. The obstacle they faced from Zionists, which he referred to as monkey wrenches, how the Bergen boys lobbied to rescue Europe's Jews in the US Congress, and most importantly, how Zionists fought his group with tooth and nail because they didn't advocate in saving Europe's Jews only to Palestine. Make sure to watch Mr. Bergenson to the last second and remember this happened when the last 1.5 million were alive. And this was in 1943. We cannot press Hitler's button and British and Palestine button, defeating the white paper of 1939. At one and the same time, New York Times, 18th, America, Jews and the Holocaust by Lucy S. Davidovich. Nahum Goldman was known to have said something similar. All knew there was insufficient bandwidth to fight Hitler and the white paper simultaneously, and only had to give Zionist leaders knew well the only way to defeat the white paper was directing the Jewish refugees only to Palestine. That is why they were fixated on Palestine, an only destination for Jewish refugees. In the process, Europe's Jews were left high and dry, and Ben-Gurion got his lever that created his state in depth. We have addressed this topic in another section. What are the DNA genetics distances between Israelites and Sumerians, Romans, Levantines, Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Muslims, Ashkenazi Jews, Yemeni Jews, and Sephardi Jews during the Israelite period? Here is the genetic distance from Israelites, 100% to Samaritans at 94%, Palestinian Christians and Muslims at 80.4% and 82.8% respectively. Ashkenazi 35% and Sephardi at 44%. Jewish communities was extracted from Myro-Cyro's X-thread on Gentiles. Please note, when we examined hundreds of 23andMe samples for Jews, rarely did they score 10% or higher from the Levant. On average, Jews scored 0.5% and 9%, more often on the low end. And those were by far Sephardi Jews, as you'll soon see. Frequently, Ashkenazi Jews have no Levant DNA to report whatsoever, although 23andMe officially reported 8% for Ashkenazi Jews. However, that was for much larger Near East region that included Anatolia, Iraq, Egypt, Iran, and the Arabian Peninsula. Thus, Levant's portion had to be much lower. That said, we should have had a better picture once the millions of leaked DNA records for Ashkenazi Jews are analysed. It seems almost every one of them tested by 23andMe. Our critical analysis continues below the images. So there you go, Palestinian Christians, 80.4.
Yeah.
Jordanian Christians, Syrian Christians, Lebanese Druze. I mean, the Druze are getting absolutely slaughtered in Syria at the moment. Alawites, Palestinian Muslims. Palestinian Muslims got 82.8% DNA. Lebanese Muslims, Syrian, Jordanian Muslims, average. Ashkenazi Belarusia, 35. Ashkenazi Germany, 36. Ashkenazi Lithuania, 38. Ashkenazi Poland, and every single leader of Israel has been Polish.
Yeah. How much?
Yeah, 34.4%. Sephardic Jews were 44.8. Libyan Jew was 55 point. Tunisian Jew was 53, and the average is 40.7. And then it goes on to the Roman period, etc., etc. So it goes on and on and on. So, right. We'll get into more of that later about the Zionists.
Yeah, those 80%, those are pretty high.
Yeah.
Makes you
Right.
think.
Present. Share screen. So this is the links in my description, and it's from Rational Religion. I think they did 3 videos, but some of the evidence that they produce is from Ben Gurion, and some of the evidence is produced from Shlomo Sand, who's a Jewish rabbi that wrote the book The Invention of the Jewish People, and they talk about the book in a minute. This guy was speaking in a minute. I'm not sure where he's from, but oh my God, when you see it, you can't stop seeing it. But that's all I'm saying.
So the founders of modern Israel admitted in published work, separately and together, that the Palestinians are the descendants of the children of Israel. And yet today, they say the reason why that land is theirs is because the modern Jews are exclusively the descendants of the children of Israel.
And they need to come back to their land. This concept of the right to return, it is exposed as effectively a cover for creating a European colony, using religion when it suits it, and using ethnicity when it suits it. Peace be
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so did you get that?
Who are you talking to?
Everybody.
Yeah. When it suits them.
Yeah, I think November Man got it.
On you. We continue to see horrific images on our phones and of our screens of the atrocities being perpetrated by the Israeli military against the Gazan population. And at the heart of all of this, there is in actual fact a tug of war between 2 different ideologies and perspectives. One is that the Palestinians are in fact the indigenous people of the land being ethnically cleansed from the land. And the second is that of the Israeli army, which is that the Jewish people are the true inheritors of the land and the Palestinians are simply Arab invaders who came into the land in the early 20th century. So in answer to this particular question, we're going to go to the ideological founders of Zionism and see what they had to say about the Palestinian Arabs. So who are these people we have on the screen before us, and what do they have to say for themselves?
Well, these are some of the founders of political Zionism from the 19th century. And political Zionism is essentially this idea that the contemporary Jews, or the Jews that we have today, are the direct descendants of the biblical children of Israel, and that the biblical children of Israel were promised the land of Palestine, and thus that gives an inherent moral religious right. And
but we've already proved that with biblical scriptures that they'd be cast out and their temples be destroyed.
eventually they argued legal right, that they deserve that land of Palestine, even if the Palestinians are still there. But the idea that the Jews, today's Jews, are exclusively the children of Israel, which is today the Zionist parlance, was not something that was believed by the founders of modern Israel. So we have on the next slide, Professor Shlomo Sands.
I'd like to just go through some of these individuals first.
Go for it.
This is Israel Belkind, who is a prominent early Zionist of the 19th century. Theodor Herzl as well, who's described in the Israeli Declaration of Independence as the spiritual father of the Israeli nation. And we have another guy who's a very interesting guy, who's really never really talked about, but is very important actually. His name was William Hechler, who was in actual fact a Christian. And he was a very close associate of Theodor Herzl. He supported him enormously. He introduced him to the German royal family. He was a patron of Theodor Herzl. And William Hechler was this Christian Zionist who believed that the time was ripe for the Jews to resettle in Israel, in what was Palestine then. And Theodor Herzl, came to the conclusion that Jews needed their own homeland because of, according to most narratives, because of the observation of the pogroms, because of the observation of anti-Semitism in Europe. He himself was a journalist in Vienna. And so, I find it very strange that this political figure is known as the spiritual father of Israel. He was not a spiritual individual. And in fact, he died very young. He died in his 40s before the nation of Israel came to any kind of fruition. And he was pushing for the land to be allocated in Uganda, in British, which was a British colony at the time. So it's just really interesting, I find, that that he's described as a spiritual father, and that he was patronized. He was supported by William Hechler, who's a Christian Zionist.
I mean, many of early Zionists were in fact atheists, which belies their ultimate claim of that they believed that God had promised them this land, because they didn't believe that in God, and they didn't believe that God had promised anything.
Yeah. How can you keep saying we're promised, but we're atheists?
Well, they hide behind being Jews, right? Ethnic Jews.
What did it say in the Bible? Those that claim to be a Jew and are not a Jew, they are from the synagogue of Satan.
They did, yeah.
Cousin marriage, urban, is everywhere. Cousin marriage is in Jewish religion. Cousin marriage was in the royal family.
Yeah.
Cousin marriage is everywhere.
It's one of the ways you can dumb down a population.
I mean, what did the Labour government do earlier on in the year? They said they weren't going to ban cousin marriage.
Yep.
And they brought up loads of reasons why it should be born, but they wouldn't. The Labour government wouldn't ban it.
That's one way to make a group of people fall off the intellectual map, Get them to inbreed.
Yeah.
Because they believe it was all just myths, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was it remains the case in the Jewish population that they have potentially a disproportionately high number of atheists amongst their overall of the people who would call themselves by a religious name, which is the Jews.
Yeah.
But that be it as it may, what we come to is what that actually reveals is that essentially this is an ethno-supremacist ideology.
Yeah,
right?
and it is, and to be honest, a little bit of digging and scratching at the surface of the Zionist ideology immediately reveals that. I was listening to this rabbi talk about this, and you get these Orthodox rabbis who, they're not in favor of Israel's existence or representation of Israel as a Jewish state. Israel to exist, as are we, but we just don't want it to be an nationalist, ideological state, which is only for one type of its citizens, which is, for example, what you have with the Jewish state law, which is the statement recently in the last few years that Israel is a nation only for its Jewish citizens, not for all of its citizens. And it has millions of Palestinians living under it as well, of Palestinian heritage. So what he said was very interesting, was he pointed out that, well, the founding right of Israel is the right of return. That if you're Jewish anywhere in the world, or if you have one of 4 grandparents who are Jewish, you can claim the right of return to Israel. And that you can do so even if you're an atheist. You can be an atheist and one of your parents is one of your grandparents was Jewish. You can claim the right to return. But if you become, and so from that you ask, well, is it about being Jewish by religion? And the answer is no. It's about being Jewish by ethnicity. But this rabbi made a good point. How can you call an Ethiopian Jew the same as a Polish Jew in ethnicity? They're completely different ethnicities. And then the second point he made is that the moment that atheist becomes a Muslim, he suddenly can't come into Israel. And you're like, hold on a second. I thought it was about ethnicity. So why should my new religion bar me?
So you're saying the atheist ethnic Jew, he has a right of return, but when he becomes a Muslim,
he can't come back. He can't come in. So is it religion or is it ethnicity? Well, actually, it's both, whichever one suits the aims of the Israeli state, which is to create a European-based, European-centric proxy for US and UK and European interests. Which is why, for example, you have these Ethiopian Jews who they're Ethiopian, but their pedigree as Jews is very clear. You have the Yemeni Jews who've had a persistent Yemeni Jewish population there for millennia. You can't gainsay that. These guys are Jews in the if you want to the purest sense, these guys are Jews. They're the real deal. Okay, but when they came into Israel, one, they had a heck of a time getting into Israel. They had a really difficult time getting Israeli citizenship, especially the Ethiopian Jews. And then when they came in, what did we find? We found that in actual fact, the state of Israel had been giving them contraceptive shots to the Ethiopian Jewish women to prevent them from reproducing without them knowing. Okay, they were giving them Depo-Provera, so they couldn't conceive. And so this is an actual fact. This shows that even though they were forced by their position on the right of return to accept these people into the country, they did not want them to become a significant minority of that country because of their race. So this is an actual fact. This concept of the right of return, it is exposed as effectively a cover for creating a European colony. Okay, using religion when it suits it, and using ethnicity when it suits it.
It's kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth on that issue.
Absolutely.
But cousin marriages in the UK is at 1%. Cousin marriages in USA is 2%, which is the greatest country, the biggest country, and how many is 2% of the USA compared to 1% of the UK? Rothschilds always kept it in the family. Gonna leave KH7 and Sillet Bong.
Funny thing is that, and this is what we're going to cover next on the next slide, is that some of the founders of Israel actually once upon a time accepted a much more rational perspective on this. And they weren't as exclusionary. So this is Professor Shlomo Sands. He's an emeritus professor at the Tel Aviv University, and he's a historian, and he's written a series of famous books. One of them is The Invention of the Jewish People. And in this extract,
he's a professor, so he didn't go through the full rabbinate. So he's a professor in Tel Aviv.
He is talking about David Ben-Gurion. The first.
He come from southeast London, so you can guarantee that he fucking married his fucking ancient ancestors, married their cousins. Blunt.
prime minister of Israel, the guy who oversaw Plan Dalet and the whole ethnic cleansing, he's talking about what he said pre-1929, what was published under his name, along with, I think Ben Zvi is his name.
That's right.
Right? So Shlomo says, Professor Sands says, I'm not his personal friend yet. I'm hoping to give him a call though. Professor Sands says, historical reason indicates that the population that survived, he's embodying what Ben-Gurion was saying. Historical reason indicates that the population that survived since the 7th century had originated from the Judean farming class that the Muslim conquerors had found when they reached the country. And he quotes, to argue that after the conquest of Jerusalem by Titus and the failure of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Jews altogether ceased to cultivate the land of Eretz Israel, which means Greater Israel, is to demonstrate complete ignorance in the history and the contemporary literature of Israel. The Jewish farmer, like any other farmer, was not easily torn from his soil, which had been watered with his sweat and the sweat of his forebears. Despite the repression and suffering, the rural population remained unchanged.
This is from 1918.
Right. So what he's saying here is that it's a myth that actually all the Jews were dispersed after the Jewish-Roman wars and the destruction of the Second Temple and then the Bar Kokhba revolt. Many Jews were killed in that, right? But he's saying it's a myth that all of them then, the rest, the remainders, all of them left. They didn't all flee. In fact, the people, many stayed there and they became Muslim after the advent of Islam. And he continues, this was written 30 years before Israel's proclamation of independence, which asserts that the whole people was forcibly uprooted.
That's a key point. David Ben-Gurion wrote Israel's proclamation of independence. He was involved in that. And so he contradicts what he himself wrote in a book 30 years earlier, which is to state that they were uprooted from the soil, the Jewish people, after Emperor Titus, is ignorance. He says is a complete ignorance in the history and contemporary literature of Israel. But 30 years later, to create this narrative of a land which had been expunged from its indigenous population who then had to return and find themselves on that land again, right? That in actual fact had to be created as a narrative myth to justify the right to return.
But they knew it wasn't true. Right. And he goes on to say the two committed Zionists, this is Ben-Gurion and Ben Zvi, wish to join the local natives, believing wholeheartedly that this could be achieved thanks to their shared ethnic origin. I'm not necessarily sure about that, but he says, although the ancient Judean peasants converted to Islam, they had done so for material reasons, is what Ben-Gurion said, chiefly to avoid taxation, which were in no way treasonous. Indeed, by clinging to their soil, they remained loyal to their homeland. Ben-Gurion and Ben Zvi saw Islam, unlike Christianity, as a democratic religion that not only embraced all converts to Islam as brothers, but genuinely revoked the political and civil restrictions and sought to erase social distinctions. So basically, Ben-Gurion was saying that there was a reason the Jews converted to Islam. He sees the financial reasons, but that's not our narrative, and that's not what we believe. We believe that many of those people became Messianic Jews in that area. They believed in Jesus, and due to principally, in many ways, the preaching of Elijah, they knew that there was someone coming. That there was
Baptist.
Sorry, I'm using the spiritual terms clear. Yeah, but the preaching of the second coming of Elijah, John the Baptist, that there would be a further prophet that would to come. And Jesus himself said about this, he said that the Paraclete will come, the Comforter, whose message you cannot yet hear. They knew that a further prophet was coming. It was spoken about in Deuteronomy 18, and that's why they converted. It wasn't because of the difference between jizya and zakat. Okay,
because actually the non-Muslims paid a lower rate of tax than the Muslims. So I've always found that to be an extraordinary.
And they didn't have to defend the homeland either.
And they didn't have to fight militarily as a result of paying tax.
So he continues, and I think we've probably got to the main thing. Why don't you go to the
So the next thing is the interesting thing, which is that the authors. So this is again Ben-Gurion. If we go to the next slide, please. He continues. Shlomo Sands continues. Which is that the author is referring to Ben-Gurion and Ben Zvi, underlined that the Jewish origin of the Falahin was the peasants, could be revealed by means of a philological study of the local Arabic language as well as by linguistic geography. They went even further than Belkind. That was Israel Belkind, who we referenced earlier, one of the founders of modern Zionism, in stressing that a study of 10,000 names of all the villages, streams, springs, mountains, ruins, valleys, and hills from Dan to Beersheba confirmed that the entire biblical terminology of Eretz Israel remains alive as it had been in the speech of the Fedah, the peasant population. Some 210 villages still bore clear Hebrew names, and in addition to the Muslim law, there was for a long time a code of peasant laws or unwritten customary judgments known as Shariat al-Khalil, the laws of the patriarch Abraham. So he points out that a lot of the Jewish traditions persisted in the local population of the Palestinians, which would not have been the case had they been as the narratives, which the modern Zionists now say, which is that they're all Arabs who came with the Arab conquest. They're not the original Jews who were in the land at the time of Titus.
Yeah.
So go on to the next.
Bizarre, isn't it?
Yep.
Absolutely bizarre. And this is a Zionist, Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, stating all this.
Next slide, and it's very powerful. What
So this is page 187.
So do you want to cover this? Yeah.
Yeah, he said Ben Zvi considered the chapter on the origin of the Falahin to be the fruit of his own independent research and was apparently offended that Ben Gurion appropriated his material. In 1929,
That is just so ironic.
Yes, a intellectual property dispute there. In 1929, he returned to this important theme in a special booklet in Hebrew that bore his name alone. It does not differ significantly from the chapter on this subject in the book of the two Zionist leaders published together, but it has some expanded materials.
If you go to the quote in the next paragraph.
So basically he says, obviously it would be mistaken to say that all the Falahin are descendants of the ancient Jews, but it can be said of most of them or their core. Okay?
That's right.
So, I mean, this is, and then he later says, the great majority of the Falahin do not descend from the Arab conquerors, but before that, from the Jewish Falahin,
peasants,
or the ordinary people, who are the foundation of this country before its conquest by Islam.
So he's saying the great majority of the current peasants, the ordinary people of the Palestinians, do not descend from the Arab conquerors, but from the Jewish people who were the foundation of this country before its conquest.
So the founders of modern Israel admitted in published work, separately and together, that the Palestinians are the descendants of the children of Israel.
Yeah.
And yet today...
So which lost tribe is that then?
They say that the reason why that land is theirs is because the Jews, the modern Jews, are exclusively the descendants of the children of Israel.
And they need to come back to their land.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, it's an extraordinary thing, you know, how can they square the circle between the fact that, okay, let's say you've got a Polish or a German or American Jewish guy. He's got one of his 4 grandparents is Jewish. Her ancestors may have lived remember, ancestry is not you just have one set of parents.
Yeah,
it diverges, right? So you've almost...
Are you off, Urban? And said, bye. 5 years behind what?
Don't know.
He said we are 5 years behind Enter. USA ain't far behind. I don't know what that's about. You're going to take the word of Muhammadan. Who the fuck? Who's Muhammadan? I'm not off. You said up there, you said bye. I'm getting confusing now. I'm listening, eating a Star bar, and just made a coffee. All right. Look at your screen, as Mohammed Dan. Huh? They're talking about David Ben Gurion's word. They're talking about Shlomo Sand's words. Confused? It will be.
We've almost probably, how far back is 2,000 years ago? 80 generations? Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's about 80 generations. Yeah, it's about 3 or 4 generations per year, and you've got 20 years, 20 centuries there. Okay, so you've got about 80 generations. Well, cool, blimey. I bet that every single one of us has at least one line which goes back to somebody who lived in Palestine.
Well, I mean, I mean,
undoubtedly, right? So you put that to one side. Let's say all of her lines went back to Palestine. There's one guy who's one of his grandparents.
Yeah, St. George dead. And his church was in Palestine.
Is Jewish. Let's say all of her grandparents went back 80 generations. They all lived in Palestine. He's really pure thoroughbred from that one line.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Fine. 80 generations ago. But then you have a Palestinian who's been living in that land and who still has the keys to the home which his grandparents, who are still alive as well, were kicked out of 2 generations ago. How can you prefer the claim of the guy who's got 80 generations back to establish his claim to the land to the person who goes back 2 generations? How can you do that?
Because the Bible.
No, but even the
He was born of a Palestinian mother. The birth line goes down through the mother. His church was in Lydda, Greek Orthodox Church. His remains are buried in Lydda, which after the Nakba and the petition became Lod, which then became under Israeli rule. Right next to his church in Lydda is a mosque now as well. And his church still remains, and people travel there to go to his remains.
Oh my God. But even this evidence shows that this becomes even worse, right? Because the people...
Yeah, I think he was assassinated.
People who are actually there are themselves the indigenous people of the land by every single measure, even by the admission of the original founders of Israel.
Well, I mean, and Israel know this because there has been a lot of genetic evidence which shows this. In our next slide, we will see one particular set of kind of inconvenient evidence. This is from 2001, Journal Axis Gene Research on Jews and Palestinians. A keynote research paper showing that Middle Eastern Jews and Palestinians are genetically almost identical has been pulled from a leading journal. Academics who have already received copies of Human Immunology have been urged to...
No, sorry. He survived 2 assassination attempts, one in 1949, sorry. And another one in South America. And he died of natural causes in 1973. He was wounded in 49. But wrote to the assassin's parents expressing compassion. And the first one was actually Jewish. The first one that tried to kill him was a religious fanatic, and he wanted to build the 3rd temple.
We got all the parts for that, so.
Well, where's where's Capidopa?
Don't know.
Cappadocia. Not Constantinople, Cappadocia was where he was born. No, Cappadocia. Yeah, exactly, Urban. St. George has strong ties to Palestine. While born in Cappadocia, modern Turkey, his mother was Palestinian. He was raised and martyred in Lydda, Palestine, and numerous significant churches dedicated to him, like Al-Qadar, stand in Palestine, making him a revered local figure and patron saint for Palestinians. St. George's Palestinian connection. Family and upbringing. St. George, 270 to 303 AD, moved to Lydda with his mother, a native of the region, where he spent his formative years. He was martyred in Lydda for his Christian faith around 303 AD. His tomb is there, became a major pilgrimage site. Palestinians deeply revere him as Al-Qadar, meaning the green one, a symbol of faith, courage, and a protector, with his name being common among Palestinian Christians.
I gotta step down there, Smiler. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, right there, mate.
Have a good one.
All right, I'm just going to get into the DNA of this lot in a minute. Yep. Catch you on the flip side, Max. Very argumentative is Urban. Do you mean Cappadocia? Where are you getting your facts from? He was born in Cappadocia. Where's Cappadocia? Is Cappadocia another name for Constantinople? I don't know. I just remember he was born in Cappadocia. I did it all on St. George's Day. Yeah. Grok is your friend. Well, Grok is clearly lying to you, isn't it?
Which shows this. In our next slide, we will see one particular set of kind of inconvenient evidence. This is from 2001, Journal Axis Gene Research on Jews and Palestinians. A keynote research paper showing that Middle Eastern Jews and Palestinians are genetically almost identical has been pulled from a leading journal. Academics who have already received copies of Human Immunology have been urged to rip out the offending pages and throw them away. Such a drastic act of self-censorship is unprecedented in research publishing and has created widespread disquiet, generating fears that it may involve the suppression of scientific work that questions biblical dogma.
There's been terrible muttering amongst the academic circle.
Yeah, they may write a letter.
Quiet.
I mean, this is unbelievable, and it shows the extent to which the Israeli elites and the Israeli government are petrified of this coming out.
Yes.
Of anything which questions their narrative. I mean, apparently they couldn't censor the writings of their founding fathers.
Yeah.
Right. But they'll rip this out of libraries.
Yeah.
But this is one set of evidence which said that the Middle Eastern Jews and Palestinians are almost genetically identical. Let's move on to.
Well, actually, let's just go to the article as well. If we have a quote.
Right. Last time, Urban. St. George was born in Cappadocia, a region in modern-day Turkey, not Constantinople. He was a high-ranking Roman soldier who became a Christian martyr around 303 AD after protesting persecution under Emperor Diocletian. Birthplace, Cappadocia, now Turkey. Era, 3rd century. Born to Christian parents after his father's death, his mother took him to a native Palestine. He was a Roman officer who refused to renounce his Christian faith under Emperor Diocletian, leading to his execution. Turkey is Constantinople. We're not in 200 AD. I mean, Constantinople is now called Istanbul. It was also called New Rome. Cheers, November, man. Thank you for everything you've done tonight as well, mate. Now, Turkey named it Istanbul. So I don't know what you're going on about, Urban. You need to go and do a little bit more. His mother was Palestinian, you fool.
From the article.
Okay.
So this is the paper, The Origin of the Palestinians and Their Genetic Relatedness with Other Mediterranean Populations. And it says, in common with earlier studies, so this wasn't some groundbreaking finding, this was common with earlier studies, the team found no data to support the idea that Jewish people were genetically distinct from other people in the region. In doing so, the team's research challenges claims that the Jews are a special chosen people and that Judaism can only be inherited. Jews and Palestinians in the Middle East share a very similar gene pool and must be considered closely related and not genetically separate. Rivalry between the two races is therefore based on cultural and religious, but not in genetic differences. But the journal now claims that the article was politically biased and was written using inappropriate remarks about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as in inappropriate because it didn't perpetuate an ongoing occupation of people's land.
Yeah.
And instead said, actually, these people need to make peace because they're fundamentally the same people. So that's apparently is politically biased, but not ripping out pages of a journal.
Yeah.
Right. And actually, more recently, there's been a really interesting tweet which has made a huge rounds.
Well, let's pause on that, because there is something which you have to question a little bit, which is that most of the Israelis look quite white, right? And
many of them,
many of them, not all of them, but many of them look quite European, right? And when you trace the history, you find out that if there was a degree of a diaspora, and if there was some people who left Judea at the time, then they had conversions and they mixed with certain Eastern European populations, and they became Judaized and they became Jewish, and those are actually most of those who attach themselves to the identity of being Jews. Because as we've already seen, as David Ben-Gurion himself said, the Jews, the majority of the children of Israel, including in Judea, they were Jewish, and then, well, Gurion didn't say this, but they became Messianic Jews who believed in Jesus, and then they became Muslim, right? So if you have a whole group of people calling themselves Jews, and 90 or 95% of them no longer call themselves Jews because it is superseded by their Muslim identity, then you get this false impression, because the only people left are the ones who rejected Islam and called themselves Jews. But actually, that doesn't mean that they were the only people who are part of the original Jews. They are a small percentage of the original Jews. And some of them went down to Eastern Europe, mixed with the Eastern Europeans there, which is why most of the contemporary Israelis do look genetically distinct. And I know many of them will claim that they are a special people, but I can't believe that they are cosmetically special. And that they somehow their ancestors did not develop darker skin in relation to the sun exposure in the land of Canaan and in the Middle East in general, right? So there's a bit of a contradiction there.
Very special melanin.
Yeah. So how does this kind of these newer findings? How does this relate to that? How does this explain that? If we go to the
next slide, there's one. This tweet has done the rounds, 3.7 million views.
Wow.
So this is a chap who describes himself. Myro Sayo, genetic algebra and population genetics. I don't know about his qualifications, but he makes an interesting points on this thread, which I thought was probably worth showcasing. So he talks about how geneticists have had access to ancient DNA whole genome sequences from Canaanites, Israelites, Judahites for some time now. First genetic distances to modern people below. I'll be providing lots of information in this thread. This is comparing modern day populations to ancient DNA whole genome sequences of ancient Canaanites, ancient Israelites, ancient Judahites, and seeing how closely related they are. And he makes the point in his tweets, genetic distances around 0.02 or under mean a group is practically and genetically indistinguishable. 0.05 implies distinguishability but belong to the same genetic regional grouping. So, for example, a subracial grouping like Northwestern European or Eastern European. Around 0.1 implies the edge of differentiating to racial clusters. You'd say European versus Middle Eastern versus East Asian versus South Asian, right? And if you're 0.3 or 0.4, it's basically you're like subspecies, so a domestic dog versus a grey wolf, for example. Okay, so 0.02 is basically genetically indistinguishable. And as you can see, the people who are 0.02 are Samaritans, Palestinian Christians, Jordanian Christians, Syrian Christians. These are now going to 0.3 now, 0.03. And it makes perfect sense. And he makes a really good point, which is that the reason it's all Christians of the area is because they didn't accept Islam and they continue to mix amongst Christians, marry amongst Christians, have children with other Christians. Right. And so they didn't.
There was nothing less ethnic mixing. There was nothing because the ones who converted to Islam would have no issue with marrying the Arabs.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. So, but even then, as you look at it, you find, therefore, that the other group who are, 0.05, they're within the same subgroup, you can say. Who are they? They are the Karaite Iraqis, the Lebanese Druze, the Israeli Druze, the Karaite Egyptians, Iraqi Jews, Lebanese Muslim, Kurdish Jew, Alawite, Palestinian Muslim. Palestinian Muslim makes it into the group of a subgroup at about 0.05.
Basically the same people.
But who aren't there? Who's not on this list?
Well, the Ashkenazi Jews aren't there.
The Ashkenazi Jews aren't there.
Right.
And the reason is very obvious.
And are there Sephardic Jews?
So a lot of these are Sephardic Jews. So Iraqi Jews, for example.
Well, they classify Sephardic Jew down there as 0.07.
You're quite right. Yeah, you're quite right. Sephardic Jew is further down Sephardic there. But so you've got Iraqi Jews, Lebanese, Kurdish Jews, Syrian Jews. So these are people who are, it's very obvious they would be in that same population. But who you don't have here are the European Jews.
Right.
So this notion that, the Palestinian Muslim who is pretty much genetically within the same group is at 0.05.
Yeah.
The Palestinian Muslim who's living in Gaza under rubble.
Yeah.
Right, because he's bombed, because he's not part of the right ethnic group to get the right of return.
Actually is part of the right ethnic group.
Actually is part of the right ethnic group. But the European Jew, right, who's not even on the list, right, he can have the right of return. And this is the other thing. We talked a little bit about religion versus ethnicity and how it's basically used, whichever one is most appropriate to maintain the ethno-supremacist view Israel holds.
Do I have to go through the DNA again with you, Urban? And yeah, absolutely right, Dingy Don. Because the Christians are being persecuted by Israel. Not persecuted by anybody else other than Israel. Can't even walk down the street without being spat at. And then you've got the silly evangelical Christians that raise loads of money, go skint themselves, all decide to go over to Israel to give them their check, and then get assaulted, abused and spat at and told to get out of the country after donating. How many churches in Gaza? In Gaza, there was loads of churches. Yeah, innit, Dingy? Well, Israel's blown them up, you fool. It blew them up with a load of Christians and a pregnant Christian. Shot the pregnant Christian that took refuge in the church. I've showed videos on here of them blowing up, and even the Pope come out. Look at my missus' new knitwear. Urban, the Jews wear knitquabs. They wear the full ensemble, where only their eyes are peeping out. They're not allowed to wear their hair down. They got to wear a wig. They got to cover their elbows. I don't know what covering their elbows is all about, but hey-ho. Go and look into things. Do you not believe me? Jesus, I've shown it so many times on here before.
Whichever one is most appropriate, they use it at that time. If it was about Jew religion, why would you accept a European Jew who's an atheist to come into your country, but you'd block a Palestinian Muslim?
Yeah.
The Palestinian Muslim has pretty much all of the same fundamental beliefs as the Jew.
Yeah.
Right.
Believes in Moses. He believes in monotheistic.
He's monotheistic. He believes in the one God. He believes in
a Sharia.
Moses. He believes in the validity of the Torah as a means by which people used to reach God. All right. And it even says in the Quran, it says you will be judged by that which is therein in the Torah. Okay. No Muslim would say that Jews, by virtue of being Jews, are going to go to hell. No Muslim would say that.
Yeah.
Right. So there's
some might, but they'd be incorrect.
They'd be incorrect. Yeah. So it's it's a complete it's a complete lie. It's a complete fiction.
Right.
That somehow these Palestinians firstly that they're not of the right ethnic group, or that they're not of the right religious grouping.
And it outs political Zionism as essentially being an ethno-supremacist movement.
Yeah.
Right? With religious garb.
Yeah. Exactly.
But actually, their religious claims don't have validity, and even their ethnic claims don't have validity. And I think this is really important because, especially when you're talking over thousands of years, ethnicity is not a binary thing.
Yeah.
It's not yes or no.
Yeah.
It's a question of matter of degree.
Yeah.
Right. And if one wants to argue from a matter of degree, the Palestinian Muslims are closer to being the children of Israel than later European converts. It doesn't mean that the Ashkenazi Jews don't have any claim to being children of Israel.
No,
they
do. They do.
They do have a claim to be.
But if you're going to make the basis
but
of
if you include them, you have to include the Palestinians.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, maybe anti-Semitism is a serious issue, but the way it's being weaponized to defend criticism of Israel can only make us wonder: are genes anti-Semitic? I mean, that's the question I want to know. Are genes actually anti-Semitic? And on that note, we will catch you in future videos. Peace be on you.
When I went to Israel, I saw the Bible come to life, and I said, this is the word of God. This is real. Paul said, you will bless the Jews. If you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you scorn Israel, you will be scorned.
If you bless Israel, you will be blessed.
Catch you later, Darth Lad. Burqa in Judaism and Christianity. The Haredi Burqa sect, Hebrew, blah, 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 blah. So wearing woman is a religious group primarily concentrated in Israel, in which ultra-Orthodox Jewish Haredi women claim that modesty calls for a burqa-style covering of the entire body. A shal, plural, shalom, English shawl, including a veil covering the face. The garment, which looks more like a niqab than a burqa, is also called a frumka, a play of word from Yiddish for devout, and burqa, the group, which was estimated to around 100 in 2008 and several hundred in 2011, is concentrated in the town of Beit Shemesh. The issue has proven controversial in Haredi circles, with vocal condemnation of the face covering veil by some Haredi organizations, including Eda Achidles or something. So that's the Jewish fundamentalists. Before the Carmelite nun with veiled face. Before the Vatican Council, the trademark of the Catholic nuns used to be their habit, consisting of flowing robes and veils that covered the entire body, leaving only the face and hands visible. Jewish fundamentalists, Haredi women. Wikipedia. The Haredi Burqa. Woman of the Haredi Burqa sect in Mersharim, a Jewish neighborhood in Jerusalem. Do you get it now, Urban? Do you get it? We've already proven they're not the chosen people, haven't we? I 100% agree. Where is it? Well, the UK did, didn't it, when it went around the world colonising everywhere? Oh, you Sam, where you gone? Doing it, Sam, where are ya?